do have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on the side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill. They're just gonna move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. unwinnable round here for Swan, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. We're diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gano is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spotsy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide, I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it, gets 2 very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final 2 players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from Long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zenith rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will, him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just showed that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox topping it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
Double kill.
They're just gonna move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. They want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swan, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round, and all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Stayed by Spoxy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, 15? What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb drop. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. And now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will Snake get caught in the open from that? He doesn't somehow. He flips around and takes the kill. Finds Famous too. Oh, a third is unbelievable. Wow. Lots of damage on Pietro. How is he still standing? I'm not quite sure. Pistol now drawn, and Horus is there to help. That is the X factor from Vitality.
Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get two big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner, Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in, Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? It's Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, but surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Todzin! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse here, but he goes for the fake.
Done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot, needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own. Oh, okay.
It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here at the box.
Feels a little dicey. But diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. They're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
So West Foxy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not get complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't News actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple 2. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This
Very disgusting. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Tipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra-aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double 2, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Where that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Crossfire West League here for Season 2. And we are getting very, very close to our playoff picture. Our final weekend of Phase 2 is upon us. And of course, I'm joined by Penguin here as well. Excited to be on the desk with you today, Penguin. How are you feeling about this final weekend of Phase 2?
Well, I'm definitely super excited for the game and proud to be the first time with you on the desk today, discussing one of the most crucial weeks because it's now we're going to be knowing who's going to be going to the playoffs.
Yeah, a very important weekend for a lot of teams here. A make it or break it moment for several of them. I'm excited to see who's going to really prevail in today's matches. A lot on the line for some of these teams, and it's kind of their last moment to prove it before it's a little bit too late for some of them. But I really want to jump into some of these matches here shortly. But before we get there, I do want to talk about just the overall season so far, since for me, this is my first time back in the mix in a little bit. But, looking at the results lately, Penguin, Egypt has been on top lately, really just dominating the competition.
Well, definitely, it's gonna be. We are having a lot of Egyptians in the elite group right now. They're securing the playoffs. Probably, if Imperium just makes a surprise, and we're gonna be watching them today, and they can make it also to the playoffs. So that means the 4 teams gonna be in the playoffs for Egyptians out of 6 teams, which is kind of huge.
Yeah, it honestly has been crazy to see how the season has developed, but we are going to take a look at some highlights here as well of how the season's been shaking up so far.
Well, yeah, Swan Gaming, in my opinion, you're watching their highlights now. They are kind of. They're the only team I can say that they haven't performed, they haven't improved since they started playing. Yes, we've seen them close so many times, but they never closed any of the games, and it's very tough for them. I believe we might be already seeing them in the relegation. We've seen them before in the relegations, season 1, and they made a comeback and they came back to the West League. Now they're gonna be going again to the relegations, but we are not sure yet who's going to be joining them. Probably it's going to be unKnights, which we also, the famous team that we are always watching, and probably also might be TEC or IMPERIUM. That's what makes the contender group very, very competitive, that you still don't know who's going to be falling, who's going to be rising, and who's going to be joining the elite group into the playoffs.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see who actually pulls it off at the very end here. Very surprising, though, to see, players like Famous in the bottom 4 consistently. I was hoping with the roster changes he made for this season, he was going to have a better chance, but unfortunately for him, it's been another situation where individually he always looks like a star performer, but he's been really struggling to find a roster to make it through to the top 4 with. But, looking at some of our top teams as well from the previous season, I think one of the bigger surprises for me in Season 2 so far is I actually expected a lot more from Nemesis. They looked really polished towards the end of Season 1, and Season 2, even though they've been scraping their way towards the top, I'm wondering if they're going to show us some strength in this final day of Phase 2.
Well, exactly. I wanted to mention Nemesis if these guys are just playing here because they are already secured the playoffs. If this gonna be their final performance that we're gonna be seeing from them in the playoffs, or they have something to show when it comes to the playoffs games. However, today's game versus Nemesis, it definitely doesn't matter anything for 3BL. For Nemesis, yes, it's for placement only for 3rd or 4th. So we would love to see more from them because, yeah, as you mentioned, it's one of the surprises that we expected them to be going neck by neck with Vitality, but this is not the case.
Yeah, and speaking of surprises as well, one of the biggest promising surprises I've seen on the season so far is really the rise of 3BL as well. I wanted to talk to you about that because for me, this was a team that I saw some signs of strength of in Season 1, but here in Season 2, I mean, sky is really the limit for this team. So I'm curious your thoughts on what the future looks like for these guys as they've kind of been sitting at the top for a little bit here.
Yeah, and mentioning the top, the trivia is the thing that you mentioned, that 3 of the top 4 teams are full Egyptians. That's 17 out of 20 players, because also Nemesis, they have 3 players from Egypt. Nemesis, they have Dipsy, they have Comics, then they have Alucard. So it's 17 out of 20 of the guys locked into the playoffs now are Egyptians. That's why we are talking about how Egyptians are rising right now, and of course how 3BL also doing a very good job. We've seen a good performance from them Season 1, but they had some struggles, they had some experience issues. It was the first time for Omega, it was the first time Hunt leading these guys, and now they are back together with the addition of Losha as well. That guy is just doing a huge effort for his team to keep them alive and to keep them on top. And they only lost 2 games. I believe it's only versus Vitality. Now they're going to be playing versus Nemesis. If they still can prove that they will win versus Nemesis, I would say that these guys can end on top 3 at least.
Yeah, I would agree, especially for them today. They have a lot less pressure in that matchup. They don't necessarily have to be the team to win it. Whereas Nemesis, for them, this is a lot of weight on their shoulders. This is a really important chance for them to prove themselves before they get into the playoff picture. So for 3BL, for the first time in a while, I feel like they don't really have so much to worry about, and it's really just getting ready for playoffs today for them.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the guys they play together, and as they started very strong when the teams were just trying to reshape and trying to get back into the form, and they got the confidence from that, and now they are sitting on top with Anubis as well, which showed a very good performance when they restructured the IGL and they got Noor instead of Salty. The team just showed a little bit better performance than the last season. Yes, they are not doing 100% of what they have because they are having the double sniper setup. Sometimes it fails for them, and I would love to see more coming out from these guys.
Yeah, and speaking of teams I'd like to see a little bit more out of, let's talk about our overall standings a little bit as well, comparing the elite group to the contender group, because I did want to get your thoughts on the contender group, because that's been one of the surprises for me in this season, is seeing kind of the downfall of Titan Esports Club. You know, you think back to the previous seasons, in my mind, the finals was always going to be a Vitality versus a Titan Esports Club. And Penguin, I wanted to get your thoughts on what's been going wrong with this team. You know, what can they do to get themselves back into that elite group? Because when I look at the elite versus the contender group, I kind of wonder why Titan hasn't been able to put themselves back in the elite status.
Well, they started very shaky. We've seen their first game versus Anubis. It was versus Swamp, I believe they won, and then they went for Anubis and they lost versus Anubis. And since then, we've seen a downfall, a huge downfall coming out for the guys. And also versus Imperium, they couldn't close the game, which is quite surprising for me. It's one of the biggest upsets. A team that took 8th place in the last season just beat the 3rd place team, which is one of the biggest teams. So I believe that these guys are lacking a lot of confidence right now. They're having Kiku. They have a new player. He joined lately. He's trying to get into the form. He's trying to get into his teammates, but still, we are expecting more from him. So these guys are lacking a big confidence. If they can get 1 or 2 wins in a row, I believe they will get back to the winning streak and maybe probably just crawl back their way into the top 4, which is very, very important for them in order if they want to secure the EWC spot.
Yeah, and as we jump into the standings here, we're going to take a look at the overall picture in both the elite group and the contender group here. Obviously, a very close race in the contender group. You've got 3 teams currently with 3 wins and 5 losses overall, so a bit of a tighter race there. We already talked about a little bit of 3BL's rise into that 2nd place spot, but the bigger question on my mind, Penguin, is as we get closer to that playoff picture, is there anyone in your mind who's going to be that contender for Vitality at the end of the season?
Well, the thing is, 3BL plays perfectly good versus all the other teams except for Vitality. When you just go versus Vitality, and even when you talk with the players, they still say that we still think that there is a big gap performance between both teams. They kind of know what they're going to be doing, and they always expect them to be there. So Vitality's, I guess this season, they are kind of unmatched. Maybe probably last season they had Nemesis and they actually beat them in the upper bracket final and pushed them to the lower bracket, but still Nemesis performance right now is not convenient for me. So I believe that this season maybe can be easier than the first season also for Vitality. There is no rise from Nemesis or from Titan Esports, because Anubis and 3BL, they are all just rookies, and Egyptians, when they play versus other Egyptians, they definitely know how they are playing. They definitely know how to get under the skin and just how to get the confidence from them. So Vitality right now, I believe that they are kind of unmatched this season.
Yeah, I definitely agree. It feels like outside of Vitality, kind of that number 2 spot is really anybody's for the taking, but we're going to jump in and look at today's schedule because we've got some key matchups on the plate for you guys today. Titan Esports Club versus unKnights going to be kicking it off. These guys are kind of going for that tiebreaker in the contender group, and I am very curious to see who comes out on top of that one. Swamp Gaming and Imperium, another important game. Imperium looking strong. Swamp Gaming still looking for a win themselves on the season. And of course, I think the one that a lot of people are interested for will be our closer of the day, Penguin, Nemesis versus 3BL. I'm very excited to see how that one plays out.
Yeah, that's maybe the game that we will be looking at. But if you look at the 2 games from the contender group, TSC, unKnights, Imperium, the 3 of them that's Hikers right now, they're going to be playing. So we're going to be knowing who's going to be joining the 6 teams into the playoffs. And if Imperium just can close the game 2-0 versus Strong Gaming, I believe that already logged in for the playoffs. So it's a very, very quite important game for the contender group as well. TSC, if they can just beat unKnights, they will knock them to the relegation. That means that unKnights will have no chance of going into the EWC, as well as they will need to start from the relegation for season 2. So all the games are really fired up. Maybe the elite game is kind of, we'll be looking at, let's say it's maybe a semi-final. We'll be looking at those teams maybe at the semi-final, but the other teams, they are trying to look in their playoffs spot, which makes it more interesting for me.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about all those teams that are 3-5 right now, especially this first game. I feel like really could go either way, depending on the strength we see from both of these teams in the server. You've got unKnights, who really hasn't shown their full strength in a little bit of time, whereas Titan, I feel like we should just hold them to a bit of a higher standard than what they've done on the season so far as well. So both of these teams could easily see themselves in that playoff picture, but I am curious to see what people had for their predictions when we get to those. But before we get there, just looking at some of the top fraggers overall before we jump into today's matches. And honestly, it's been a bit of back and forth across these stats within the season, but Snare currently leading the charge here. Dezane, though, going to be kind of that second in line. Interesting to see him amongst the pack here, because out of the rest of the pack, everybody else is in that elite status, but Dezane able to be in the top 4 without being in the elite status is a pretty big feat.
Well, yeah, we've talked about the saying that he stepped up a bit with DSC when it's needed the most, and it's him and Spoxy. Sometimes Spoxy is not having his best days, and one of his days that he kind of suffered was unKnights. It was the matchup versus unKnights on phase 1, where we haven't seen Spoxy doing his Spoxy things, and he was suffering so hard. So that's why DC had a very tough win, let's say that. So Zane, he's always consistent. He's always the guy that's your eyes gonna be you're gonna be looking at him when you're watching the game, especially if TC is struggling. He will be the guy. He will be the key player for you to get out of the tough situations. So Tots and Snare and Gainer. Tots and Snare, of course, we're talking about the top 1, the uncontested, the undefeated team of our West League. So you'll be seeing a lot of these guys. But Gainer, in my opinion, that's the guy that's kind of changed 180 degrees starting from season 1. He was kind of below average, in my opinion. And I mentioned that this is not Gainer. And going now, when Noor is here, when a new IGL is here, Gainer is just maybe single-handedly can just kill 3 or 4 players in 1 or 2 rounds per game. So he's doing very, very well, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Gainer is one of the most improved players I've seen in the league in a long time, and I'm excited to see kind of what his ceiling is, because I feel like he still has even more he can show us as well in the server. So definitely excited there. Surprising, though, one of the players that we used to see all of the time in those top stats, Famous, no longer making an appearance quite as often. Do you think that's going to be a factor, though, going into this match here? I mean, you've got Dezane, who's been playing pretty well lately, and unKnights, where as a whole, I feel like their star power is leaving a little bit desirable on the table. But what's your thoughts on the Dezane versus Famous comparison as we think about, today's matchup?
Well, if you talk about Famous, if you just talk casually with Famous about who's the best players that you usually play against, or maybe who's the guy that you would love to play with, he's always mentioning Dezane. He just says that this guy is always insane. He's always does the guy that's coming out of nowhere and suddenly just pops off 4K kills or 5 kills from maybe from your side, or maybe if he's pushing versus you as well, he can get just easily 4K. In my opinion, Zayn, I played versus him a lot, and he was always the problem when you were playing LCK back then. He's just a guy that he when is the pressure is on his shoulder, he usually pops off. So that's the player that you will always be feared to play against. So I believe that Famous is going to be playing versus that, and he knows that this is one of the best players in the West League right now. Although TSC is not having the best, although TSC is having a downfall, but still Zayn himself is not having it.
Yeah, definitely some interesting history with both players, but yeah, I would say right now Dezane is the bigger threat in the server, even though Famous, he does have that extra bit of experience, a little bit more clutch factor at times. But I also think Titan Esports has looked a little bit more well-rounded of a team when you compare them across their whole history. So when we think about this match coming up, I think there's definitely a lot on the line. But given what you've seen individually, is there any like key standouts you're looking for outside of that Dezane and Famous talking point of like who might be other players we should keep an eye on in this matchup in your mind?
Well, definitely the rise of snipers. We should see more from HDZ. By the way, we are seeing a downfall also from HDZ. That's why unKnights are struggling right now. The same exactly happens for Spoxy. Spoxy is not having his best days, so TEC are also having a very, very tough time. So Spoxy, HDZ, both of them, they need to improve. They need to show themselves, because whoever is going to be showing, whoever is going to be playing more actively into just picking the kills, more to playing, let's say, controlling the map, I believe that his team will have a more comfortable win in this matchup.
Definitely agree with you there. Would love to see a bit more of the snipers here, but as we jump into the teams specifically, looking at the unKnights roster, of course, we talked about Famous and HDZ already, but for me, one of the stars I also want to see kind of bring himself back to the top of that list is Snox for me. Always historically a very strong player, but very hit and miss in recent history, and want to see him kind of get back to that full form, because I do feel like if he's able to elevate this team a little bit more, it could be the difference in winning a matchup like this one.
Well, yeah, exactly. And I wanted to mention also one thing, because I mentioned the HDZ and Spoxy and the LSY. LSY was one of the best players for unKnights, maybe talking about Season 1. And he was the guy that's always clutching for you. He's always the guy that's been popping off. And unKnights, I believe that they had hard times securing the fourth place when it came to the Elite and Contender group, maybe early rounds on Season 1. And then it was LSY who's always closing the games, always closing the rounds for unKnights. And he was the guy who's taking them to top 4 and letting them securing the elite group early on, and now he's not doing his best. So if LSY is stepping up, if HDZ is stepping up, I believe that Snox gonna be having more freedom into entering the side, and I believe that these guys will perform better than the phase 1 results that we are seeing right now.
Yeah, definitely some tough results that we're seeing here from unKnights on the season. I mean, only being able to beat Swamp Gaming in their matches in recent history. They did pick up a win earlier on against Nemesis, but yeah, recently just haven't looked the best since Swamp Gaming. I would feel like for most of these teams, everyone's going to have a pretty comfortable time against that roster, just not looking so good lately in their overall performance. As we take a look at the team here, though, you can see everybody getting ready, a little bit warmed up, and kind of trying to talk through what they want to do for this one, because this is a very key tiebreaker for both of these teams. I would say maybe even a little bit more important for Titan Esports Club, because they did have a better result in the previous season, and they're a team that still has that potential to claw their way through to EWC, whereas unKnights, even in a best case scenario, I don't think they're going to make it out on points.
Exactly. That's the thing. I wanted also to mention that unKnights, it's very tough for them to secure EWC. I believe that they took fourth place. They need at least second, and one of the teams just needs to drop below 6, which is on paper is going to be hard to be done. But looking at TEC, they secured third place. So any placement above third or even third can just secure them the EWC spot. So it's closer for for TEC. So that's why the pressure are all on TEC. And also, if TEC wins, I believe that they send unKnights to the relegation, so they just get rid out of them. So it's very hard matchup for both, but TEC, they need to get back to the winning streak, especially after the loss, or maybe let's not say a loss, after the disaster versus IMPERIUM, because they lost to one of the teams that you would always bet your money that TEC can beat 2-0 easily.
Yeah, definitely surprised to see this team in this position, but I do think they have the firepower to make it happen here. It's also one of the teams, I would say, in this group on the contender side that has all 5 players that can really step up at any moment and win a round for this team. So I am hoping they bring their A game today, but as we look at some of their recent performance and their recent history, that is definitely where I have some questions. You know, out of their last 4 matches, only being able to beat Swamp Gaming. unKnights, though, in their previous matchup, they were the team to come out on top, so maybe that's going to play a factor here as well. I know historically these guys do have a little bit more experience when it comes to taking down that roster of unKnights in recent history, and I feel like just as a whole, when both teams are playing at their peak, Titan Esports, I would say, is the stronger team, just given the players on this lineup.
Yeah, exactly. Good point. That TEC has always have the upper hand of beating unKnights roster when it comes to Petro versus Flex. I would say, even though when Petro used to go with Nemesis team. I still seen that, in my opinion, that TC have the experience, have the knowledge of the game, have the map controls, have the strategies, have the counter strategies as well, that can make them win the game easily. But right now, with the downfall of TC, with the, let's say not downfall, let's say that they are having hard times, I still think that it's 50-50, especially if you're looking at the game phase one. We've seen both teams playing together, and we've seen TC hardly win versus unKnights when they play together, and we've seen Spoxy whiffing some shots on Ankara game that costed them the game, and unKnights beat them actually 10-4 on Ankara. So today, I don't want to jump into the veto, but today the game is going to be very, very close, because yes, TC have their maps, but also unKnights, they have their maps.
Yeah, I would agree. I think there's going to be a lot to say when it comes to that map pool today. Can potentially be the thing that swings it here for either team. I do think, though, Titan Esports, I would say, has a bit of a deeper map pool. I think they're comfortable on compared to what I've seen from unKnights, who certain maps they just feel a little bit shaky to me on. So I'm hoping that's not a major factor for them. But I guess given what you've seen so far, is there anything that you would say is a map that we just don't see at all today that both teams might want to avoid?
Well, I think maybe new compound, if TC is not playing new compound, because unKnights are not bad on new compound, so we definitely should be seeing TC banning new compound. New Mexico, I don't want to be seeing New Mexico again from unKnights, because unKnights used to leave New Mexico and to play New Mexico, and it wasn't turning out very good from them. And last time, by the way, from phase 1, TC beat them 10-0 on New Mexico, so no need to watch New Mexico at all. I'm talking about head-to-head. Of course, it's Design versus Famous, the duo that you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, these two are going to be very big decisive factors in this matchup. Design, like we said, the stronger recent performer, but when it comes to that maximum pressure, those tough situations, Famous always very good when the stakes are high. So I'm very curious to see who's the stronger player on the day, but more importantly, who's going to be the team that can support their key fraggers the best as well, because I think that is the name of the game here as well. Not only do you need the Famous and Design players of your team to pop off, you also need the team around them to show they can provide that good utility, provide that team play to really unlock that full potential, because I feel like Famous, I think the one advantage I would give him over Design is whether the team is performing or not for Famous, he's always going to be a strong player. Design, I feel like he's more reliant on the team around him to bring himself to that top level.
Yeah, because Design is an entry, so if his team is having a good day, if his team is supporting him, he'll just go in, try to win some space for you, try to go and get the kills for you, and if your team is there, so they will back him up, like Lineclaw and Kiku. But for Famous, he's the guy that he's always trading his teammates, so even though if Snox is having his best games, if Famous is having his best game, so probably he will just try to get the kills. And as we can see from the comparison, that it's Snox and Famous, the deadly duo coming out from unKnights, and of course with Petro most kills, and this is kind of worrying for me. If you see Petro with 280 kills, just more than maybe Famous, more than Snox, that means that the team is having some issues. And of course the most kills goes for Design, 310 kills, and the assists from Lineclaw, and the headshots of course from Kiku, the entry fragger from TSC.
Yeah, definitely interesting to see Pietro, like you mentioned, out in front for the kills for unKnights, but it is going to be just about time to think about some of our map vetoes coming up here, and this is where I'm curious to get your thoughts, Penguin, on these teams and what is going to be the results of this veto. Very interesting to see. We've got unKnights taking Ankara, and we've got New Mexico from Titan Esports Club. New Mexico, always a fun map for me to watch, but I feel like as a player, it's a scary one to go into.
Yeah, exactly same. I played New Mexico, probably just some random screams, and I just hated this map. It's just so annoying for me. But Ankara on a pick from unKnights is very good, because last time, as we mentioned, Ankara win was 10-4 in favor of unKnights, and they played very good, and they had a very good underpass control. And if you have a very good underpass control, that means that you have a good mid and B side, and that was the case for unKnights. HDZ just overtook Spoxy and destroyed him blacklist side and global side onto these matchups on underpass. And New Mexico, I mentioned that New Mexico from unKnights needs to be banned, but probably unKnights, they had to ban Black Widow because they were kind of in a tough situation. We either ban Black Widow, which is one of the strongest maps for TSE, and leave New Mexico for the take, or just vice versa. So I believe that they went for the best map for TSE ban and just try to avoid them and hope for the best on New Mexico. If they can get the first map win and we go to the decider, by the way, the decider last time was neck to neck between both teams. It was 10-8 in favor of I'm talking about TSC, but if TSC they are starting on the global side. If TSC are not having a good, strong global side from the beginning, that's when they struggled. Because last time they had the same. They struggled on the global side. They tried to push mid. They tried to counter set versus unKnights, but unKnights just keep picking them off one by one. So the decider is 50-50 in my opinion. The first map, if it goes very well in terms of the fight around the underpass for HDZ, I'll still say that unKnights will have the upper hand. TSC, they should get the win over New Mexico, because New Mexico is not the map that we usually see Famous popping off. So you usually know if Famous is not popping off, unKnights will kind of have a hard times.
Yeah, after looking at the veto, this is going to be an interesting one. I feel like TEC has a slight edge in my mind, especially if we go to that third map. It becomes a bit of a coin flip, a little bit more so. But for me, I feel like looking at the veto, it's leaning towards maybe even a 2-0 for TEC. But if it goes to that third map, I feel like unKnights, maybe that's their wild card to get back into this series, because Eagle Eye, with the way these two teams play, I feel like overtime is definitely on the cards.
Yeah, it's I cannot expect who's going to be winning if it goes to Eagle Eye, but if it goes to our predictions, we can just we usually predict before watching the map V2, and we all expected TSC winning. So in my opinion, I would still go with TSC. I would still go, it is TSC, but if it goes to third map, it's 50-50. But TSC on paper, they should end it 2-0, because Ankara last time it was the problem around underpass. If Petro watches the game and just shows HDZ how Spoxy played, he will know that he won because of underpass. And of course, if Loons, the coach of TSC, just watching the game, he will definitely know that all the duels from Spoxy and HDZ on the underpass, he lost it. So he gave a lot of pressure in terms of map control for the unKnights team. So if they fix this problem, I would still say that TSC can just get the win 2-0.
Yeah, I feel like unKnights, we all seem to agree, is going to have the uphill battle today, but definitely not a team we can count out. We've got HDZ, we've got Famous on that side, and both of them have shown us some magic throughout the years and what they can do under that match pressure. And for Titan Esports Club, it's going to be a make it or break it day for them for this set of matches, since for them, if they don't win here, there's a strong chance they're going to lose that opportunity to claw back and make themselves a top 3 at the end of this season. And for them, I feel like there's just so much more on the line in this matchup, and I'm curious to see how they can perform under that level of pressure.
Yeah, it's starting from here. If you want to be getting back to the top 4, if you're going to be going back to the third, probably let's say to the third or the second place, it's starting from here. If you get this win, you secure place in the playoffs and start the playoffs just as a Titan Esports and the teams that we usually seeing in the playoffs for the past maybe couple or maybe 3 to 4 years. So if they can secure the place in their spot on the playoffs, I believe they will play more pressure free. They will try to get back to their form. They will have more time to practice, and we will see the bigger picture from these guys, and probably they will get to their winning streaks. And if they don't get the win today, it's going to be very tough for them. It will depend on the other teams, but I believe that they might be knocked out and TSC might leave. And it's the first time since I ever played the game and I don't see TSC, LCK, or just whoever they used to play with not in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting you mentioned that, because, yeah, I think it's been maybe 3 or 4 years since we've seen TEC not in a playoff picture, but that's enough from us here on the desk. We're going to go ahead and throw it to Volt and Seikyo. Take us away for our first series of the weekend.
Thank you, Penguin and Kyle. And Seikyo, I guess we are going to be kicking off what is going to be the final week. Playoffs is just around the corner. And at least for the elite group, things looks to be a bit settled. We already have our top 2 in Vitality and 3BL. I really thought that one of the top 2 was supposed to be one of the 2 teams here, right? Yeah. Like you look at TEC, you look at this unKnights. It's a crazy scenario that we live in, that they are in a 3-way tie for relegation.
That's another thing. Like in the contenders group, it's a whole different story. You got 3 teams that they are competing to be even part of the playoffs, and on the other side, let's say on the first thing, or like not the contenders group, the other group, like the elite group, they are just like chilling. Like you see Anubis and 3BL. I remember back in season 1, they're just like struggling, trying to fit in, trying to get closer and closer to playoffs. And this season, we're just spectating, watching, and seeing how some really very big names are trying to be part of the playoffs. Well,
It's very fun. I
they're
love it.
already in.
I fucking love it.
Players on any
Yeah.
of these teams
Well,
get tired. Is that
For
true?
this game, though, an intriguing veto at that. The Ankara has been a bit hit and miss for unKnights, but I'll definitely say New Mexico, that should be coming up next, that has been one of the best maps for TEC. I'll definitely say they're probably
For the England-Norway
right
game or not?
behind Vitality.
Is anyone
on the
going out?
map.
Yinsu, are you going out for the England game? You
Yeah,
have
we
to,
can
no?
record. But hey, all of that is well said and done. We start with a choice here for TEC, who decided to start on the blacklist side. So confident enough in their offensive capabilities, and I'll definitely say a solid rotation will work. They're trying to buy time via burning the utility, and it's working pretty well for them. They're all through the underpass, and a big test for HDZ coming up on the B side.
At the same spot, I believe that you have LSY. Actually, they have 3 or even more players around the corner. He can hear their steps, so he's giving some information to HDZ to try and prepare for it. Also, you can see he's a stun, and some people are actually trying to get closer and closer. Pietro is rotating to the rest. Is history. He'll catch the first, second, maybe HDZ is still around the corner using the 3 boxes to survive. He got the second, the third, and he's going for the quad kill, but he gets shot down. The Zane left alone. But not for much. First round goes to unKnights. Man, that was a rapid fire round.
Yeah, great work from the side of unKnights to hold it on well. As he said, it was supposed to be a rapid execution. LSY and Pietro, though, perfect timing from the IGL. The rotation's called in early, and that was a massive round on Flex. If he got that kill, if he was able to shut down GR spawn, that would have been a very different equation. But on the site take itself, HDZ was successful. Of course, Penguin and Kyle were talking about it a little bit earlier, where Pietro has been leading the charge for unKnights. Definitely a worrying trend, to be honest. So it's good to see that Pietro is still shooting. Great to see that
Even
HDZ
Famous
is still
mentioned that
consistent.
earlier.
But yeah, we need to see more from the riflers, because sure, like HDZ is quality and he's gonna give you a couple of those rounds, but it's not gonna happen every time. And we've seen that even with the team at their worst, players from both sides, players like Spoxy, like Famous, like Snox, still show flashes of brilliance even in the worst timelines.
But to be honest, for me, it's good to have HDZ on this spot to live through what happened, and I believe that something should really take into consideration to TEC, not to try and make a lot of executions on the B side. But like, speaking of B side, they had HDZ, Famous, and both. I believe that LSY could do something. He goes for the leg shot, but this one won't miss. He just makes a really incredible trade, and as Boxy, he's trying to regain composure of the C4. It's very important. They don't have a lot of util, but Flex from underpath goes for the nade. It's not gonna be that easy. The double boxes being spotted here, but he got some reinforcement from his Boxy, and it's 2 versus the wall. The jump shot from Snox to close it out, and man, I like how unKnights are starting to grab like some of those rounds. Speaking of it, like, this map is a bit GR sided, so that's really good thing to start with a couple of wins.
Yeah, I mean, great work to boot. Just making sure that everything is going to work out well on their side. Of course, the trades a fair bit better from TEC this time around on the underpass, but they just were a bit too slow. Like, the Zane really needed to take the plunge there. Sure, HDZ went down, but the other sniper was able to rotate, and that's something that they will need to adjust to. unKnights, so far, fast enough unable to keep up to the pace of the other side. And actually, if you look at unKnights, they've made a different plan, right? Still LSY on the bridge, still HDZ here on the B site, but they're stacking A heavily in an anticipation that they're going to break the rhythm, something that perhaps TEC will actually do, because they take them in control, they go through the underpass, but they don't commit just yet. They have plenty of time, Sekio.
I don't think so.
But clearly, I think that they're still going to hit B. It's just going to be a different
It feels so. Like, when you look at the minimap, you see where they're actually trying to force their bar into. And it damn looks like they're going for the B head. But this time it will be a different one. They're going through Hotel, I believe. Still a couple of stuns, different approach, but this time we might see something being brought here by Famous. So they're not actually checking him, they're going through the backside, and man, I love that unKnights actually been prepared for this. They're going for the, just like we're gonna leave this side, we're gonna play the boost plant fight, and it's gonna be the most appropriate thing to try and approach here with some split execution coming from them.
Well, let's see if that's going to continue to be the case. C4, 20 seconds or so left. The big duel here for Snox. Spots the shoulder flex, and kills are coming from the both sides, but at least for TEC, they're able to trade well. Good work in the Zane. Alliance Plot pretty much puts the seal of security on that one. No problems for TEC this time around. They got into the site, and from there, they're able to lock it down.
I thought that they might just try and take a couple of trades from HDZ or something like that in the side, but they choose maybe the wrong answer here in that situation. But it looks like they are stacking into B. They're making a very close defensive play. HDZ whiffs the first one, gets immediately traded. Like, he got the chance to get the double K, but it's one and done. You're out.
Yeah, everything is looking good on that side. Famous loves to be aggressive, and that's the vintage style from Famous. Accurate taps, crisp movement, and that gives unKnights the advantage that they need. Now, it's a 4-on-3, so they have the luxury to go wherever they want, but TEC feels like they are corralled. Bridge has been a problem for the longest time. They have not tested LSY, and even when they try to take that line of sight, it's usually not easy, but Spoxy will flip the entire equation. He lines up two of them. And from being a man down to being a man up, TEC might just take this one home. A lot of pressure on Pietro. He will need to see it from there because Nox is nowhere near to assist. It seems like things slows down a little bit more. Snox still holding on to that A side, trying to take a timing, but Spoxy is aware. Crisp shooting from his side, and it leaves Pietro to try to hold on to any sliver of hope. They got the right idea. The tactics were great, but they weren't really able to capitalize off of it. And now, a C4 takes a safer approach, leaving a one-on-one for Pietro. He takes down Flex, and 1v2 is not impossible, but unfortunately for him, doesn't see that he had the wherewithal, is able to escape that initial duel. That is the information the Zane needs to take the plunge himself, jumping ahead through the smoke, taking a second round for TEC on the blacklist side.
Hear me out, in a matter of seconds, you had like the numbers advantage, you had the sites control, you had some utility use, and in a blink of an eye, it just all went south. And so Spoxy landing those shots, which was kind of brilliant to get in touch with that perspective, like get closer and closer to unKnights to turn the tables around and give your team the advantage. And like, yeah, in a blink of an eye, it's a 3v1. You have only the IGL. I mean, it looks like the prophecy is real. You don't want to see Pietro shooting, at least in the first couple of rounds. That what happened, but Flex with a one tab makes it look so crisp. Can he double it down? The answer is like that. He's just prefers to play it a bit safe and not swing for another one.
I would have said goodnight Famous, but I'm pretty sure it's still pretty early on in the day. And hey, so let's see if things perhaps will improve for unKnights anywhere else, because they are taking the initiative, trying to take a duel on the bridge, but this time it's Kiko to be able to find an advantage on one side. unKnights still unrelenting, really looking to bring the numbers advantage back in any way that they can. I like the fact that they're not scared to bring the fights on, but that's just over-eager to as well. Even if he finds the kill here, should be a 1-for-1, but actually the pistol finds a pair, couldn't switch to the rifle in time. Still, even with all of that, still a man advantage for TEC. Their one problem is there's a lot of space that they'll have to reclaim. Bridge before was a problem. Snox got the information early. They try to take a peek with a good timing, finds the spam on one, and now it's a 2-on-2, but Snox plays it aggressively, unnecessarily so. Leaving an angle here, 30 seconds, and a race towards the A side could be the choice. But apparently TEC is still holding on for the hopes by the doors, and HDZR is closing in.
The HDC might just go with the sniper, but he picks the M13, and man, it looks so good. Flex is 1 HP. He's using the door to just survive it out. 15 seconds here on the clock. Flex sticking around, and he is going down. Man, like for a second I thought that he might go for a different go, but the M13 was just what he needed, and he just got another round. I was about to say actually, and when it was a 3v2, I felt it's a lot closer to play more than 4v2 situation. Like when it was that just one man advantage, it's a lot easier. You can just like land a headshot or like land 1 or 2 bullets to drop one man and play it in an even situation. HDZ got a little bit zealous, and he tried to go for like the 2v1, or like he thought that he can land those shots, but it ended up for a 2v1, and it just went for unKnights, and now they're playing the slow game. TEC are still committing to the B side.
Well, I mean, LSY maybe it's only 5-5, but you can't really deny the kind of impact that they've had. Usually Bridge is a pretty quiet position, at least for some of the other teams. I'll definitely say maybe it's a little bit more active whenever Famous is on the Blacklist side, because he loves that duel himself. But this is a duel that is as old as time, and apparently unKnights this time around repeating the exact same scoreline from the initial round. Kills all across the board. Famous doing well to hold on, and a single kill from Dezane doesn't really do much to aid the case of TEC. Yes, he's found a couple, but it's too little too late. Nobody else came to his rescue. 2 kills from the ace of TEC, but everything else going the way of unKnights.
Surprisingly, unKnights are doing really good, but at the same time, you're seeing Famous not pulling one of those rounds. But the thing is, you don't only rely on Famous. You have HDZ, you have LSY, and those guys are delivering so hard. And like, yeah, speaking of them, Spoxy been like making some noise for a long time, that they found a way to shut him down for this round. 4-2 on the scoreboard is really good if they can close the first half with a 7-2 lead. Man, I'm bad with math. 7-2 lead, or maybe 6-3 lead. That is gonna be very gigantic thing, but it looks like TEC are not gonna let it happen.
I mean, to be fair, if you're bad at math, I think that unKnights are bad at timing. Both kills there, just really unforced errors from 2 pushes, without support, without utility, without teammate to trade, and HDZ does the exact same thing. Oh, that is such a letdown. Now the round should be over. Yes, it's Pietro and Snox, probably some of the best players to leave late in the clutch. But not going to be an easy spot for them. They are able to dissimulate one. Even then, they have to grapple the bull by the horns, as they would say. And there's a great timing for the Zane to find an 8th kill on the board. A little bit labored from his side, but very simple. When it comes to Flex, 2 shots, all he does is just press his mouse 1 as they walk into his crosshair.
Yeah, it felt easy, but it's definitely not. A really good round, and I like the fact that the Zane and Flex are making some changes for the team, and looks like they are the players that you should count on. Famous trying to go for a reckless play. Goes 1-on-1. HDZ is going to be the second guy to do it. It looks like the gamble that they just won. Take the 3rd one in. It does land. And he goes out. 3 for 2Ks, and that's a really good start here.
Yeah, I mean, again, unKnights, in pretty much typical unKnights fashion, relying on their individual plays. Apparently, it is a coin toss here. This time, apparently it landed on the head, and they're able to get themselves a man advantage. I like the raid that they're trying to do, but eventually they'll need to pivot off that A site. At least it's opening up a road for Lionclaw and Flex onto HDZ, who have a lot of work. It's an easy angle for a kill at least, but the timing betrays HDZ. And a Chinese got a player pushing him up close, but he is a master in that CQC, leaving Lion's Claw alone in the clutch, trying to at least get one kill before the round is over. But all that he does is exactly what happened to Flex the next time around, or the last time around rather. Just walks into the crosshair, makes things a bit simple. It's not going to be 7-2, but unKnights still in the lead, and apparently things are going their way more often than not, which is exactly what they need to find tournament.
And man, HDD is obliterating TEC. Look at his score. He got 13 kills and only 6 deaths, which is pretty insane, but it looks like TEC are trying to do the B rush again and again and again. Line close gonna be the first man to be caught. 2v1 situation here. It's not gonna be easy. He still got the smokes. Kiku here for the support, and it is a bloodbath. You're taking 2, make it 3, 4, and HDZ left alone versus a full stack here, and it looks very far away from being closer to unKnights winning this round, so it's gonna be 5-4 for the scoreboard, and the fast play landed TEC this round, I would say, but hold on, might that guy do something here? I mean, it's still hard, but it's kind of possible with the sniper.
Here's the thing, kind of possible and realistic is two different things. Yes, HDZ is not going to do too bad, but eventually he just will have to walk into a death trap, right? That bridge door should be too much for him to handle, and it is. Pretty much on the dot, 4-5. At the time to swap the hops, considering the kind of start that unKnights have had, I would say it's a little bit disappointing. I want to know what you think about it, because I feel like TEC shouldn't have been able to find 4 rounds, but unfortunately for unKnights, they just play a style that has very high variance.
For me, it felt like that unKnights at a certain round, at least the third round and like the last one, they were a bit upconscious. Like they should have played with a, I wouldn't say a different play style, but a little bit of aggression would have given them those duels. And speaking of that, like look at this, they always, like TEC always go for the B rush, but on the other side they will see that unKnights are actually going for the A execution, and it looks like they have a different play style. I didn't see a singular TEC going for an A execution, maybe once or twice through the entire first half, so this should be a first.
Yeah, I mean, the typical playstyle is actually those A executes. Which is supposed to be more. Elbow position is usually devastating for the Blacklist side. Things holding it, is able to land himself a kill. Not much done from Snox, but Zane and Spoxy holding on for the rest. And there's another one coming in from Spoxy. The retake is not that bad, but Pietro's able to lead the team by example. A double kill in the clutch, and unKnights still in the lead.
They are. They have a 2 rounds deficit, and I love how they actually went for some of the meta plays. Like they went for like a little bit of a split execution. They went for a very fast. They didn't let TEC to have any type of ways to just think about how would they react into their play, and that's really good. But now it looks like they might be going to the slow part here. Like they're trying to understand what TEC are trying to do, and at the same time they are going for the maybe A execution with a little bit of a split to the middle. That might be play.
I mean, here's the thing. I think that even if we're going to talk about it in the big picture, right? Not just this half, not this round, but the game as a whole, you could tell that even unKnights themselves on the global risk were expecting more A takes, right? And we've seen several times them stacking the A site in anticipation that actually TEC are going to do the logical. But TEC apparently so far really weren't when they were on the Blacklist side. On this global risk half, both sides really have kind of stuck to the standard, right? And this right there from Pietro is usually an angle that you see Famous actually occupy sometimes. But Ellis-wise taking some liberties here. Lion's Claw with the utility doesn't really do that much. And it's a clean kill, no damage on Pietro, an advantage for the Blacklist, but they're still split, so it's gonna be quite a while until they pivot back into that A site, giving enough time for Flex. Now, TEC has 3 players to hold on this onslaught.
It's gonna be a close one here. They have like a man down, but for me, Spoxy is the guy you should be looking for. Him and Flex are delivering too hard for that team. And speaking of that, Flex just doing the things I was just mentioning. He got 2 Ks and not even a dribble. No one actually touching him, and that's my guy. He got a quad kill in a couple of seconds, and to be honest, the timer was not even on their side. unKnights, they didn't even have enough time to try and play. They had, I don't know, 5 seconds, 10 seconds to try and rush the down, and Flex just
I mean, they made a judgment call. They really wanted to find the kill there on GR spawn. But as he said, Flex was up to the top. Holding that M14. Excellent for the spray. Definitely say the CFS update inventory definitely made things a lot more fun. Maybe, yes, we do see the AK every now and then. It has been a complete replacement by the new generation with the 417s and the M14s, and it has shown a fair bit of highlights. For now, though, unKnights again on the offensive. This time, Famous is where he usually likes to be. I mean, this is home soil for him, right? He can just play on instinct, and clearly, for the side of TEC, a lot more thought is being put into that one. Not a lot of bridge presence. It's actually a late re-clear from Flex, so he could be caught here by Famous, not a headshot to boot. So now the duel becomes a little bit more difficult. Zane on the right, Flex on the left, a lot of pressure on Famous. He's able to find the first, blocks the stairs, does actually get Famous down, but that should have been a multi-kill for Snox. Great work from Spoxy Alliance Club to recover. That was the key for unKnights. Now, they have to scramble back and try to race towards the A side.
I love how they actually made this play. They've sent Famous and Snox to make a decoy. Plays that for TEC to try and just look at it. And on the other side, they are fully committed to the A-side execution. They're just sending in a bait, and they took it. And now the retake is not going to be easy. Spoxy and Lineclaw, they're wounded. They're not on full HP, they don't have a lot of util to use. One smoke, one stun will be it, and only another nade. And then for the backside here, LSY catches the first one, immediately gets traded, and it's a 1v1 Spoxy. Can he do it? Time's on the clock, won't help him. And Pietro, that man is actually firing here, and I believe they need to take a timeout. TEC, they need to figure out how to fix this mess-up.
I mean, they've done pretty well, as we said, right? Like that initial duel there towards the bridge, the leap in, the kills traded well for them. Just the A-side hold really was the problem. Maybe they should have played for the retake, but, well, all in all, TEC are not that far behind. Even with that round, TEC are taking the time out, I would say, in the pristine time, right? A 7-5, not really that far off for unKnights, but they're only on their heels, right? There's only 2 rounds behind here. If they come here and break a conditioning or bring something new to the table, then things could definitely be at an intriguing point. And that's the key question, though. Like, is it the A defense? Is it the aggressive plays? Like, where do you think it is? Because at least for me, I feel like that more high variance, just risk-taking style works for unKnights a lot better on the Blacklist side, and TEC are just playing the same methodical game. Is it better to not be logical and take the same kind of risk, or should it be something else?
I don't know, it feels like unKnights are actually winning the mental fight, the mental game. They're just trying to play around the same spot, same place, and they don't want to see TEC stacking an A side. They just want to play on like, and make them on the wrong foot. That's all I'm gonna say. TEC, they always got the kind of a play like here, they hold up Hali, plus they have like 3 guys in B side. It feels like they have some instructions from Loans that unKnights are gonna play into B over and over again. It looks like, yeah, they had some of really great rounds trying to have some execution in B side, but on the other hand, unKnights are playing a whole different game that than Titan Esports doing.
Yeah, and I mean the thing is though, it makes this always a fun game to watch, right? It's a game that that logical playstyle from TEC have actually netted them 4 wins, right? They've won both the games in Phase 1 and 2 of Season 1. They won the playoffs best of 5 that they played, and they won their initial game in Phase 1. Right now, this is supposed to be the point of flux, right? And we're talking about a 3-way tie. And I feel like this is an important turning point for the 2 teams, because IMPERIUM are hot on their heels. And maybe it's really gonna be the intriguing part for me, right? Like IMPERIUM and their style. We're talking very early on about how important their snipers are. And it has been a quiet game for Spoxy. Of course, the game that we still will actually have later down the line, just to confirm, tomorrow, is actually going to be the one that I'm a little bit more intrigued in. IMPERIUM is up next as well. They'll be taking on Swamp. And maybe that's the game that could actually throw a monkey wrench. Swamp also playing against TEC tomorrow. So that 3-way tie is going to be broken down eventually. It's just a question of, well, which way is this game going to go? At least for now, TEC, after taking that timeout, a lot more aggressive. Look at that. They just sent the Alamo. The Gauntlet is all out on the A site. 3 HEs, a couple of smokes as well, but nothing home. It's a full-on B-side pivot, but at least Kiko makes sure that the retake is going to start with a man advantage for the Global Risk.
It's a good one here, but the thing is, he is currently taken by unKnights, but it looks like they're having a very, very bad and dangerous situation there. 2-man down, but Famous tries to correct this situation, takes one. LSY is actually going to swing with that sniper, and man, that guy always land his shots, but not this time. Lanklo goes with the dodge, but it's not gonna be surviving for a longer time. Famous robbing one and retreating, going for the second. LSY supports, and it looks like the unKnights are taking this one home. Another round, and they're 2 rounds away from winning the first map. And this best of 3, and we have mentioned it, the 3-way tie that we have from unKnights, TEC, and of course IMPERIUM. And for me, I would say that if TEC actually lost this game versus unKnights, their chances of being in the playoffs will shrink to very, very low percentage. And man, like this round is just starting between the snipers. They're playing here. I'm not sure how it will end, but TEC gotta figure out a way to bring it back home.
I mean, forget the ending. The beginning is a lot worse for TEC this time around. Last time around they were up 2, and they didn't even close it. And I'll just have to circle back to the initial couple of rounds, right? How did HDZ find all that success on the Global Risk side? It was because TEC had that bit of hesitation. The hesitation showed here again. Not ruthless enough. They had 3 players on the stairs, and they didn't fully commit to the guys at underpass. And that definitely did cost them. And a lot of time remains for unKnights. Taking a sweet time, but perhaps taking a bit too much time. That Lions Claw have finally got the incentive to take a peek of his own. The man advantage is broken, but there are 2 players actually make it a 3rd as well for unKnights. Oh, looking at the elbow, none of which looking at Kiko. Could have gone a lot worse. HDZ is going to go down again, and now it's all on Famous. All or nothing. Match point could be found. Plenty of time for the American, but perhaps way too many people for him to handle, and that is going to be the case. 6 rounds on the board for TEC. Apparently, it doesn't really matter who starts it well. It's all about who has the finish.
Of course, it's all about the finishing touches, and that guy just closed the gap between unKnights and TEC. very, very important matchup here. Snock's actually gonna be the guy to start shooting in this round. Looks like they are sticking to the A execution. Famous get into action here, tries to drop some bullets in the save. Will be the target. Flex left alone, and it is a match point for unKnights. And man, it's getting closer and closer. unKnights are back in shape, even though like I thought that you need to have Famous back to streaming. Those guys play some ranked games, and I was just tracking the boys, and HDZ been dropping some really heavy hours on CF.
It shows. It absolutely shows, right? He's been crisp. And the shooting has been solid. For unKnights, though, they really start off with the shooting. It's an HE that will land a significant amount of damage on Lionfall, but Flex, usually really good with the sniper, and he's able to find some success here. HDZ's out early. That's Snox as well. All three go the way of TEC, and just like that, it goes from a wash for one side to a wash to the other. unKnights still on match point, but TEC closing in on their trail. They just need 2 more. The pace of this game has been all over the place, Sekio.
That's true.
At least my expectation, it is still going to be as hectic as it was for the past few.
True, and for me, I would say it takes them only one mistake to drop this game. TEC, they're still trying to go for some heavy, I wouldn't say defensive, like offensive on the defensive side of the game. Like, I don't know how to explain, but like they're defending from upload on the right side here, but at the same time they need to react, and Flex from the bridge actually trying to take a couple of shots here, but it's not gonna be easy since he have not only one target, not only 2, make it 3 people in the same spot, and you have Pietro to support them from the other side. Oh, actually, I love the fact that LSY is trying to make some fake noise for them to try to rotate to A. That's some brilliant ideas that they're coming up here, but it looks like they are committing to the B side, and at this situation they had only a couple of times and B side executions, and it was probably going to TEC side.
Yeah, well, let's see if TEC are actually going to do that. Great timing from Flex. Could be the backstab of dreams. He does spray one down, but doesn't find the next skill. Enough time on the side of unKnights that this might not be a problem after all, but they'll need to find a clean entry, because look at that, Flex from one angle to the other, and Pietro still none the wiser. It's a repeat again at mid. Different avenues, same result. Flex, the bane of this lineup, and he also finds HDZ, and well, 3 on 4 it is. After that list, Zane, well, that's a problem.
Uh-oh.
Now it's back to numbers parity, and Lions Claw's nowhere near that B site. They could pivot back towards A if they want to, and they're working their way through mid. A chance for Lions Claw to find another one of those pushes. That's 3 mid flank in a single round. Some unthinkable scenes all over the place, but this, we've thought of this before. We've seen this before. Some pristine work from Famous, top tier headshots. And we'll need to see a few of those from Spoxy. Hopefully roll back the seasons, because he has not been having his A game this year. This is his chance to have his stamp on the game.
Sure, and after the boss that they had, it looked like Famous entered his villain spot, and it looks like it's all over now. 20 seconds on the clock, Spoxy peeking, and Famous taking him down. And man, what a close game between those two teams, and a fast-paced one. I loved how unKnights and TEC are going over and over again. They have the fast executions, they have the really good way of approaching the side, especially I would say unKnights, while they have like some shaky executions and plays around B side, but when they aim for A side, they always go for it. Like if it's split one, if they go under bridge, if they go whatever the thing you're gonna call it, they do it, and they do it correct.
Yeah, you know, they just do it all the way, right? Maybe it's not the most tactical play of Crossfire, but it definitely has been entertaining for us. But, well, speaking of the tactics, let's take it back to the desk and say what they have to say about this Ankar.
Well, definitely a interesting first map to say the least. unKnights, though, you got to give them the credit here. Penguin really stepping it up and showing what they're made of here on the opener of the day. To me, it felt like HDZ was the leader of the first half, but you come back from the tack pause and Famous back to his old ways to get them across the finish line.
Well, exactly. You mentioned the thing that changed the whole game. We've seen HDZ doing his thing. We kind of highlighted this before starting the game, that HDZ and Foxy is a separate matchup, but it will shape the game if HDZ can just overcome Spoxy and his peaks and his aggression. He will just give his team some room for maybe, let's say, controls and room for picks and room for everything. So, and he did so. I believe that he's over 20 kills in this game. He did a very good job on the first half, in my opinion, because it was the half that we haven't expected him to do that much impact when it comes to double sniper setup on the globalist side, and you're playing on the blacklist side. So you'll definitely maybe fault one of the snipers if you push into a side, but that was not the case, because what HDZ did, he only went for Spoxy. He avoided totally Flex, and he only went for Spoxy because he knows how Spoxy plays. He played with this guy multiple times versus this guy multiple times, and he knows how he's usually holding the side, when he leaves, when he's rotating, and everything. So it was a very, very good first half coming out from him, and also from unKnights. And we mentioned that unKnights is one of the best maps. They have Ankara as one of their best maps, and they usually get the wins over that. And maybe the last time they played versus TC, it was more convenient win. It was 10-4, but at least this time with tactical poses they took, with the tactical poses also TC took, they still came on top, and Famous just showed on the right time.
Yeah, honestly, just a great performance. I mean, HDZ 16 kills in the first half, not something you see every day from him, but quite a time to bring that strength to the table. But another kind of low-key hero, I would say, in this match for unKnights was actually Pietro. You think back to a lot of those clutch moments on the A bomb site, the 1v1s, the 1v2s, and he was winning the majority of those post-plant situations for unKnights and giving them a nice little edge in this, because you have those key moments go the other way. We have a much different match on our hands here.
Well, I'll tell you why Petro's having a very good day, because as I mentioned, that HDZ is usually when this guy is locking down underpass, and we've seen it, and also we've seen a very good dominant performance coming out from unKnights into mid. That means that mid and B side is locked. So all what TC has to do now is to go to the A side, and the A side, let's say the A side defenders from unKnights is very, very good when it comes to just killing the first entry and trying to get the trades, and it's, of course, one of them is Petro. So that's why Petro is having a very good day, because he's usually when they focus on mid, when they focus on B, he's aware that HTZ will handle that, so they will have to come to a side, and when they're coming to a side, he's always ready, and he's always there clutching and also fragging with his teammate, and we've seen a very good defense side from them. So shout out to unKnights. Titan Esports, definitely they watched the first replay, and they knew that they had some problems with mid controls, but still I haven't seen any changes coming out from them. They tried to let Spoxy have some backups like Zane, like Kiku, but still in the end HDZ, he just swing from underpass with Flex as well, who did it once and just kills everybody in mid and B. So TC, I believe that they had nothing to do except to go to their side, which is kind of predictable from unKnights' side.
Speaking of unKnights, though, the MVP for this first map going to be Famous. Definitely well-deserved. He was that difference maker in the second half. He had a bit of a shaky first half, though, I will say, a little bit slow to get started, but once he started feeling his shot, hitting those headshots all day long, he was able to get them in that key position to win this first map. And now we've got a really interesting series, I think, on our hands, Penguin, because now it begs the question, can Titan Esports Club pull this one back, get the reverse sweep, and still find a way to win this series? I am curious what you're thinking now as we look at the future of this series.
Well, it's New Mexico. If you look at our predictions, we said this Ankara can go for unKnights, because unKnights has a very good team playing Ankara, and we said that New Mexico is one of the best maps for TC, let's say one of their maps that they usually play, because we've seen a very good performance from them also versus Vitality. They went to overtime. Yes, they lost, but still they went neck by them. So now they're going to be playing New Mexico. And last time these guys played New Mexico, TC just won 10-0. It was a 10-0 sweep coming out from them. We haven't seen anything from HDZ was Petro wasn't that much active. LSY was not the guy that he's doing the of holding waters, and then after the door is open, he just goes to the B side. I felt that he's just running through these two corners. So if you watch how TSC plays this angle, it's not usually by the information on the door, because sometimes they force an information on A Ali and get the information they need without even listening to the door and just rotating to it. So that's why TSC is very good on this map. So on paper, we are going to map 3, we're going to Eagle Eye, which is nobody can expect who's going to be winning. But if unKnights continues with the same individual skills, and especially HDZ, I would say that we can get a 2-0 for unKnights.
Yeah, I would definitely agree. They've got everything in the making here to maybe pull off that 2-0. Particularly, I thought their GR side looked really strong on that first map of the day. Compared to Titan Esports Club, that seemed like a little bit anxious the way they were playing it, over-peaking a lot, getting too aggressive and caught off guard several times. So I'm hoping they take this time in between the maps, maybe make some adjustments, because Titan Esports Club, they've got a lot more to lose if they're not going to be the winners of this series. They're going to be really backs against the wall going forward, and maybe even a team we see lose their chance at the playoffs, which would be kind of a bummer considering, how strong this team has been in the past. They've always kind of found themselves in that top 3 conversation. It's crazy to think we're in a position here where they may not actually have a chance at finding themselves in the top 6.
It's going to be very, very surprising for me if TSC doesn't make it. So I would be shocked if they don't make it.
Yeah, definitely going to be an interesting one, but we are going to throw it back to our casters to take us away for New Mexico. It's going to be map number 2 on the way.
Of course, New Mexico, the second for them, and it'd be quite shocking if we see unKnights actually win 2-0 in this series. It's still a challenging one for, I would say, TEC, but I believe if they have a chance of winning any map, it should be this one.
I mean, I started on in the middle of the Ankara. I was saying that this is probably the second best team in the league, maybe the third best team if you consider Nemesis on a good day. On this new, definitely agree with what both Kyle and Penguin were talking about. It's supposed to be a foregone conclusion, and if anything goes wrong here, then some serious questions might be asked about TEC. And just imagine this, right? Just imagine this. If I am TEC, right, I come in, pick up one of the most storied organizations, players with a lot of experience. I think that the goal is very obvious, right? Make EWC,
of course,
and find success there. And apparently they're like one loss away from possibly being relegated.
And that's a bad one. Like that's a bad one for the books. You have that team who, around the corner in the last season, trying to go for a finals run, who were pretty close.
Okay, so that would make it rather interesting. Let's see how things do actually proceed, though, as at least on the map for now, a lot of focus towards the balcony. Could be a difficult duel for one side, and it's why spot the shoulder, but couldn't really find them before they get the angle. And now Spoxy and Flex are a bit too deep for that HE to do much. The frag grenade doesn't find value. Smoke in on that one side, but the mid execution is really where things are going to be problematic. Maybe a chance for LSY. Where's the players to the balcony? They took their sweet time. Now LSY got support, and the round could be over. Flex needed a multi-man entry. Not going to be the case here for him, but Spoxy apparently displaying his usual quality. An important double kill to make this round workable. The HE doesn't do much. It's Famous and Snox, the two best riflers on unKnights, with the C4 right underneath their feet. Not waiting for the trade. Famous takes a little bit more damage, but Spoxy could have done that one. Unfortunately, no headshot for him on the pistol for the next. So the round is held. unKnights start off winning on the global risk side, but this could not have gone any worse. Thankfully, gone okay for unKnights, but yeah, disappointed in TEC there. Discombobulated, really.
Yeah, and also there's something. The last time those guys played in New Mexico, it was 10-0 to TEC. So that progress here. unKnights actually picking the first round here, and it looks like they are having a really, good start. At least I would say. And also keep in mind this map is GR-sided, so they need to take, it's like, I don't know, 17 to 30, something like that, so they need to take the maximum amount of rounds they can take in the first half. They shouldn't drop a single one. And here, I'm not sure why no one is actually holding that elbow with a shotgun, but it looks like they are having some different lineups than most of the teams here. No one is actually holding the elbow, but Pietro is holding the double boxes. He takes the first, second, Snox drops the third, and it looks like it's not going to be an easy one. You're not holding the elbow, you're not holding the stairs, but you got a sight on the Bitterfoot. Still 2 players. And it's why A trying to play versus Spox. He doesn't have the C4, so it's gonna be quite challenging here. Pretty low in HP. They know that he's hiding after this one. It's not gonna be an easy one to take, but the juggle beats will be enough for HTZ to close this round.
Decisive from HTZ. That's the important part. Because TEC, well, they almost rectified the mistake that they've done in the last round. This time they played it differently. Instead of the mid players being the main part of the take, it was the 2 players that actually were on the other angle, trying to get in through the windows. Thankfully, when that doesn't work out, the players from mid were able to come in and swoop those from the other side. Playable round, perhaps, for TEC, but unfortunately for them, Spoxy seems to be a bit on a tear. Flex is doing okay, but really outside of the Turks, everybody else is struggling severely. And the struggle box will continue. Famous here, the conductor of the station, cleared off one. And Flex is reeling from that little bit of damage that he has taken. A lot of chili. So much so that he's going to be gone at the second time of asking for them.
I was about to say he should have took those 2. But he eventually took the second one, so nothing to be talking about here. But Kiko is going for this again and again and again. It looks like that Famous is just shooting for heads, and man, like he had an easier shots to take, but this one is getting a little bit out of hand. Pietro be the guy to hold the A side, and they are going for some split when it comes to defensive play. Pietro trying to jiggle get any information. HTZ whiffs the shot, goes with a pistol. ESB might be helping here, but it looks like they're committed to their A side, and the retake will be a lot difficult here. Man, that's a bad one, and I don't know how Pietro could regain this one.
I mean, the Zane is the linchpin. Are you thinking about Pietro? I'm thinking, like, can they even get rid of the Zane? He's in a position where he could win the round, even if the rest of the retake crumbles. 3-on-3 still. And Kiko denying the doors for as long as possible. Half the time is gone. No trade for Pietro. And that's why it's too little too late to the party, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Great timing from the Zane. HDZ this time again in another 1-on-2, but unlike the last time, the Zane is there, is capable, and finally TEC got off the board.
And the thing is, the hardest point is getting into the A side. That's all what it takes. Like, getting into the side, that's the hard part. You got it. You'll just play the boost plant, and when you're playing boost plants in A side, you know, it's, I don't know, 80-20 will go on your side. The enemy teams don't have enough time to get in the side, and they don't have the util to help, since they have been drowning in the earlier rounds, minutes to try to use this util. But now you just take HTZ and you left the place, which is very good also, a way to open the round.
I mean, yes, but I gotta say those rounds are not starting that well, really. From the side of unKnights, leading left to right, middle has been their bane, and now even the extremities are a struggle. Should be a really easy approach here from TEC. They've done the hard part, feed on mid, got the side taken, and Snox is not going to be any more than just a nuisance. A single kill off the pistol. And while Pietro maybe has been one of the better performers for his team, this one, too far-fetched really, if you gotta say it. So TEC, 2 rounds on the board, and really outside of that 1 round where Famous were able to get 2 kills in the water underpass, not a whole lot has been impressing me from unKnights. So it's just Players finding multi-kills to get those 2 rounds. But that apparently is an overperformance, and now their regression to the mean means that TEC are in a 2-round streak, and perhaps they're going to go for a little bit more.
They need to change their play style maybe, or trying to adapt to TEC ones, since they're not trying to pick one shotgun in this round, like in this half. I'm not sure why they're not going for it, but it showed like playing with a shotgun is the best thing ever you can do in New Mexico. I believe that the first time Famous did it, he actually got around 20-ish kills in New Mexico, so that's something you need to count on. You need to play with your winning cards. Still playing with double snipers is good though, but the shotgun
thing is though,
making it a lot easier.
Is it normal to expect someone to drop 20 to win a game? Like don't get me wrong, Famous is absolutely like the best rifler in the league. Like, maybe not as much this season, but like historically he has been the best rifler. But is he that good to continuously drop 20? That is just basically relying on a ridiculous condition. And well, it is kind of ridiculous how they keep getting away with this. TEC, no resistance into the B site. Rex is the sole player on the balcony. Late approach, but well, it doesn't really matter because everybody else has got their kills. Not trying to retake the angle. That's the C4 down, but that HG has done severe damage to that one side. Kill created for another one. Great positioning for Famous. That's going to keep things still in the fray. Late play from Pietro. Could have a good timing. Well, Flex seems to have his number. And as Pietro stopped, finally the C4 picked up, but Famous knows that he needs to keep his life. It's all about patience here. They'll have to plant the C4. And once they do, now one player's walked into the site. Famous tries to isolate a one-on-one, but fled him a freebie. That's going to be so 4-17. Just don't let Kiko get 2 1v1s, because if he gets it, that is what is going to happen. Pietro thankfully saves the day. And no harm, no foul for the Knights.
It felt for a second that he's gonna take those 2 1v1s. It was so close. Famous went for the jumping shot, which is not the best idea fingers, and he isolated himself so bad that he got nowhere to find any support in that 1v1, and then he went for another one. But at least for this one, the gun from Pietro managed to close things out, even though like getting closer and closer to the site is the hardest part. It looks like TEC been doing it very good versus this game, and all that goes to Spoxy with his early kills, that it helps them to have some man advantage, angles cleared, and play around that part. And it looks like they're going underpath through waters. Shenanigans here. Pietro spots difference. 21 HP. This nade will clan him, but the Zane just collects another soul. Spoxy dropping another one, and it looks like it's gonna be between Spoxy and, I don't know, HDZ for this sniper battle, but Spoxy is definitely winning it.
But it's a lot better from unKnights though, even if the battle is still unsettled. The play on middle has been slowing down TEC. Characteristic from Famous. Typical, really, to see excellence from the American, but can he add a bit more to it? The HP is going to be enough. The Zane doesn't really let him have an angle, and that is why did not look at the right spot. The kills come through for TEC, 2 without answer, and instead of being behind, now the numbers. These the big question mark to Smox and HDZ. I mean, they'll definitely go, but don't really have that much utility. That one grenade from HDZ could be a difference maker for a kill. At least for now. Flex to be the insurance policy by those boxes. Smox looking to see if he can find something on the site. The Zane swings in, right place, right time. Yes, Smox to find the kill, but the Zane still holds it down before it got problematic. A bit lucky that the Zane actually wasn't the one focused first, because he was very low in HP. Anything would have been enough. But well, nothing is enough to separate the two teams. 3-3 it is. Better signs from unKnights, but unfortunately, LSY is starting to struggle on that B-side defense.
You know the butterfly effect? That's what happened this round. The Zane who survived this from early in the round, the Famous just tried to shoot for heads, I would say. He got one, he didn't manage to close the second kill. And that second kill, who should have been his for a long time ago, it's the same guy who secured TEC the win. It's just like that. It's how crazy it is. And man, trust me, this round changes a lot in the pathing of this game. Like 4-2 for unKnights is different than 3-all for both parts here. It's a huge difference. If you can try and add more rounds or just trying to get closer and closer to close the first half with 5-4 advantage, it's still so hard to reach after losing this round. And it all comes from Famous couple of bullets. If they win 10, it's a different story now.
I mean, even then, right, like the rest of unKnights are not doing too bad. Pushed around things a little bit, expecting that a take. Good read from their side, but they need to worry about mid this time. Handled with high levels of expertise for the initial take. And Spoxy have the space for the multi-kill. Famous doesn't turn around until it's too late, and Spox somehow still saving that round. How did he get away with a multi-kill? That is beyond me. And apparently beyond TEC as well. They'll go down another time. Still unable to grasp the lead.
Like that flank happened twice in a row, I believe. At this round and at the previous round and at the one before that, like 3 times in a row is very convenient. That you guys need to check your corners, check the tunnel, and check that part. Like, yeah, you have a lot of firepower on the other side. You're seeing a lot of bullets going through each other, but you need to watch all the angles. That's something. And on the other side, I love that they're going for the push here. Flicks, they're like, nah man, we're not falling through the same trap for the 4th time. We're shutting it down earlier in this round.
Shut down there, yes. But even then, yeah, it's a massive switch up. You think about the play, and I really like this from unKnights, right? Like, here's the thing. I think that this game doesn't really rise to the level of aggression that we've seen from Vitality on New Mexico, and they're able to take down TEC. It's a different brand of Crossfire, maybe not the one that is the best, and I gotta say, the West as a whole, I'm gonna be realistic, we've really been outmatched by teams of Southeast Asia, China, and Brazil when it comes to New Mexico. Maybe, for me, this TEC team has been beacon the whole time on the map, but apparently, beacon no more. Famous shuts down Kiko, but still, solid trades from the side of TEC. It is still even in numbers. Late play here, Lines block. Right idea, but it's just going to be a matter of timing. Pietro sneaking through, HDZ have bypassed, and Pietro's found the first. No trade this time from unKnights. At least it allows another kill to come in from Spoxy, 1-on-1 for the finale. Spoxy drops an HDZ as fast as a flash. We'll shut down another one. This comes down to a hair's margin. But even then, unKnights are still able to mantle their way to the top.
This game is quite mental, man. You see all of those events happening, and at the end it ends up into a 1v1 scenario, and I believe that's the 3rd or the 4th one to be in this game. So I don't know, man, it feels so chaotic to watch those two teams play in New Mexico, but I would say it's a very organized, chaotic way. And also, speaking of New Mexico, this map requires a lot of communication between the parts, between the team, between the players, and it looks like that unKnights are capable of doing this one, at least for this map, I would say, because previously they didn't have their best suit around New Mexico, and I would say that those guys going back to play together, I'm not sure if they're scrimming or not, but I believe they don't have the same hours that the different teams have, but I would say they stepped up way too hard than the previous time they played in New Mexico.
Yeah. I mean, you said it right. They've started putting in the hours. At least for now, though, there's hours showing up a little bit, but not really that much. Apparently, TEC have more hours put in, and they know exactly how to drill around to their liking. Another 5-4 score seems imminent unless Pietro somehow stops some magic. Spotted Flex on the initial periphery. Is able to finish him off without taking his life away, but he's only left on 3 HP. That initial nade would have been enough, and really anything is going to be enough to shut down Pietro. That's why he knows really his seconds are short-lived. Spoxy seals that one down. 5-4 again. An exact replica of the score that we've had on map 1, and that ended in unKnights winning. But the question is, can unKnights find success on the Blacklist side?
Remember the butterfly effect? If they won that round, that score would have been 6-3, which is a lot better than 5-4 and GR side, and now they are forced to play with a sniper. I'm not sure if Famous is gonna be able to deliver some stuff here, but that guy just walks with his scoop opened. How can you expect that? Like, yeah, especially when he gets the shotgun, when he got the A-bolt, you know that there is a lot of action about to happen, especially on this elbow and A side.
Tough angle really for TEC and Famous.
He's walking
Still
with
running
his
the
scoop
shenanigans.
open.
Yeah, I mean, it works again, right? Like, I mean, he gets the kill here, and everything is going also swimmingly for him. It's an angle that the shotgun can still be effective. Kiko have got to be wary, right? There's a teammate that has already gone down. They try to go for a double push. If Famous at least gets one, it would have been worthwhile. Now they really have lost all value on that part of the map, and they'll need to be much more successful towards the A side. I love this from Lion's Claw, though. Like, definitely you can tell that there's a lot more experience on how to navigate the rounds from the side of TEC. But will it actually net them the win? Still, the take on the A side continues, and Zane and Kiko will have their work cut out for them. 50 seconds or so remaining on the round. The numbers are combining. This is it. If Spoxy shuts down the flank, everything goes well for TEC. One gone. At least HDZ still coming through from the doors. But Zane not tested yet. They've taken their sweet time. Perhaps a bit too much. That, as you can tell, the rotations are already there. Almost all four. And really nothing coming from the side of unKnights. And perhaps too late to the party. And that's unKnights being caught up to TEC. Tying up things, starting the second half much better off.
You notice something, Volt? unKnights lost a lot of util, like wasted a lot of util early in the round, and they didn't capitalize on it. They used a lot of the smokes when Famous tried to go for the elbow push to try to play on that angle, and as we are speaking here, they're saving a little bit of util, I would say, than the previous round. They just were going with the skies. Like, it felt like it was raining util from them, and once they try and enter the space, try to take the A side, they and what it lands on, it landed on a loss, and Illustrate goes with some really good swing here. Like, we speak about swinging, we speak about using the util, and they immediately deliver. It's a 4v2 situation. They capitalize on everything they have. They're almost taking out Flex here, is very low in HP. But Kiko is left alone versus 3 guys. It's a little bit doable, but when you're hand pushed, you still got the smoke. It's so down, and it's so out for them.
Lovely stuff, though, from unKnights. As he said, definitely play it with the util. I like the fact that they just simplified the round. They didn't make it complicated. They went up to that A site, the B site, and just said, hey, like, we're gonna send all of our flashes, gonna jump out the balcony, use our utility in a basic way. You said it the last time around, they didn't actually push with that first wave. This time, they made sure that they were able to work around it, and they really made the best out of it.
They did. It looked so bad, to be honest, the previous round, but what they did was just brilliant. It was just doing the right thing at the right time, and it all went out good for them. On the other side, Titan Esports need to figure out how can they solve this problem. They got a puzzle, and they need to find the last pieces to close this game. Like, yeah, they're still down in some rounds, I would say, but at the same time, they have what it takes to win the game. They have the favorite side, they have the rounds in the first half, and voila, it just goes like that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. I'm pretty sure TAC are not going to take that one sitting down, right? They definitely try to stand up. Definitely try to reestablish your dominance. And I feel like one of the things that have been a weird setting of this game is how little it actually matter to TEC. Like, again, you think of any other team that plays New Mexico, doesn't it feel like everyone puts 80% of their attention towards middle at like the initial phase of the round? Like, both on attack and defense so far, TEC haven't really found a way to work middle. Just individual plays, whether it is Famous or HDZ finding a multi-kill. But there isn't really that much of a strategy behind it, if you get me.
Anyways, I
guess you
believe
didn't
that.
get me then. Yeah.
My mind was just like thinking about what should I eat for dinner, so I lost track of what you were saying, to be honest.
And you see, Pietro almost had a nade for dinner right there. Don't worry, you know, some fates are better than others. Apparently the fate of Flex is gonna be doomed.
Flex is down, and TEC are actually going for some aggressive plays here. Not sure if it's gonna ban out go or not, but I think that HDZ just caught few of them. You still gotta watch that flank, and man, Kiko's delivering some shots. TEC, they're back in total. They're back again. We have 6-all in the rounds, and that's a way to bring back the action for your team and to capitalize on the tech pause that you took. You just got a time, you delivered, and you played on their plans. But I believe that something has been rapidly due to unKnights. They always have like that angle to need to cover, and no one is actually looking at the most important part. Famous, those are always
Hey, he's still gonna worry about the flank, right? But apparently, he's got a slice right where they want to be. Lion's Claw is still gonna be another casualty. A hat-trick to boot for Famous. Well, maybe Volagon haven't done that well in the playoffs, but clearly Famous was looking to do some success for his side, but the Europeans are now closing in. LSY, last man standing, and he is not gonna do that much better. TEC will find another advantage. It does feel like it's a deja vu of the first half, really. The global risk side being tasked with a lot of difficulties, but just handling those post plants well.
true, and for me, for Famous to pick a hat-trick and it all went to a 2v2, it's outrageous for him. Like, he's been doing the work here and he's helping his teammates, but it looks like he's the only guy trying to do something with Famous going with a shotgun, whiffs the first shot, but the second one will deliver what they're looking for. He just needs to relocate, reposition to play the longer game, but his HP won't help him a lot in the upcoming duel that he would love to take. Pietro opens the door, trying to do something here in underwater. Kiko, that guy been always on your flank side, so you need to take a look on your backside.
Well, but that means that unKnights are a little bit staggered when it comes to that take. Yes, they got Flex early, but for that, Famous is really low on HP. Pietro with that smoke have pulled some attention away from the A site, so now the entire world is raining down on the one, but that mid play is gonna find a lot of success from Lion Claw and the Zane. 3 kills from their side, and Famous take one to the cranium. And that's why, as the last man standing, they had an empty A site. All they needed to do was to handle Kiko. They tried to split back towards B, thinking that they would find the same success that TEC found themselves. C4 is planted, but yeah, it's going to be impossible for this white instant train. Foxy, TEC within touching distance of bringing us over to the Eagle Eye.
And it's getting closer and closer. 2 more rounds. I'm not sure if unKnights they still got a like timeout or like that tag pause. I'm not sure. The one that we have saw came from TEC or them, but they need to talk it out. Like this round, if they lost it, it's a one more round, or like you need just another one to close the game and get to the third one. They don't want to play Eagle Eye versus TEC. I mean, it's not been very good for them lately, but still they have a really good record on Eagle Eye. And for the snipers we have just witnessed, they're just going to play some ping pong. Like, you take one, I take another. Spoxy might go with a shot through the smokes, and he delivers just like that. It feels natural for that guy.
I know I said the ping pong because the ping pong friends are back. Snox still. I found an answer 2 for the price of that kill from Spoxy. Let's see if this time they're going to pick off the right side. Lion's Claw in middle. Kiko's trying to play his trade. The other 3 from the side of unKnights are taking the right call. C4 back, they go towards B, is the easier side to take, but now there's a one-on-one for Pietro. Or maybe he could have found it, but actually, no, Pietro still out of the underpass just yet. Now he goes out. The M14 handled well, tamed by Lion's Claw. And they try to take a look at the B side, but lo and behold, where Famous and Snox are. It's a good read of the game, and luckily enough for Famous and Snox, they did not die. And they did not get caught off in middle. So that position is a lot better for unKnights, but the timing could betray Famous. The player at the window brings Famous down to half health. And now the utility starting to rain in. Even more difficulty, a little bit of chip on Snox could be enough for those M14s. Well, a single one. There's a 417 on the other side, but the C4 nearly halfway through. Both players out the door. Famous got the right idea. It's just going to be a matter of timing. They're both out. Famous spots the one. That's the headshot, and Snox got his back. It's 7 rounds for unKnights. Still not letting up on this New Mexico.
They're still in the game. They want to close it 2-0. They don't want to head to the third map. They don't want to make their odds a lot tighter and tighter. And here now, I mean, with all of those angles they had to cover in the A side, they found a way to just close the round. And now we're back again into the waiting phase, or like the guessing phase. Should they just go straight into A, or should they try to go with some different approach, maybe under alley, play from the waters? Still, like, a lot of angles to cover. Still, it's a very tricky puzzle to play, a very tricky play to take, and they're going with time. It looks like they're going to be looking for the flank here. Snox is making some cover here, which is a really good way also to try and get closer and closer, trying to take more land. But the problem is they don't have the C4, so that guy needs to go back again to bring it home to them.
I mean, the C4 is not the biggest problem in the world. It's really, like, I mean, we were talking about this in the first half, right? How unKnights aren't paying much attention towards middle. They had a crossfire towards the underpass. Now look at how far forward Lion's Claw is. And even if unKnights go towards the A side, there are 3 players ready and waiting. Lion's Claw could also find a good timing late from middle. The flash comes in, it needs to be everything. Kiko has got a chance to ruin the round for the other side. He's trying to take a sweet timing. The kills come in from unKnights. Kiko's there, ready to close the round, and he will. DEC are on the precipice of a decider.
I love how they collapsed it on unKnights. You just let them get closer into the trap. They got to the A side, and guess what? You were not ready for it to happen, and it just went like that. You have guys coming from mid, guys coming from elbow, and it's still another one in the backside. So it was just like that. You're getting fired at from multiple places, and it looks like we're heading in the same thing here on the final round. You take 1, you take 2, you take 3, and it's a bloodbath. It's not gonna be ending here. Flex 2v1 situation. Pietro, can he close it out? And the answer is still in this game. 75 HP with Kiko. It looks like they're about to close their round and they're closing the entire game. We're going to Eagle Eye.
A big win for TEC because at times that game was actually at risk. They handled it well, were able to still close off the game in the end, but Sekio, like, I'm gonna be honest with you, I was not that convinced. I want to know what Penguin and Kyle have to say about it, but what is your outset on that one? You know, we're talking about Eagle Eye, how unlights are shaky. I feel like both sides are equally as shaky here today.
I mean, that's another conversation to take. I'm not sure with the record with unKnights in this map. They probably dropped it versus Imperium, and they didn't have much wins on that one. But I believe that Kyle and Penguin got a lot to talk about it, especially in this game, and of course on the next one. So back to you guys.
Yeah, definitely a very interesting second map tying up the series. A lot of back and forth. It really felt like for most of that map it was anybody's to take away, but ultimately we are going to be seeing Eagle Eye in this series. But honestly, Penguin, I feel like the biggest miss for me compared to map 1 was HDZ, very present on that first map of the series, but he felt very, very quiet here on Mexico.
Yeah, exactly. I mentioned this before starting the game, that the problem last time that we watched unKnights playing New Mexico was that HTZ had no way or no room to play this game, and also LSY as well. Today, LSY, we've seen more from him on New Mexico. We've seen more from unKnights on New Mexico, comparing it to the last time they played. For sometimes I felt that unKnights, they're going to be winning because they started very strong on their blacklist side. I mean, their global side, and they started winning the rounds, and we've seen Snox clocking the first round. We've seen very good defense side from them. Then suddenly back-to-back rounds coming out from TEC, closing the half very close. It was only 5-4. And if you're playing New Mexico, you usually would look at 7-2. 7-2 is not that viable in the New Mexico. If you're talking about the old Mexico, yes, we usually seen 7-2 more, but now 6-3 was the ideal for unKnights to be able for them to close the series. But still, we've seen TEC, he changed the play style. We've seen Spoxy, he changed his play style. He went more for the aggressive picks with his teammates. And when they switched, and when we've seen unKnights going on the blacklist side, we've seen first round Famous pulling the shotgun, going into Ali, waiting for the aggression. It was perfect round counter from him, but then he had no success with it that much after that, because usually TEC, they just adapted into the side. HDZ is usually the guy that sometimes you miss on this map, but when it comes to the next map, which is Eagle Eye, you definitely would put him into consideration.
Yeah, really the star players for me on this one were a lot of Kiko and Spoxy in this second map of the series, really showing what they're able to do for this team. I mean, you can see it there in the stat lines. Kiko with a 1.89 KD, Spoxy not too far behind, and Dezane also very consistent on the day so far. Flex, not really able to bring a whole lot of life to this map, but he didn't necessarily need to. It felt like the rest of the team was really leading the charge there, and I'm curious to see what unKnights might try and change now as we look ahead to map 3, because it is going to be Eagle Eye deciding this series, and we talked about it earlier in the day, Penguin. This one really does feel like a 50-50 matchup.
Exactly. I cannot explain. We said unKnights, they have the upper hand on Ankara, based on how they play, based on how Petro just runs the game and maybe gives the calls and the shouts for his team, and it was perfectly good on the first map. Second map, we said Titan Esports, they have more experience, they are kind of the team that plays this map more, and we've seen a very good performance from them versus Vitality, which is the undefeated team right now. But we said also that when it comes to Eagle Eye, both teams gonna be having the same issue and the same way of playing the game. If their sniper is not performing on the A side, they will suffer. Talking about HTC and Spoxy, and how they run the game is who's going to be playing more aggressive on the global side, especially on Along, who's going to be taking the house control, who's going to be trying to force for the fights, because we've seen Kiko before, he pushed Along on Eagle Eye and trying to get the kills, and we've seen more of this also from Snox, from Famous sometimes. But when it comes to the series deciding a point, I believe that it's gonna be very tough to decide who's gonna be winning, especially that Kiko right now is having one of his best maps. He's 1.89 KD, so he's on the track right now. So if HDZ and let's say LSY plays very good and Kiko on Spoxy just pops off from TC, I believe it's going to be a very, very, very tough game for unKnights.
Yeah, definitely a tough one ahead, especially with Titan Esports Club starting to get a little bit stronger after that second map of the series. Kiko and Spoxy really coming to life in that one. If they can continue that onto Eagle Eye, that's really going to be the key, because as we've seen on Eagle Eye, a lot of those sniper matchups can really decide things, and that's where I'm hoping we see a little bit of new life from Flex. He was pretty quiet in the series so far, but when I think about what they need to do on Eagle Eye, Flex to me is that player who can really make a lot of difference.
Yeah, Flex is a very good player as well when it comes to such matchups, especially that you're talking about Eagle Eye, you're talking about double sniper setup, but I'm usually going for the duo, which is called Spox and Kiko. If these guys are playing very good, that means your entry is doing good, your sniper is also defending your side, so you are good on attacking side, you're good on defending side, and that what should we expecting from TC.
Yeah, for TEC, it's just going to be a matter of what they bring to the table and if they're ready for the pressure. It could be their season on the line here on this Eagle Eye as well. So probably the most important map they've played of the season so far. But before we get there, we are going to take a quick break. Map number 3 on the way when we return. All right, we are back and just about ready for our third match in this series. It's going to be all decided on Eagle Eye, the final map here between these two teams on the day. Really, it's anybody's for the taking, but Penguin, I'm going to put you on the spot here. If you had to predict a scoreline now for map number 3, where's your head at?
I'll go for TSC, probably maybe 10-6, 10-7 in terms of in favor of TSC, because I believe that, as I said, if Kiku and Spoxy is the duo that you are putting your money on, they'll win. Yes, I know that LSY and HDZ are also a very good duo, but I'll go for Kiku and Spoxy right now because Kiku had a very good last map. Spoxy had a very good second map. Maybe the first map was his warming up map, let's say, because HDZ had the better of him now. So I will go for TSC, and I believe it might be closer. We might be going to overtime, but I will just say that TSC may be having the upper hand right now.
Yeah, I'd have to agree with you. I think it is going to be TEC slightly favored on this one, but it really could go either way. But let's go ahead and throw it to the casters here, and we'll see how this one shakes out.
Well, I mean, there's only one way that is actually going to shake out, but it's just which team is going to be standing the victor, which team is going to be the first to break a three-way tie. Imperium still up next, but we have not yet settled this depth, Sekio, right? There's still a lot of world to be had here. Of course, I think I want to take that point and just put you in the hot seat, right? Like Kyle was talking about Flex before the break, how important he is to the mechanism of TEC. Given what we've seen from Flex in maps 1 and 2, do you think that he's going to be the Flex of yesteryears or season 1 was a nuisance to everyone, or is he going to be a problem for TEC when they play GR?
That guy is always surprising me, especially in this season. I would say in earlier games, he delivered most of the kills for his teammates, for the team itself. And later on, it feels like he's going to do the same path after just playing with a sniper, playing with the M14, especially those two, because he's so flexible. Like, he stands out to his name. He's flex, and he's flexible with the play style. You can play around him, and that's something they're counting on I would say, the last few days.
Yeah, well, let's see. I am counting on Smoke delivering to that standard. He does. The question then is one that leaves us, or Ness especially, asked a lot more. What is on Spoxy at BBC? And Spoxy delivers initially, but great work from Smox to reclaim the site. Here comes the other man of the hour. HDZ trying to work his way through. The C4 is down on the ground, but while Flex is closing in, Lions Claw is nowhere near to trade, so those are two isolated one-on-ones, but unKnights are really unable to find either. The timing is great for Lions Claw.
I love that unKnights are not going to be like that one-man team. They're not famous and for wouldn't close with him. They have Snox, who delivers a lot. You have HDZ. That guy been making some noises, some troubles for TEC in the past few rounds, or like in the past few games. So you need to have them taken out, and then like Snox with 8 HP might try to deliver something here. The shot might be taking, but the sniper shots will be delivered here. And a 1v2 with 8 HP takes the first one to unKnights, and I love how chaotic it went in that 2v2, but like the irony of just landing one shot to deliver and to take a kill is just something he's capitalizing so much on those trades.
Well, but that's unKnights in a nutshell. Individual brilliance from Snox, all 5 found. Can they really rely on that being consistent? Lions Claw almost spotting Pietro climbing up the tower. Patience from the captain. I mean, that's really smart, though. I really like this from the side of unKnights, right? They take the tower, they're really patient. What I wanted to see is actually even more attention towards the bridge, right? Just try to get the bridge player off your case as much as possible, and then allow Pietro perhaps to find more success. But Pietro's going to concede the tower for now. Probably the right call, because there were too many prying eyes. And it keeps the game open. They've taken over middle. but they are clearly waiting for one of their players on the outsets to get the kills, right? LSY and HDZ, each of which got a TRG in their hands. They'll have to close in on the space eventually, right? Like HDZ looking at it, not much for him to find. Last time around, it was the Riflers that found the openers, and it might be Yetko or Lionclaw to actually be able to find the opener here, because that duel on B seems like it is absolutely bound to happen. The question is, how many can Lion's Claw take down with them?
Very good question, but it looks like he's about to take his own life by his own hands. He made some really... Yeah, I was just saying that. Like, he made some really hard maneuver to take. Like, he went in, they know where he's at, and like, yeah, the alignment here will be the price for them, and unKnights just taking a couple with them. The A side is clear, the B side is clear, and I believe they're gonna catch Spoxy mid-rotating. They can hear this step, especially, I would say, HDZ, and you can see that their all eyes are locked in his place. 30 seconds on the clock. HDZ close another round, and a really good way for them to start the map. I hope the unKnights keep doing the same thing, keep delivering the same action, like the same aggression in those rounds, to get closer and closer with those rounds, at least in the very first half of this map.
Yeah, I mean, lovely stuff from unKnights, right? They're playing the tug of war, they're baiting switch, taking over mid, force attention towards the east side, but now they try to send up the stairs. Lionclaw this time around has support. Flex didn't really find a shot initially, but he's going to be able to take down HDZ. That's a necessary kill for their side. unKnights really need to progress. Zane on that side, but Flex could be caught off guard. The 417 is in, and Famous is going to shut down the Zane. That is pristine play from the side of unKnights, but the problem is, that's not just a kill, that's a C4 still left in the BL spawn. And even if it's a 2-on-2, the C4 were in their hand, it would have been a very different affair. Now Snox and Famous got a very difficult task at hand. Yeah, well, unfortunately with the C4 where it is, like, all the odds are flipped the other way around, and I'm a little bit surprised that unKnights just didn't decide to abandon the site and double down on that C4 confirmation. Snox has been great. That's 8 kills in 3 rounds. Still, perhaps a few more to find if he's fortunate enough. But he's not the healthy Sekio, right? Only 33 HP. Yes, the 417 is a headshot machine, but like, really, how many miracles can this man find? Like, they say that lightning cannot strike twice, but this man has struck 8 times so far.
He definitely did, and for Snox, that guy has been popping off in the previous 2 rounds and in this one, but it looks like he's going into a bad road here. They spotted him as Boxy with that jump, knows where Snox at, and I believe he's just heading to his own death, especially he's very low. He doesn't got what it... I wouldn't say he doesn't got what it takes. He definitely got what it takes, but he doesn't have the angles that will support him. He doesn't have any util to try and make some flashlights or maybe decoy for him. So he'll just be taken out, and a very early timeout coming from TEC. After what happened, I believe that they thought that they had lost the 3rd round, so Loans just wanted to put them on the right path and try to speak with them.
Well, let's see if that round that they got is actually going to switch things around a little bit more for TEC. To give credit where it's due, though, like, unKnights are still finding success where they have been planning. It's just the outsets now that have become the problem. Like, they're a team that loves playing a little bit thin. And we were talking about this on Ankara, right? Like, on Ankara, at times, have put them in a lot of peril. But I gotta say, really, for TEC, still a big problem that Spoxy isn't taking over the game. And that could be something that, even though this time out is for TEC, could be something that unKnights could capitalize on in that minute and a half.
He might be sick. He might be just not having the best day. Like, those days happens, you know. you're not feeling yourself, so you'll have like a little bit of a shaky performance. But you will just like thank God that your teammates are up to the task, I would say. We'll see how it goes.
The task is not an easy one, right? And a lot at stake for the two sides. I actually, I don't even know if it's better for Imperium and for 3BL for which team to win here today. I think at least off map scores, TEC is the best team out of the three, and Spoxy apparently the best out of them all. An early kill for him here. Kiko in the lower level. The Zane should be an easy kill for the Famous. Just a question of can they take over the site. Hesitation strikes. This time, unKnights too slow to capitalize. All the kills come the way of TEC. That is a Kiko moment. 3 kills of that round. A full house between him and Spoxy on the A side.
They delivered so hard, and I don't know, it feels like we're repeating the same thing. Like, unKnights picks the first 2 rounds and then TEC just makes it equal. They go for a tie. You need to, like, unKnights tries to get like a few rounds in. They make few small mistakes that TEC capitalize, and it feels like it's the same scenario running over and over again between those two teams. But for me, for now, just hitting on this map, like in this game, we have some shenanigans here. Total control NSY will just swing with a pistol, takes another one, flicks, hopes to find a couple of kills here, and he does! With 1 shot, makes it 3 kills, man. Like, that's a beast to turn everything around. Kiko steps up, and it looks like those two are gonna do the same thing again. Flexing Kiko about to deliver a hard round, or like a hard loss for unKnights.
Yeah, well, let's see if unKnights are going to be able to recover from that. Flex. Still, the round is not over, right? But surely it is. I mean, like, Flexer just gave them the round on a silver platter. HDZ got a PRG, so it's not going to be able to take them back to back. So if they're able to close down the distance, it's a different story. But HDZ trying to take his own case for this round. Spots the one. Now it's 1-on-1. Flex is healthy, but so is HDZ. They try to go for the spray, but unKnights somehow, after Flex have done all the hard work, they didn't put down a C4, and they give him enough space for him to take the fight.
Man, that guy just took those measures by his own hands. He's just like, nah, I'm not gonna play with a sniper, I'm not gonna play the scary cat. I will jump in, use the pistol, have 12 bullets to shove them through their throats, and he does deliver it so hard. And like, for a second, a split of a second, I felt like it's over, but it looks like the unKnights are not that easy team to expect, or just like say this round is done. You have 1 player, you have a full army by your side. Plant is here, Pietro's fishing, and he found another fish. Flex will drop down, NSY will get another one, and they have 5 players waiting for this line to get closer and closer. But the line seems good. The prey for this time, unKnights will close another one, and this is the 5th round. Oh my god, that's the 4th round to them.
That's the statement back from unKnights though, right? Dominant, taking over mid. TEC tried to force the matter just like they did before, but, well, without heroics, it's not really working out too well for Spoxy here. Eventually will be tested. A little bit of presence towards mid, but that's great from Spoxy. And unfortunately for unKnights, if they try to force the matter at middle, it might be too little too late, because Spoxy now can also help Lions Claw on the Zane. They ascend up, and there's a chance here for Famous to trade it back. Immediate one from him. But even with that, man advantage still remains in the favor of Titan Esports Club. And Spoxy trying to close the distance here. taken over the hotel. No, drops down low, goes back to the site. It's enough for HDZ to close the distance a little bit with his teammate. But well, for that distance, the transgression is punished. He takes a little bit of chip. Lionsfall back aggressive, close towards middle. And that might be a problem for LSY if he tried to take that duel. There's a chance here for unKnights, and it all rests on the hands of Famous.
Yeah, Famous nowhere near to get closer to the A side, and C4 just dropped there, so they're forced to take that fight in a way or another. LSY while trying to get some angles here. Kiko, that guy, been doing some trouble in this series. That guy is very focused. He's locked in, and he's trying to pick anyone that get closer and closer to the A side. The time is not helping them. Only 30 seconds on the clock, but LSY will land the first shot. The second one will be whiffed. He needs some reinforcement. HDZ walking through the middle, trying to catch anyone off guard, but it's not gonna be the case here. 20 seconds. They know that the C4 is dropped. They wanna take any fight for it. 15 seconds on the clock. Can they get closer to the plant? Like, get into the A side? The question will be answered in just done this moment. I'm not sure if they had any chance even to play. They only had 1 second on the clock.
They could have gotten the kills though, right? And that's definitely what I thought they were going for, and they got a bit too close. So perhaps if they got that initial shot, it would have been a bit more complicated. But well, they are taking their shot. Kiko and Lionsfall. Spring out on mid. They scale up aggressively, but this is Famous' territory, and he's able to find a multi-kill in retaliation. It might be too little too late. Pietro should get that one for free. Disciplined to look for a little bit more. He does not know where Flex is at. And Flex is going to have to make a lot of noise to reclaim that space. Pietro expects him, but doesn't feed into the punch. Flex just scores first, and this is a tie.
So in just a matter of seconds, you saw unKnights, they have 2 rounds buffer. They just lost it just like that. You die, you blink, you miss it, and in the one view, even with the noise, everything, you know where he's at, you drop him. Some very bad shots there, and it looks like Pietro will be the first to fall up, and it looks like Spoxy has been awake, and that guy will be unleashed. The first half goes to TEC after all of that trouble.
Definitely a complicated affair for unKnights. And you were talking about it earlier, right? This feels like a replica of New Mexico. And credit where it's due, really solid calling from the side of TEC. We have been giving a lot of credit for Pietro on his individual level. But now we'll need to find 2 things. Success from Pietro's calling and HDC. We've seen Spoxy. I would say he passed the test. Not flying colors, not perfect, but good enough that they were able to find the lead on GR. HDC, he's been quiet for a map and a half. This is his time, his moment in the limelight, and it's now or never for unKnights. Otherwise, relegation perhaps is looming.
A bad situation to be at. You want to go through that path. Or even like if you lost today and you won tomorrow, you still need to calculate the round difference and all of those stuff to have your numbers, your shots of winning, or like getting to playoffs, which is a very rough one for them to take, but it's still a very good way to leading this attacking force. Controlling mid, you need to have someone on that tower to try and catch, I don't know, anyone on A side, or maybe trying to open yourself some spots. Famous playing the hide and seek cat, going for the hotel control, and it matters how you approach the first few shots. It feels like it shows you how this round is going to.
I mean, unKnights setting up the stage, right? Like, Flex suffering, but not going down. Still can find a kill with the TRG, and that is it. Lightning fast from the Turk. Question is though, they continue on that rhythm. They try to take hotel, but LSY responds quickly, and it's still too late for the rest to really find much on the other side. Now the Zane got Kiko. The Greek is trying to be Thanos holding down that line, but that's the Zane trading the 1 for 2. And it's a man advantage for TEC. The site should be theirs. Late rotation from Pietro, actually, trying to work his way through the middle, making sure that there are no flanks. Not a lot of trouble for HDZ. An important first kill for him. Now's the time for Pietro to set up to the platter. Spotting flex. It's 1-on-2 for the Zane. Needs to be aggressive, and HDZ anticipates it. 5 rounds apiece. unKnights start off on the right foot on the defense.
Yeah, a very good way for them to start on the defense, and also here tying things up again between unKnights and TEC. Loving how they actually approach this one. Snock's been the guy to look for, especially in the first half, and he delivers a lot of good shots, but it's not gonna be backed up. HDZ and LSY are the guys who lift in the charge. Spoxy still got the C4, still got the TRG, and that guy can just close things out. Spoxy, I mean, he's not been having some really good series, but I believe an Eagle Eye has been delivering some really good shots.
He'll need to deliver a few more. And I like the fact that he picked up the M14, not a 417. He knows how low LSY and HDZ are. They need to play the buddy system, and they need to make sure that any kills are going to be difficult from Spoxy. He's taking a sweet time. LSY making sure that, yeah, they got the A side on lock, but C4 goes down. They know where he's at. I like that from Spoxy, taking the duel onto unKnights themselves. But if they pass through one another, there's a real chance for the other side, unKnights. Yes, they're low, but they'll need to be decisive. They cannot hesitate here. Spoxy is going to get that one for free. HDC now knows where he's at. Picks up the TRG, and he flicks right on target. Oh, that one could have been a close call. It actually ended up being one. 11 HP for HDZ. And unKnights avert disaster.
It was very close, to be honest. And yeah, a good way to close this round. You had the hide and seek on you to try and survive for the most part. You got the TRG, and HTZ have been delivering so good lately. Him and the Snox, especially before the time, but after that, he's on the assist department, but a really good flanking here. Him and Famous making some sandwich stuff here, taking most of TEC out, but it all went up to a 2v1 after all of that trouble that we went through. HTZ spotting flex, the 1v1 situation that could just close everything out, and he gets another one to unKnights. 3 more rounds. They need to stay consistent, to play with the same aggression for just 3 more rounds to have their dreams up for the playoffs.
I'll definitely say Flex have been impactful. He has been impactful, but impact is not everything. They'll need numbers, they'll need consistency. Spoxy is that. An opener for TEC. That he can simplify it around a whole lot more. It puts a lot of pressure onto the Snox. He switches to the USP. Try to get a chance here. Spoxy though, they drop down on him, and he's out of bullets on the pistol, so easy meat for Lion's Claw. He's trying to scale up on Famous. Not really having a good time here, is he? Oh, he's asking a lot of questions about the snipers, both of which have delivered. Apparently, though, it's going to be the duel of whose riflers are going to show up today here on the
unKnights are on a very hard task here. That's what I'm going to say. Like, TEC, they're not dropping their spots in the playoffs that easily. They just want to fight through thick and thin to keep their odds up, stay in the picture. And I'm not sure that that guy might just do things didn't. Famous drop 2 here. The third one goes. Flex is very low in HP. HDZ also going in the mix. You're seeing it. You're smelling it. But Spoxy is left alone versus an almost full squad. A full house. Minus Snox. Are hunting him.
I mean, the hunt is on. Spoxy was in a 1v2 and he couldn't convert. 1v4 though. Perhaps the chip is off. unKnights could get complacent. And that Famous at least does, and he has been struggling in the second half. Not something that I thought that I would be saying this much about Famous in a single season. And here's the thing, struggling by Famous's metrics is going 4 and 5, by the way. And like it's not a bad half, right? But our expectations are so high of the man, usually also so high of Spoxy. HDZ is taking the proper timing. Should have that round unlocked. Pietro might be needed because Chinese didn't find a kill initially. Plenty of time for Spoxy to rotate if he wants to. Backstab comes in, peppered a little bit more by the USP. Now Spoxy tries to race his way through middle. Pietro, this time around, is here to receive, and he's gonna find that one. unKnights closing in on that win. TEC second.
Sure.
The question is, what do they even do to break their ranks, right? They get the kills, they break down Famous, they find the line through Hotel, but the B-side takes haven't really worked out for them at all.
They always fall in the trap where Snox fighting you from the left side and Famous is holding the Hotel, so they just fall into the same trap more times. I believe they fall in it 2 times in a row, so I believe they're gonna change a little bit of their strat here, but I don't know if it was a whiff or it felt like they were playing with Spoxy. Like he's just a guy who's trying to survive, but they're bullying him, fighting right and left and making him wonder where should he go. But probably that's not the case. I'm not sure if that's the case. If that's it, I mean, they got into TEC's head so heavily here, but if it's not, the guy was just whiffing some shots, it will be a very bad spot in here. Still might be trying to go for some late execution here. Dropping the C4 in the middle and holding some angles here, and they might just go for the connector here to try to get closer and closer to A.
It's about the right timing, right? Get to here, self-position, Snox late to the swing, and they can pivot back towards B. Now a lot of questions is to be asked why, because Snox goes down immediately. Famous holds down that initial line. Great work from TEC on the other side, though. They are making sure that LSY does not play the round. They understand that they could be a player in Hotel. They expected that just Pietro on bridge was all there is, but him and LSY are the 1-2 punch they needed. And now Kiko stands alone against 3. Low HP on 2 of them. Pietro's peppered, but HDZ holds down the line for safety. More than enough time. Lovely stuff from TEC tactically, but they just could not break their ranks at the Hotel.
They just couldn't, but it felt like they got on the right foot. They got the A side. They had some really good shots here. They killed 2 and they left 2 on very low HP, but it looked like it's not gonna be the case here. It's not pushing here so hard, trying to go for some chaotic blaze or maybe some ridiculous one, and he delivers. Spoxy's out of the picture, and man, they are in a very huge trouble. One more round and unKnights will be the winner of this game and one step closer to the playoffs.
I mean, they have not won yet. Let's not count our chickens before they hatch.
You're closer.
Snox and LSY, though, seems to be that they're under decisive TEC, who's looking for some scrambled eggs for sure. If we're gonna keep going with the chicken analogy. Yeah, if we're gonna go with the chicken analogy, right? Like, if they're looking to make scrambled eggs before they get too late. But so cheeky. The timing is perfect, but does he find more than 1 kill? No, he does not. Great work from Flex. Excellent composure. Nothing is found by unKnights. They lose that sequence. I say lose. 3-on-3. But there it is. Flex gets the numbers advantage. unKnights tries to regain map control. That is going to be their bane. Famous and Pietro remains. It's been a quiet couple of rounds for Famous. Now he's going to be tested a little bit more. His position at mid does allow him deliberately to take multiple fights. He tried to take it all to the doors. Luckily enough, Flex wasn't ready initially. Now, with 40 seconds left on the timer, TEC scaling up into the home turf of Famous. This is a position that is almost unanimous with him. He always finds value here. Can he do so one more time? That's the initial kill. 2 more to be tested. That's a 2K, and Pietro puts the lid on that one. 10 rounds for unKnights. They take down their rivals for the first time in 2026.
The first time to take, of course, TEC in a best of 3, and it's the most important one. Now, unKnights, they're almost securing their spots in the playoffs, but on the other hand, you see that TEC will be fighting their demons to get closer and closer in this game. They still got an SG, like a best of 3, I'm sorry, versus SG, but it's still a hard one to beat. You're not sure what's gonna happen from IMPERIUM. unKnights are probably in the playoffs, and there's another important thing here. Happy birthday, Joel! It's her birthday.
Yeah. You know what though? Like, let's celebrate the birthday on the back end. Let's take it over to the desk so they can talk about this game and they can talk about the next one.
Yeah, definitely a crazy map 3 here, but unKnights proving what they're able to do. I mean, honestly, just a massive performance across the board, but for me, Penguin, a lot of this one came down to the clutches. You look back at the 2v3 opportunities, the number down situations, a lot of those post plants. unKnights, whether they had the advantage in players or not, they were able to find so many rounds that felt like they shouldn't have been able to win here.
Yeah, opening rounds, closing rounds, they're all clutches in favor of unKnights. I remember that HDZ was having a clutch versus Spoxy, where Spoxy was in CT, full HP, HDZ was 17 HP, and he just flicks Spoxy with a beautiful quick scoop and gets the round. This is one of the rounds, of course, that we are talking about. It's only one, but it shapes the whole game because all the clutches went in favor of unKnights. And this reminds me of TEC when they played on Season 1 on the playoffs, and they played versus Trivial, and they lost 3-0. It was all because of the clutches. They lost all the clutches versus Trivial. Of course, not literally all the clutches, but probably 90% of the clutches were for Trivial. So we haven't seen TEC that much. And now we are seeing the same from TEC. They are still losing their clutches, even if they have a numbers advantage. It's still a clutch for them, and they lose it in favor of such pushes coming out from them. And Team unKnights, they got the clutch, they got the individual skills and everything on the line for them to go to the playoffs. Well played by them. A huge bounce back, because we all predicted that unKnights might be going to the relegation. unKnights might be losing to TEC, because if TEC is winning, they're going to the playoffs. But no, unKnights just proves that they are still here and they still have one more matchup to prove. And well played by them.
Yeah, honestly, just impressive in the clutch. HDZ and Snox, for me especially, were two very key players in making that happen. You can see it in the stats as well. HDZ at a 1.4, Snox at a 1.5. I think he had 8 kills just in the opening 3 rounds of this map. So really a huge elevation from those two players, I think, to get this one across the line. But even just looking at the team as a whole, nobody really lacking the key effort there for unKnights. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lionclaw, definitely a tough map for him on the Titan Esports side. I felt like Flex did give us the step up in performance we were looking for. Unfortunately, Dezane and Lionclaw felt a little bit left to be desired in this one, but you've got to give the credit to unKnights. You can tell they definitely came into Eagle Eye a little bit more prepared, and even the Mexico was a closer fight than I expected.
Yeah, it's way closer than you expected. 10-6, 10-7 in favor of TEC, but now unKnights, they played very good. They did everything was right, and we've seen also a very good gameplay coming up from them. They pushed TEC to take the tactical pause early on, and in my opinion, that's a win. That's a huge mental win in favor of unKnights. When you just force your enemy team just take your tactical pause on the first half, that means that they have to continue the whole map without any tactical pauses and without any changes in the strategies when it comes to. However, Flex is the guy that he's usually having that much experience when it comes to changing the play style. It was not the case today. It was Petru who was coming out on top, and as Volt said, it's the first time unKnights just beats the Titan Esports and gets the better out of them. And by this win, or by this bounce back, I would say that unKnights, they will go to the playoffs and we'll see a different unKnights. For Titan Esports, that's their second loss already. They played versus IMPERIUM, they lost. They played versus unKnights, they lost. They are in quite tough spot.
Well, Snox is going to be our MVP for this one. No surprises there, especially when you open up the final map of the series with a 5K to kick it off. I mean, really setting the tone for what was to come in that final map of this series. So a really strong performance from him. I'm hoping he can continue this momentum into the playoffs for unKnights, because they're a team that I think has the ability to really go deep into the playoffs if they can just make some small improvements from here and continue getting stronger as a team. Because when you look at the roster of the individuals that unKnights has, it's surprising for me to even see them in contenders, let alone in a position where they had to fight today this hard to maybe get into that playoff position. But overall, I am excited to see what they can do in the playoffs now.
Yeah, it's because they started very slow. We mentioned that they had a very slow start. They only got 2 wins from phase 1, which is not enough, of course, for you to get into the elite group. I believe that Anubis went in with 3 wins, but still, they didn't show the performance that we expected them to see, we expected to see from them, especially talking about their first phase, talking about also their first season, because first season they had a very good games, and also they played versus TSC on the 3rd and 4th game, and TSC got the better of them 3-1 in favor of TSC for the maps. So now they came back. unKnights mentioned, and I mean, we've interviewed Famous before, and he said that the next game is gonna shape a lot of things, and they're gonna be trying to bounce back, and he did, and he delivered, and they bounced back.
Yeah, overall, just a really strong performance, really across the board from unKnights, picking up this win and putting themselves in a much stronger position now to look ahead and see what they can do really in that playoff picture. But yeah, for me, it's the big story here is every single player stepping up to the plate and making it happen. But we are going to chat with Famous and get his thoughts on how this one kind of shook out. So Famous, how are you feeling here? It was a bit of a back and forth series to say the least here, but it felt like finally in that 3rd map, you guys were able to push through and get the job done. But how are you and the team feeling after this one?
I mean, we're feeling good for sure, but honestly, like, I think we're all pretty calm. You know, nobody was like too overly excited off that win, because job's really just not done. Like, if we don't get it done in the next match, it won't really matter too much. So, I mean, we're just calm and calculated, looking forward to the next one. That's really it.
Exactly. I wanted to mention that you guys still having one more game to go, and you're starting very strong, beating TSC and now pushing them to the edge. So you fought back and forth with them, and you had you reverse sweep. So tell me how this just how you confident are you going into the next matchup? Because the next matchup is the real one. Yes, maybe this was the hardest, but the next one is the real one.
Yeah, that's so true. I mean, this one was definitely hard because, you know, I mean, they got just a banger lineup. I mean, all of them just straight beasts. But hey, so do we. I mean, you saw the way the boys were shooting today. But either way, tomorrow, you know, we get our matchup again with Imperial, and looking forward to that for sure, because we definitely didn't play well in our first matchup, and we didn't give them the respect they obviously deserve. So, you know, we need to come tomorrow. We're going to be fully prepared, you know, and we're expecting the same from them. It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger match to watch.
Yeah, one thing I was going to ask.
Question.
Oh, go ahead, Go ahead.
Question. Did you watch Kanu today?
Say again, did I watch which one?
Kanu? Have you watched Kanu? Your kid.
Oh yeah, I've watched. Yeah, you mean like his matches that he's been having?
Yeah.
They've been playing recently. Yeah, of course, man. They're iconic, man. They're highlights. That man is going crazy, dude.
Yeah, he's going to the AWC. They won 3-0 today, so we would love to see you guys also there. Yeah.
Yeah, we gotta have the family reunion, you know, a little bit earlier than CFS now, don't we?
yeah, in mid-August. Yeah, it's gonna be better in mid-August. Yeah.
exactly. Got to see what the boys doing during the summertime, you know, keep them in shape.
Yeah. Perfect.
Awesome. Well, appreciate.
Last thing on Kano, I wanted to say though, that boy is crazy. I don't know if you've ever seen a lights out performance from like an amateur, like that's been kept up for so long. I mean, you know, he's really got it when he's kept it up for this long.
Yeah, he's perfect. He's
Most
16
definitely.
years old, I guess. So.
Yeah, I mean, one of the rising stars here. I love seeing those new names kind of come to the forefront, and hopefully we'll get a chance, you know, maybe to see the unKnights there as well. Famous. I know the playoffs are going to be kind of top of mind here. You guys are going to have a big run to make it. How are you guys feeling in your chances maybe of making it all the way this time around?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to say we're delusionally confident, but at the same time, you know, we knew we put ourselves in a really, really tough spot, but yet, you know, we're still just, it's not like faux confidence. We're just fully confident we're going to make it through. You know, the cards are going to show the way they show, right? But at the same time, we're just fully confident we're going to make it through. Not like overly confident, but it just feels sure, you know?
Yeah, no, definitely excited to see what the future holds for you guys. And before we let you go, any final words for either your fans or the community?
Hey, the fans, those guys, they half of them suck. Okay, that's all I'm gonna say. They're really mean. When I'm streaming, they're really mean. So I ain't got nothing to say to them. Nah, you know I love the fans, but I wanted to say just straight up to my team, you know, keep banging out, boys. That's all I'm gonna say. HGZ, nasty. That man was hitting the craziest shots today. You know, Stocks, Ellis was hitting some nasty shots too, but Stocks, you know, going steady as usual. I like the steady frags from him. Pietro, stay at the bottom, buddy. We need to keep winning. All right, that's all I'm gonna say. Stay at the bottom. Buddy.
Exactly. That's a key point, man.
Awesome. Well, appreciate the time, Famous, and best of luck in your next matches, and wish the team well from us as well.
Thank you.
Awesome. Well, definitely a good interview with Famous. You could tell the job's definitely not done in their eyes just yet. Penguin, a lot on the line to continue forward and work for. You know, everybody's clawing their way to the top to try and get one of those last couple of EWC spots, because the only team that really feels safe and secure in that at this point is Vitality, and it feels like really anything else is up for grabs here.
Yeah, exactly. Anybody can just go to the EWC. Anybody can just do an upset. And as Famous mentioned, the job is not done yet, because if IMPERIUM beats Swarm Gaming, that means that unKnights has to beat IMPERIUM, and it will be Swarm Gaming and TEC to be leaving to the relegation, which is a huge surprise for all of us. So I believe that we're going to be seeing more surprises next.
Yeah, definitely. Hopefully some more surprises on the way, but we do have 2 more matches coming up for the remainder of this day. Before we get there, though, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll see you back with our second match of the day. Stay tuned. Have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
Even though Nemesis is 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not 1 but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swinging with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox clubbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2 and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, minute to go now. Coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a 4th. He is farming right now.
play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todd's in and Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
Away those lives for free. What they've done to get that early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kaiser's so blind.
They're just going to move. The unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty punch the first opener, and there's Famous for the one. Make it two, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. Now for LCK, where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail. Knife out. There we go.
Oh my God. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kais will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. We're going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, and a second. The pistol pulled out. That is 2 really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
By Spotsy already, that might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. Warbang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They will pick Foxy 1 by 1. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK. LOL indeed. Yeah, okay. Insane. What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
The historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp. Right, that's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it. And that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will stay.
Hello everybody and welcome back. We are one match down, 2 to go here as we narrow closer and closer to the final portion of phase 2 here. This one though, it's going to be Swamp Gaming versus Imperium, another important one in our contenders side of the groups here. And honestly, one where I feel like there is some room still, Penguin, for it to go either way. But what are you thinking as we jump into the second match of the day?
Well, yeah, it's a very, very tough game for both. Of course, if you're talking about Swamp Gaming and Imperium, when they both played versus each other before, we've seen Swamp Gaming, they lost 2-1, but they showed a very good performance on sub-base. I mean, historically, Swamp Gaming kinda is the one that's always pushing this matchup to the third map, but they can't close it. Imperium as well, I believe that their first win was also versus Swamp Gaming. when they played on phase 2 season 1. Now they're going to be playing them again on phase 2. Right now it's one of the most important games for Imperium. If these guys watched the last game and they've seen TEC, they also lost, so that means that TEC lost 2 games out of 3 on the contender group. And if Imperium wins this one as well, so that means that they will have 2 wins out of 2 games, so they might be going into the playoffs. That's what makes this matchup is very, very important for both.
Yeah, definitely a really important one here. Imperium with a chance to secure their place in the playoffs. And based on the history between these two teams, I would say they've got a decent advantage going into it. Swamp Gaming, it's no question that they are one of the rosters in this league that's looked a little bit shaky a lot of the season. And I am wondering if they're going to have that stability to be able to pull off the win in a series like this, because Imperium, they've shown a lot more potential. I feel like this team's grown quite a bit, and every time I see them, they look a little bit stronger in the server. So I am excited to see who actually comes out on top here. But I guess when we start to think about, some of the key aspects of this match here, anything stick out in your mind, Penguin, is something you're looking for in this series?
Well, it's, as you mentioned, Imperium are the guys that you are usually want to see them more, as we can see, especially with the addition of Laz. Of course, the lineup is here is Jaguar, Dump, Frabzy, Nexlon, and Laz. Laz is one of the best rising talents as well that we've seen him playing lately. This guy, I guess it's his 3rd or 4th game, but he played very good. Imperium as a whole, they played very good games, especially when they started phase 1. They almost beat Vitality on a very, very close matchups. They lost into 2 golden rounds. Now they are back. They're having 3 wins. They beat TEC last game, and they are almost going for the 4th win as well, which can put them into the playoffs. So Imperium, a team that's coming out from relegation season 1 into the playoffs, is a thing that I would love to see, especially for these guys who only one roster change and kept their, let's say, they kept their momentum, and also they improved their play style.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the team data here for Imperium, they've had a bit of a shaky season overall, but winning some key matchups in there. And of course, in their previous meetup, also beating Swamp Gaming. They did manage, as we talked about with Famous, they did have a win against unKnights. That was a bit surprising to everybody. One of the bigger upsets earlier on in the season. Unfortunately, though, since then, it hasn't been another win for them, but they're really only struggling against the teams on the elite side of that. So I feel like within this contenders group, they are still one of the stronger teams down here and do have a really strong potential to make it out, especially when you think about the leadership they've got with a veteran like Jaguar who can kind of train these younger players into an even higher level. I feel like there's a lot of potential for this roster.
Exactly, as you mentioned, it's we usually see Imperium maybe struggling versus the teams that's in Elite League, but when it came to unKnights, they beat them. When it came to Swamp Gaming, they also beat them, and also when it came to TEC on the contender group, they beat them last time they played. So right now, all they need to do is just try to beat Swamp Gaming, and if they can get the 2-0 win, it can be a good favorable for their set as well in case of a tiebreaker. However, I feel that Imperium, they are the teams that you are looking for now. That's the team that needs to get the win, and that's the team that, based on their performance and based on improvement and also the addition of Laz, we should see these guys in the playoffs.
It's going to be an interesting one, but let's take a look at the Swamp Gaming side of things. This is a team that's near and dear to me, as the most NA players on a single team we've got now, with Imagine kind of joining the fold as another NA player in the scene. So I am hopeful that they can at least end on a higher note. I would hate to see the only team with multiple NA players on it get relegated out, but unfortunately, Penguin, I have a feeling it might be the end of their run here. It is interesting to see, though, Imagine come into the mix. He's a longtime NA player. He's been on some of the top teams in North America historically, so I'm hoping he can find a way to maybe help elevate what this team's able to do. But a lot of this roster comes down to the duo of Awesome and Kai's for me. I mean, these two guys can really set the tone in a whole new way.
Exactly, and the last game, if you watch it, Awesome and Kai's, they were the guys who was pushing everything to the edge. I mean, they are usually Kai's the MVP when it comes to the. If they got one map, let's say that you're gonna be seeing Kai's is one of the key players and the key elements. Of course, Imagine he's one of the OGs that's played this game, but probably he's not feeling himself that much. LSN, in my opinion, it was a good fit into this team because 2 snipers with this team was way, way, way stronger. than putting everything on Kais, because Kais sometimes he's the guy that looking for the trades, not looking for the aggressive plays. Because if he's always playing aggressive, he plays on a higher ping sometimes, and when he plays on the lower ping, the guys might be swinging hard versus him, which is a tough for him to hit. And that's the phase 1 results. As you can see, all lost, but every single game they played, and they almost won it, especially when it came to the 2-1 3BL Galaxy. They beat them the first map. Imperium, it was very close. I believe they won the first map as well. They just sometimes they win the first map versus Vitality. I believe also they won the first map, but they can't just close the game. So right now they need to close the game. They need to be playing way more into aggressive play style, because defensive play style requires a lot of teamwork, and I don't think they have the teamwork that can match Imperium, especially that Imperium are practicing 24/7. The other guys are having just time zone issues, which comes to the practice. You don't see them that much logging into the servers.
Yeah, I think for Swamp Gaming, especially when they've made, the roster change of Imagine coming in for LSN, it's just going to make things even more difficult, because LSN was one of their keys in some of the matches they used to win, and he was really good at being a closer when they needed one, and that is where I definitely worry about this team in this matchup. But as we look a little bit more at the head-to-head, let's talk about some of the key players in this one and what might make that difference here. As we take a look at it, though, it is going to be Kais versus Damp. I think this is a good head-to-head, just because I feel like Damp is a player that deserves a little bit more love than he gets. This guy's really impactful for Imperium, and every time I see him, he's just getting better and better. And I think, especially if you look at future seasons, this is going to be a guy bringing a lot of impact in future games.
Yeah, exactly. Damp is the guy. Maybe he's the guy that's always fighting for his teammates. He's always pushing for the controls. He's always trying to trade. He's doing everything he can into winning the games, and he does a lot of impact. But usually we see less probably the MVP, because due to the consistency among the 3 maps, if they're playing 3 maps, or maybe you see Nextland because Nextland has higher headshots. But Damp, in my opinion, is one of the most important key factors for Imperium today to beat Swamp Gaming, because if he can match Kais and just shut him down, I believe it's going to be an easier win than we expected for Imperium. But if Kais just sets the tone and tries to pick Imperium one by one, I believe that he can push them to do mistakes, and he will be waiting for these mistakes to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and taking a look at some of the head-to-head stats here, the assists are always interesting to me, because those are the players I really look to be those key traders on the matchup. So Josh and Frapsy, keep your eyes out for them, but we'll see how everything shakes out once we actually hop into the server, because that is going to be where things can maybe change for Swamp Gaming. And I'm curious if they can actually find a win after all in the season, because nobody, Penguin, wants to finish with a 0-win season. We actually haven't seen one in quite a while either.
Yeah, even last season, Imperium, they had 1 win. Swamp Gaming, they had 2, because they beat 3BL on their second phase. I mean, everybody got wins, but just leaving without any wins is very tough. But the good thing that there is a relegation for Season 2. These guys will not be relegated instantly to the Open on Season 1 2027, but they will be relegated. That means that they will still have their chances of going back, because we would love to have a North American team. We would love to see everybody just trying his best. And as you mentioned, Imagine is one of the AGs, so he needs to push with Kais today in order to get the win for Swamp Gaming and see them finally getting their first win.
Definitely. And as we start to think about who might win this one, we're going to go ahead and look at our predictions as well. I'd be very surprised if anyone went the opposite direction. It is going to be Imperium across the board here. Swamp Gaming, I'd love to pick them as the NA hopefuls, but even as an NA resident myself, I'm not believing in them today. Imperium has just looked too good this season to doubt in a matchup like this. So definitely going to be everyone pointing in that direction. But if you had to give Swamp maybe a win condition here, Penguin, what do you think they could do potentially to steal this one away and surprise us all?
That's what I mentioned. They need double sniper setup, because Imperium, they play very aggressive, and playing very aggressive requires a lot of experience, a lot of teamwork. Yes, Imperium have experience. They has also the teamwork, but they are not 100% into such things. So sometimes when they are playing very aggressive, we've seen a lot of chaotic rounds from them, and they do a lot of mistakes. So if you can capitalize on these mistakes, picks 1-2 players and gets the advantage in your favor, I believe it's gonna be easy. And who can do this? It's only Kais right now on this roster. So I hope for Kais, maybe Awesome as well, because Awesome is usually casually playing aggressive with the rifle. So if Awesome can get this maybe mistakes, and he just use it into his favor. And also Kai's, I believe that Swarm Gaming can just get the upper hand above Imperium.
Well, another important factor here is also going to be those map vetoes as well. So we're going to take a look and see exactly how those were picked out by both of these teams. It is going to be Imperium picking Port to kick it off. Then we'll go to Black Widow, Swamp Gaming's pick. And if we get to a decider, it is going to be New Compound. A bit of an interesting series because I do feel like compared to last season, we've been seeing teams kind of stray away from Compound here and there compared to what I've seen in the past. So I'm hoping we maybe get a chance to see it. But Imperium, I feel like these are two very strong maps to start it out for them.
Well, that's a complete different veto than the first time. Okay, New Compound was theirs. Also, New Compound was the decider as well, and Imperium, they got the win 10-8 in favor. I mean, for them. But looking at first pick, which is Port, I mean, usually you've seen a Port ban by Swarm Gaming, but now they leave it, they ban New Mexico. So Imperium instantly they just pick Port, and they're gonna be playing it on the EU servers. But Swarm Gaming, they're gonna be starting on the global side. So it's not easy task for both, because Swarm Gaming, they have to deal with the ping, but they have the side, the stronger side, and Imperium, they're going for the map that they love. Black Widow by Swarm Gaming, usually we've seen a very good Black Widow from them, especially because of Kai's. And when they play it on the North American server, and just Kai's goes to the North American server, it's just an insane nightmare for anybody who's watching. So I guess Kai's can shine and pop off on the second map, which I believe if Imperium, I doubt a bit, but if Imperium can win the first map, that means that we can go to the New Compound and the decider. So it's all about the first map, because if Swarm Gaming wins the first map, I believe that Swarm Gaming can close it 2-0 and just surprise us all.
Yeah, there's definitely a chance if Swamp Gaming can have, you know, players like Awesome step up, Kai's can make a large impact, especially with the first map being on the opposing servers for them. Winning that would be a huge opportunity to maybe take this one away, but it's enough from us here. Let's throw it to the casters and see what they have to say as we kick off our second series of the day.
Well, let's see how things are going to go. Thank you, Kyle and Penguin. There's a chance that Swamp might actually end the season without a win. And I think that will be a massive problem for Swamp, right? I mean, they're talking about it a lot. The resurgence of Imperium is one thing, but, you know, it just feels a little bit disheartening. Yes, of course, the NA Regionals is something, and it definitely makes the path of Swamp a lot easier. But yeah, I mean, there's always that case of like NA ping, and like both sides really don't benefit from it. And unfortunately for Swamp, that's where like players like Awesome and Jin were supposed to be like impactful, but we're not really seeing them as impactful as they usually are today.
Yeah, true. Sometimes we would think that Swamp Gaming, when they play on lower ping, they can just figure a way out to win the round, or like at least get something under their name. But the problem is, across the entire season, they don't have a lot of wins, even in sets. I'm not speaking of games. For games, I believe they have none. And for for the entirety of this season, 4 games, and those 4 games, not even half of them were on their own map pick, which shows you how they're not benefiting with the ping thing. And now I believe we are heading into the first game now. Already playing the first one in Port, and which will make it a little bit interesting to see how this one pans out for them.
Yeah, of course, at least for me, it's always an intriguing one when he started, and the start is good for Swamp. This being, of course, the map pick of Imperium means that we are on EU servers, so perhaps you'd expect a little bit less out of the Americans, but hey, they start off solid, no harm, no foul for them. Let's see if that is going to continue to be the case for whatever we actually have left here of the day. Right now, a lot of stacks are being set up. Of course, bigger stack on the attack from Imperium. It's easier to do so. But there's a lean on that B defense, at least for now, though. Imagine on low HP, so a lot more to be asked out of it.
A lot of aggression here coming from Imperium, getting closer to the beast. And Jackware is actually going to the backside. Him and Frabzy are making some savages, probably trying to be dodged out. And of course, they will get one, then another, and a third, and it looks like Josh will survive for a long time, will make some really good damage here, but Dab will drop the last kill. A very good start for Imperium to collect the first round of the game. Wait, isn't that the second round?
No, the first
I don't know, but like I had an imaginary round in my head, like that Swamp Gaming won the first.
Okay, how did that one play out? I'm actually interested.
Swamp Gaming won it. Like I don't know how, but like I had it all figured out in my mind somehow.
Okay, but yeah, okay. Let's see how Swamp actually wins here, though. That is, if they win, for still being on this global risk side. This barn control is really everything for them, and they are trying to hold on it tooth and nail. Stability that we have right here, though, also on the elevation, not always checked. They actually didn't check him that much. Wait, he's still alive.
There's someone there.
Still in the back line. He can absolutely ruin the round, but also is taken down by Jaguar in the end. That could have almost went disastrous, but well, Nextlon is a single-minded person, and apparently that single-mind is all we need.
And he didn't even drop one kill out of this. Not even a single drop of blood been taken from Imperium. Jim been doing more damage than him, and now he is dropping down. Another round goes to Imperium, and man, like I almost lost it. Like I really want to see a replay with his POV. Was just like, it feels like when you have a lot of targets, you're not sure where to shoot. So, I kind of know where he's coming from.
I don't. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay like that. Almost felt like he was really being overeager there. Didn't really need to outplay himself, I guess is the right word. Trigger discipline is good to a point, and right there he definitely went past it. But well, speaking of the past, I guess we are rolling back to the exteriors. The AK out so early. I always love seeing a good AK here, right? Like, the muscle memory is there for the players. It's placebo, but if the placebo works, then it works, man.
Yeah, when it's on the hands of the right people, you know that a lot of damage will be doing here. And Josh immediately goes for it. Austin here trying to swing, takes one out. Ram in a very bad position here, but immediately goes for this trade. And oh, Imagine is actually still alive. He's pretty low in HP. It's a 2v2 situation. Jaguar goes for the blend at the same time. Damp is holding an off angle. The B-Long trying to go for one. Josh is left alone, and if you get closer, Damp will take your head off. Trying to go for the stairs, trying to go for the upper rack here. It's not gonna be an easy one. Josh dropping down here with a double man shooting at him, and Imperium running down versus Swamp Gaming. No EU players matter, no NA with high ping, they're just dropping them like dominoes.
Yeah, and that GR start not looking that good for Swamp. Remember, of course, this is their choice. They chose to start here on GR, and well, I mean, right now, at least for those 3 rounds, you wouldn't know that. You would think that they would actually want to be on the blacklist side. Great work from Laz on the opening. And I love the spray down because he expects Swamp to switch up the motif a little bit more, but they're not switching it to the point of a big gambit, and damn. Well, that's a stroke of fortune, but that might be enough. Next one, spotted Kai, and that is another round pretty much over. 3 kills with any real contest. The B players haven't had much of success. This is the first kill for Imagine in the game. And for Austin, though, taking the long road, and he starts off well. Suddenly, this retake feels a lot more feasible when it's a 2-on-3.
Sure, they have a lot of time to work with, but not a lot of util. Only Imagine got some spot. I believe that Frabsy can just take both down, and they needed to take a timeout. This is 4-0, and nothing been done here, and it looks like they're not going for the timeout right now. Like, yeah, it's a bit early, but they need to stop this blade. Swamp Gaming are in a really bad position. Imperium, they go for mid execution, it works. They go for B execution, it works. They go for A execution, everything works for them. So, is it ping issue? Maybe. Maybe like they got some of that, but it shouldn't be like that.
Well, let's see if it will actually be like that or not. But it shouldn't. So far, though, all the shoulds, woulds, and whatnots might not matter. Nextlon is having a great start. 7 kills. His name in those 5 rounds now that we're in. And really, like, when I'm looking at Swamp Sekio, like, my real worry is, well, where's their strength in those 5 rounds, right? Like, I don't really see any point of success. It's not like, oh, like the A defense is good, but they have to rotate into B. It's not that they're doing well in those duels on the bridges. There's nothing really. There's no sauce, as they say.
Well, their sauce is leaking. Sorry for that. Anyways.
I doubt there's much sauce for it to leak. I'm sorry, Swamp. I'm sure you'll do a lot better on Widow, but so far you're not hitting.
Imagine actually got something in his bag and he drops a double or like a double K here. He didn't go for the triple. He lost it, but damn here. He's left alone. He gets the TRG shot and making it a 1v1 after all of that. Like, the guy been trying to do his best, working around and trying to work things out, but now it's 1v1. Josh still got the AK playing versus Damp. No time on the clock, only 20 seconds. He still doesn't have this C4, so he might be just trying to go for the 1v1, and he goes for it. Doofy one, and Damp just secures it. You love to see that guy's left. Like, he was just like, yeah, I know where he's at. I got it. And it just worked for them.
As you said, it's a great point of confidence for them, but it might be a ruination for Swamp, who's trying tooth and nail to hold on to that connector. But Jaguar Laz just dismantle any hopes for the American defense. And now Swamp have to have their Hail Mary. Great timing there for Josh. Could have almost found the double. A lot of damage on Jaguar at the end. Still a player alive in the barn. 2-4 picked up. Laz, gotta be careful. The backstab not gonna be activated. Jin taking a sweet time, and by the time he tries to go looking, he'll see that there's nothing left. All of them have put it over towards the A site, and even if Jaguar and Dampo are low on HP, it's only a single nade in the hands of Jin, and Jin is going on a trek of his own right now. I like this though. Might catch them in good timing.
He might actually. He got one. I believe that Jaguar just caught him down. He's still a lot of HP to work with. Getting glass. And he's in a 1v2 spot here after it was a 3v2. Keep in mind, Josh is also pretty low in HP. The C4 just dropped down, so that's pretty bad for him. He spotted Josh. He tried to wait. He just went for it. Jin goes for the 1v1, and again, Luz drops another round, and wakey, Swamp Gaming taking a timeout. And to be honest, the only round they won is the imaginary round that I got into my head. Like, I don't know, man. They're having a very rough first half here.
Seki, let's take a listen, okay? Let's say that you're the imaginary coach in that imaginary round win. What do we do to get a second round in that imaginary timeout?
Oh, okay, all right. First of all, they need to take a longer timeout to play some aim labs to warm up. It feels like those guys need to warm up a little bit. Maybe trying to run some programs that give them lower ping to try and play the game better. That will help a little bit also. That's on that department. The other one, we need to see some real setups. We need to see them holding some really good positions and not trying to run and gun them. I didn't see them hold a one spot. Like, yeah, you have a good sniper in A to hold the side, but you're not counting on him. You're not having the middle covered, you're not having the B side covered, and the middle cover is what's most important. You need to send 3 guys to stop the push that's coming from Imperium on that department, because they always own it.
Well, they have been owning it for sure. But the thing is, though, it's very easy for Imperium to own it when there's very little competition in mid. I feel like that's the place that I'm looking at, and I'm thinking, okay, do we contest here to do better? And my brain just really fixed towards middle. I think that's the place that everything would be insanely easier if you say, okay, we're going to play double sniper anyways. Let's put Kai on A. He's going to have a little bit of support, but we need to start contesting bridge. And I feel like that is probably their best shot at getting an early man advantage, and hence that defensive setup doesn't really crumble as easily.
It's a really good one here. We'll see how it goes for them, and apparently they're trying to go for some action here in A side. See 2 guys actually holding this box, not so jumping here. They need the steps, but no one is here to stop them. Looks like Jin will deliver it. Damn goes for the double one. It's a 4v3 situation. Jaguar, can he get another one? That's the question. Kai, is that guy been holding this spot for a long time? And the problem is they don't even let them get closer to have this one position beneficial for them.
Oh, such a good flash though for support. And Josh equalizes the numbers again. C4 is picked up after a while, but Damp is going to be taken down again. And there goes a C4 for a second time. Jagger and Laz, each of which have found the clutch on their own, but apparently combining together is not going to get them the needed result. Swamp off the back of the timeout, finally put one on the board.
As they should. And I'm still like intrigued with their execution. I don't really like it. The fact that you have one man that's holding A. It's very clear you need 2 guys in B, one to hold the bridge and the other guy to hold the off angle. Once they try to rush A, you need to play it in that sort of play. You use the flashes, you go for the crossfire to use it toward your side. They're not going with that setup. They're having their own like unique play style that they're trying to implement in the game. But for me, you're not using 100% sniper potential on that side. But the thing is, Imperium not even going for the sniper shots here. They're rushing through the tunnel, playing in mid, and no one actually caught them rotating.
I mean, again, comes down to the same thing, right? Like, they're playing reserve, they're playing cautious, but that's why I actually liked what they did the last round. They threw caution to win a little bit. That's what they got them the round. Even if they lost the initial duel, they found their trades, found their number, picked their moments, and right now they're trying to do the same thing again. Imagine got the support of Jim behind him. All the players in the barn might be getting caught off. I don't think Imagine have found this player, but he's going to catch them in transition. That's the execute thwarted, and Nexlon is going to be the next hit on the platter. Imagine doing some magnificent work with the AK. And Imperium might lose 2 in a row. They're trying to pivot back out of that B-side take. In the embrace of Jin, they go, lining up for him. Plenty of damage on Jaguar, and that is going to be the round. A little bit messy from Josh on that kill. But Jaguar should be that right. No way for him into that one. Much better.
It's all about the AK, man. It feels just like that. They need a couple of AKs in their inventory that will deliver everything to home. They got one with Imagine, and they got one with Josh, and both of them are delivering so good. Guys, welcome to the game. That guy just spawned here with a 3k on his pocket after the timeout, and it looks like the timeout is paying off. 6-3 might be the score of the first half, but it all comes to the next team fight. Jaguar here using the bottom. Josh Immediately getting spotted through the wooden doors, through the wooden boxes, excuse me. Will drop the first, and I believe he's closer to drop the second, maybe the third. You got a whole squad in front of him. But no reinforcement, the plant is here. 30 seconds in the clock. How Swamp Gaming can close this round?
I mean, they need to get in to get out. And so far, they are locked out of getting in. They try to alter an angle. Damp should be pressured. Genoware, well, he might not be initially, but the recovery is excellent. Now, Frapsy and Jaguar playing their own crossfire. Jin identified, but they need to be wary of the players outside first. And they handle them to perfection. Great work from Laz in the multi-kill. And Frapsy has an isolated 1v1 that will make things a whole lot easier. Just 2 rounds is going to be the spoils, the swamp. Not a satisfactory result. It is very apparent why this is the map pick of Imperium after all.
It almost comes to perfection. If it's not with the timeout, I believe that they might just end with the first half with 9-0 score. It felt like that. The energy, the passion that those guys are bringing to the table shows you that you can have just like 5 friends to play together, to work together, to practice and put in the hours in the work to get closer and closer and be part of the bigger scene here in EU. And those 5 guys are even closer to be part of the playoffs, not even being a team that participate in the Western League and just stay at the league by the skin of their teeth. They're competing and they're closer to a much bigger event.
Hey, I'm not really of that school, to be honest. I really agree with what Famous said on the interview, right? Like, keep your heads down, play every game as if it's your last game. I mean, for Swamp, they know that it's their penultimate game anyways. Like, worst come to worst, to everybody else, they are still going to relegation, but as we've said, it's all about the long term, and there's still a chance for them to still be here next year.
True.
But for Imperium, though, for now, start on the GR side, very similar stack to what we've seen from Swamp. But as you said, unlike perhaps Swamp, a lot less resources devoted to that A player initially. But eventually, they'll have next one for support. And I like that defensive setup, right? That means that they get control of Barn. They haven't lost it the whole time. But they haven't even really inquired for information. Something that if they do at the wrong time, could cost them dearly. They are still keeping their options open on the side of Swamp. A little bit over a minute remains, Sekio. And that is getting Nexlon antsy. He's trying to move ahead. Single boxes on his side. Damp deleted off the server. Jin and Josh will start off this game really sharp. 3 kills in total for Swamp. At least Frapsy and Jaguar attempt to pivot on their B-side defense. Apparently, that is going to be a non-starter. Jaguar gets 3 in a 1-on-4 clutch. And that one killed.
Yeah, man, a nasty shot taken by Damp. Like, that guy just... He didn't even had to flinch. Like, if he flinched, he's out. Just dropping a really good kill here. And I would say that Swamp Gaming played the offensive work pretty good. On the other side, I would say also Imperium had their own setup that I really like. That you have the sniper, you wanna use him by the maximum input in the entire round. So you leave him there, you have another one to just trying to cover him, but it looks like Swamp Gaming method is working out there. Just trying to go for close fights with the snipers, trying to catch some people off their guard, and they got Jaguar. That guy been doing a lot of pain in the first half. For this one, it's a lot harder for Imperium to defense.
I mean, the defense really lives and dies by this blade. Damn. Again, unable to find early success this time around. The second time of asking is going to find success, and it seems like those TRGs are finally finding their footing. 1 on A, 1 on B. C4 closer to that B side, but it will not even get out the door. Crafty denies anything before it even begins. And well, let's see if there's something to be said here, because Imperium are closing in, right? 7 rounds already. Every single round that they get, Sekio, is like a death sentence to Swamp. Unfortunately, they are the ones for whom the bell tolls at the moment. But maybe that bell could signal that Kai, he has the Undertaker. There goes one down to the cemeteries. Now Frapsy presenting himself at the second duel. Oh, this is a mistake after another from the side of Imperium. That's already found as one. Can he find more? Jin is low HP. So if Kai is the one to take that initial duel and goes down to a TRG, things are problematic. It's going to be Jin going down, Kai in a 1v1. All the advantage is on his side. The HG doesn't find Laz though. With him having the TRG, this is not a problem. Tries to go for a sniper peek. Doesn't really spot the player on his right side. It's a lower drop from Kai. Spotted on the lower end, but the shot not fired by Laz initially. And now Kai can afford to be patient. Why is he taking that duel?
Why would you even do that?
But why though?
He got all the time in the world to just play hide and seek, wait for the time, wait for the bomb, and he's just swinging with the TRG. You thought that he can win the sniper battle? But man, you're playing with a high ping. You need to put that into consideration. You're not playing in NA.
No, like here's the for ping you do swing, but why do you swing at TRG? Like, exactly. in that angle, right? Like that's the thing. You take your time, you allow him to get closer, you make a difference. And then, well, Swamp are swinging indeed. 3 kills. Right there. Apparently angry about losing that one. Jaguar might have kept the B side itself, but he's on pressure on all fronts. He at least gets the one. Can he leap for more? Nope, not going to be the case. That one kills all Imperium are going to get. Not going to lie, considering their blacklist, I expected a whole lot more in the global risk side, but so far, really, I would have to say, a hollow defense as we see.
True. They still need to play things out good for them. Awesome goes for a really good swing here, dropping a double. Okay, Dosh was the tank and he didn't even die. That's pretty problematic for Imperium at this point. They're playing the 3 players. Make it 2. Dam's dropping out there. I don't know, man. It feels like they're vice versa. And Swamp Gaming are swinging with their own lives on the line here. It's 8-4 in the scoreboard. A side is kinda clear. They don't have a lot of retail to use here to try to play the retail. Only 1 smoke with Laz will be here intact, but at the same time you're playing versus 3 players. You have Noxon on the other side trying to swing here. He goes for the down, goes for the upper one, and only imagine left alone swings for the first, and it's only 1v1 situation. Drops down the ladder, goes for it. Noxon will miss, and those 2 shots will bring another round for Imperium. I'm sorry to say that, but these guys need to take your time off. Like, you need to rethink on how should you go, like how could you approach the upcoming rounds. Damp here, you need to land some shots.
No, I mean, this is exactly what I wanted to see out of Swamp. Even if Damp find that kill, we already traded it back immediately. A 4-on-4 is very slightly advantageous for the BL, mind you. And the thing that I was about to say is that maybe not a lot of teams will do this. And I don't know why, but if I am a team and I can tell that somebody's having an off game and he's supposed to be an anchor, I am absolutely hammering down that site. And that's what they're doing, right? Like, Damp out of the round again. Found the kill, better than nothing. But now Swamp knows that the defense is a lot weaker, right? There's no free roam rotator. They're playing off that B site. A lot of attention towards middle from the side of Swamp. But this guy peak is everything, and slice. Not a chance for Frobsy, neither is for Jaguar. It seems like this is a done deal. Even Laz's best efforts, that's them a single kill. Even next one, who only found 1 in the round prior, needed to find 3, and he's only gonna find just the same exact one.
We need to take a timeout for Imperium. Like, they had 5-round buffer, or even more. Now we're down to 86 in the scoreboard. It's a very bad start for the second half. Jaguars walks them out, AK in hand, and he got a dream, and he delivers it. So good, but immediately Josh goes for the trade, and we're down to 3v4, but this time Imperium got the man advantage. Knocks in that guy, been always the anchor for the entire team, so you need to count on him. He knows that someone is here, so he's waiting for anyone to show up. Awesome is down, Josh is down, and Kai's is left alone. Welcome back, wakey guys.
I mean, it took them quite a while, but apparently that barn defense is still as solid as it was. I mean, Kai, this is above almost anyone's pay grade. Everyone's pay grade. Let me make that very clear. Kai, definitely high quality. Good Prosper. A multi-kill is not bad, but that is the expected result. Imperium now on match point. They got one chance out of 3. And, well, I mean, given their track record in this GR side, you better hope that they're actually going to find a back-to-back, because I'm scared that if they bleed around, they might just bleed in overtime here. And it looks like Jaguar understands the assignment. Very aggressive super early on. Kai didn't even expect him to be that far forward. That could have been a chance for a second, and perhaps he is still going to confirm that at the retake.
A very good way to start a round. This one might just close the first game between them, but like this bucket, playing off the bridge. They're having some setups. Still got a lot of utility to invest in, any side to play with. Still a lot of time on the clock. Imagine is also waiting for anyone to be trying to show off skill. Half down with a sniper. He knows where he's at. In a blink of an eye, he's taking him down. Noxland tries to double it down, and he's telling him, "You did it to my teammate. I'm gonna take his pride again and bring this one home." Noxland and Frabsy, it's a 2v2. Josh and Jen are playing off script here. Not a lot of sniper player here. Frabsy needs to land this shot.
Great work, though, from Nextlon. Back off the site. He's waiting for the TRG, and that the shot is going to land at the second time of asking. A lot of time on the board for Jin. But he needs to make a judgment call. Goes back out in the open, makes it an easy job for the USP. That was not the wrong call, and it's going to be 10 rounds after all. Perhaps a little bit more difficult than initially anticipated, but it was never in question that they are going to be the team to emerge victorious.
Yeah, I mean, they had like a little bit of road bumps while they are in the road trying to get their first win, and also keep in mind that's their own map picks, so we still have a lot to come in the second one in Black Widow, I would say, but at the same time, I believe that Port, it got a lot of secrets, but I believe that we'll see how it goes between Kyle and Penguin, and guys, bring it home.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough first map of the day here for Swamp Gaming. But for Imperium, I will say they had a little bit of a struggle starting off that second half. They couldn't quite get the ball rolling fast enough, but when it came time to lock in, it still feel like they could get the job done. So we'll see if they can do it for the 2-0 sweep. I feel like after a map like that, I still feel pretty good about their odds and maybe finding that 2-0. But Swamp Gaming at least showed us a little bit more strength in that second half, so you never know going into NA what can happen next.
Exactly, yeah. Especially that we know that Swamp Gaming, they started very slow. Imperium, they had a very good start. They started on the Blacklist side and they got 7 rounds. Starting on the Blacklist, having 7 rounds in favor of the Blacklist side, and then going to the Globalist side gives you the edge and maybe gives you the room for some mistakes, for some errors like what we've seen from Imperium on the second half. Yes, Swamp Gaming, they kind of logged into the game starting from the second half, which they were on the Blacklist side. And talking about the pings and the the servers, I believe that Swamp Gaming, they had an easier Blacklist side, of course, because they can move, they can run and gun, they can try to take controls instead of just holding and waiting for the enemy team in front of your eyes and you can just shoot him due to ping issues because of the servers. So that's why probably we've seen a better version of Swamp Gaming on the second half, but this gives them a good rocket launch for the second map. The second map is going to be all played on the North American servers, and now they're going to be starting on Black Widow on global side. So I guess it's all about Kai's now, because if Kai's has a good games versus them, I believe that it's not going to be an easy win for IMPERIUM, and they cannot just casually walk with the 2-0 in favor of IMPERIUM. So I believe that Swamp Gaming, they can just maybe fall back and get this win.
Yeah, Swamp Gaming, we'll see what they can do here. I mean, there were some good moments for them, especially at the start of the second half. I was impressed with a few clutch factors as well from Imagine coming in, late in the season, still showing what he can do as well. So it is going to be interesting to see what they maybe try and change going into the second map of this series. But like you said, it is going to be Kai's on the NA servers, which usually means he's going to be a high-impact player. Looking at the stats here, though, across the board, you can see Laz being kind of one of the keys there on the IMPERIUM side, but I feel like for IMPERIUM, this is also a matchup where they feel pretty confident, so they're playing a little bit more loose as well and kind of just relying on their set strategies and their aim as a team to get them through here.
Yeah, exactly. So the individual skills for Swamp Gaming, it appeared only in the second half. We've seen Imagine just hitting good shots onto IMPERIUM. I've seen that he's a good shot also versus Damp on the air top. Damp didn't have that quite impact on the board. Honestly, on Blacklist side, it's very hard for him, and it's very tough for the snipers to be able to perform when it comes to attacking the sides. It's usually we usually put the snipers into the role which is that's just backing up your teammates with the utilities. But when it comes to the global side, you should expect more from them. So I believe if Damp didn't have such success on a top, he should have switched into mid, like what we've seen from Kai's. He didn't have that much success. I mean, they didn't hit into his side that much, so he just switched it to mid. He tried to stop the BC control coming out from them. We've seen a good utility usage also from IMPERIUM into the BC and B long control. Just shows how good these guys are and how well prepared these guys are. So now we're going to be going into Black Widow. I believe Damp, if he didn't have success on one position or one role, he should switch. And Black Widow is the map that gives you the edge. You can switch, you can play a side, you can play mid, you can play B. If you are global side with your sniper, it's going to be free for you. You just try to go for picks, go for box room peak, go for a long peak, try to go from cat peak, mid ramp peak. It's all favoring the snipers. So that's why I'm saying Kai is going to be starting on the global side. We should be seeing this from Kai if he wants to put this into the third map.
Yeah, it is going to be a make it or break it one for Swamp Gaming, hoping they can find themselves a first series win, but only time will tell there. We're going to go ahead and send it to our casters, though, to take us into Black Widow for map 2.
Alright guys, we're back, and I believe we are heading into game number 2 of this series, and I believe that we still got a lot to unfold. In the second one, we still got like one that needs a lot of playing with the snipers, so we'll see how it will pan out for the guys in the NA. Keep in mind that Black Widow, like, it's still very tough to play with high ping, so it will be a lot challenging for of course IMPERIUM.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that is always a consideration. But the thing that I'm actually thinking of the most is that this is one of the better maps, actually, for IMPERIUM side, right? Like, I've seen him take a lot of teams very far on this map, taking a couple of crucial scalps. And this is where perhaps things could actually be a bit intriguing for Swamp. As you said, ping is going to be one of the options, but I'm not going to discount IMPERIUM out of this one. Still, I'm guessing it's gonna go to compound after all, right? I think it will be a fitting end to this chapter. But IMPERIUM starts on the Blacklist side, and this is where the lethality of players like Crafty and Nextlon have really reached the fever pitch this season. Damp, slower paced though. Gotta be wary of players on the other side of the bridge, but +1 on Cat, an easy first blood for him, but quick shooting from Josh to bring it back to a 4-on-4 immediately, and instead of holding on to the line, IMPERIUM pull off barracks, and they get a kill on the B site. they still might be unaware of how close Jin is and him still being there on the bridge after all. So they decide to pivot in towards the A site. Josh already on for one. Seems like it's all that he's going to get in this opener.
Really good control here in the A side, but you still gotta figure out how you're gonna bring down Awesome. He still got the sniper that he can play with. And you see that Awesome is playing with a very offensive stats here, trying to jump, and he's taking some really good shots here. Really good opener for IMPERIUM. And playing way too offensive was the key here to collect the first round. And I love how he saw not so much play here, trying to actually double down here, but with a really good flank, picking up two. It's a bloodbath, and it all went down to Swamp Gaming side. They still got the numbers advantage.
Yeah, 3-on-2 with two players playing some very difficult angles for IMPERIUM to clear out. It's gonna put most of the pressure really on Jaguar, who's slowly scaling himself up towards mid. But with Josh backing up, it allows IMPERIUM some space to work their way back into that side, but it leaves Imagine open for a repeat. Laz all alone, timing against him. Heads are turned, and heads will roll. Leaves Jaguar in a 1-on-3, whereas an initial player in Imagine himself looking for a deep angle after all. The utility is going to be enough to alert Jaguar of his presence, but it's a matter of timing. He looks left. Imagine goes right. Heads found. That's the first headshot out of 3. Josh and Kai still in the picture. And the latter actually will pivot all the way from A to middle to deny any further rotations.
He doesn't want to play a bit aggressive and trying to catch the C4, but goes for it at the end. They know where he's at. They're just trying to sandwich him. Josh actually holding this side, and it's gonna be quick and done for them. A first round and round for each team here. Guys might try to catch anyone while rotating, and that actually reminds me of a lot of those shots were done by Vitality, I believe, and Kai's is doing some incredible work here. When the ping's right, that guy is delivering so good.
Yeah, it's great for Swamp that they're immediately able to still set their own tempo. And that bridge aggression seems to be a problem for IMPERIUM. Maybe sometime soon they'll be able to solve it, but at least for now, they've kind of had to concede that bit of space. Of course, this round they lost their initial player, Barracks, but even then, like, Jaguar is making a call to pivot in towards bridge, and that smoke is going to make it a whole lot easier for Jin to take some of those fights that he wants to. Awesome, also not that far off of perhaps pivoting himself. Boys helping at middle, but nobody's there to help perhaps. So it's do or die. 417 in the hand. Needs to be accurate on the head. Cannot really find that connection, which leaves them in a bit of a predicament. The flash doesn't really affect him the most. He's gonna try to find the timing to get a kill. There it is. Back to a 4-on-4 indeed. That push on Cat needs to be successful from the Egyptians.
He was fishing and he got a really good fish and a big one. He's still facing some very hard trouble time. Imagine will take a couple of them down. Him, Josh, and Awesome. Making it very hard one for the Egyptians, as you have said. Damp is left alone in a 3-on-1 situation. He doesn't have the C4, but he's still got his sniper in hand. He can deliver a lot of shots with that sniper. I believe that guy can actually be him. He got one in the leg. It's not going to be enough to take Awesome down through the wall here. Josh actually waiting for him to peek, sees his head, trying to capitalize on it, and he does. 34 HP. He got the ramp to play with, and he opened a really good angle for him to just close things out. And I would say that IMPERIUM are in a very shaky spot here.
I mean, we'll We'll see if it is that kind of position or not. Pacing change from the side of Imperium a lot quicker from their side, but the trades are solid from that BL side. Not that it's going to be actually enough. Still a 1-on-2 after all. Damp proceeds closely, tries to peek into the small room. Maybe. Gonna stick the taunt. That's them out. That's the first, but the pistol comes swinging, and Josh still able to lock down that line. Back-to-back holds. 5 kills for Josh in those initial set of rounds. And here in round 5, and Swamp running the lead so much that Awesome is definitely starting to get ambitious. 417 in his hands, very early on in the peak. Smoke is going to open up space for him if he wants to close up, but instead, spot the barrel from Jaguar. Should be an easy kill for him. It's 2 for Swamp without response. That's 1, but no quarter given. That's immediately found on the other side. A lot of advantage here for the side of Swamp, and perhaps, you know, we were talking about those timeouts earlier. I feel like Imperium really needs to take theirs now. Like, ping or not, they're just running into a boulder at this point.
Facing some very tough time here in Black, really. Yeah, to top it off, you're playing a one-man army. This is almost full house. Frabsy will be taken out, and exactly, they need that timeout to just figure things out, and we'll see how it goes from then.
So how does it go, right? Like, for Imperium, Barracks haven't been that successful. Like, Bridge hasn't been successful. They haven't been able to get space at mid. Every time that they go to Cat, they might get a kill, but the trades are solid from the side of Swamp. So what's next?
Good question. But still no answers, I would say. Is it their setup, playstyle, approach? A lot of questions for them.
Yeah, well, let's see if answers are going to be found. At least my 1 point of solace for Imperium is that they're a very committed team, right? Like, even if the plan isn't the best, if they walk out, they'll walk with the plan until there is an obvious call from Jaguar that says, okay, call it off. And you can see it, right? Like, I mean, the round that Thrapsy was left in Barracks after they lost the first blood, that was a very intentful call for Imperium. And that's one of the things that we've been praising them for this second season run, is that they don't feel as lost anymore. And it's great to see that. Usually we would sing their praises in the individual level as well, but at least in this approach, maybe it's not going to be the case. Maybe we are bound to another 3-mapper. Let's see, though. There's more where it came from for Josh and co. Josh, of course, leading the charge for now. Not really that much as of Kai, but the entire team really is playing a fair bit better here.
They are, and man, like there's still sun there. You can see, like, Imagine got some sun, Josh, the coach. We'll see if it helps them out. You know, actually, sometimes like players play even better when it's like when you're at morning, and some other players also like to play at night. Like, it's statistically correct. Like, some players underperform in morning games and really overperform or like deliver really good at night. Like, those stuff really matters in some occasions, and it looks like Swamp Gaming, even while they lost the first game, but they had some really good shots, like good chances to win the game. And it looks like they are an early morning bird team, like the ones who loves to play at the earliest. I don't know.
I mean, they say that the early bird gets the worm, so that's something. And Swamp has been eating good. 4 rounds to their name. And well, Imperium allowed to get close to the box room. But they might think that that's their way to an execute, but apparently boxed in. HE doesn't do that much to next long. He needs to find connection. That's the opener that they found. They know the Josh is close, but they're taking their sweet time. Enough for the rotations to come in. There are multiple players on that side, and the 417 finds the second, but there are still 2 more on that way. Awesome with 1. Drake comes in from the PRG, and in the second time of asking, Kai is buying enough time for Imagine. And as long as Jaguar stays there in mid and does nothing, it's a 2-on-3. And it feels a lot less favorable for the side of Imperium. A double jump from their side, kills traded from that way, and it's enough for Imperium to double their tally. 2 rounds on the board. Finally something from Swamp, and it comes off the back of Swamp, pulling their foot off the pedal and allowing Imperium to pedal.
Yeah, and it felt that it's coming out of Damp and Noxon. Like, those 2 guys been just obliterating Swamp Gaming through the entire series, I would say. And at their current stats, they need to even get more and more rounds than them. Damp didn't have a really good game, I would say, the first game. But like this one, he at least had some really critical games for the team. Imagine is just making it count with that AK. Like, when that guy got AK in his hands, you gotta be careful while beaking him. You know that it's gonna be a tough challenge to beat.
Yeah, well, let's see if challenge is still gonna be adequate for Swamp. They've been able to handle most of Imperium for this half. Right now, Laz got the right read, but he couldn't shoot it in time. Repeat coming in from 2 players in the line. They trade 1 for 1. Good enough for Imperium with the timer running down. 15 seconds with a 2-on-2. They need to find something. No trades from Frapsy. Instead, it's Imagine to find a multi-kill. And Swamp to continue in their winning ways.
They're just making it tougher and tougher. Man, I'm smelling new compound in the area. Like, the third map is coming home here, and we'll see how Imperium will do at least the remaining 2 rounds. Laz is going in way too hard here through the smokes to get They need to find a way to get closer and closer. They're very committed to the A executions, but at the same time, you need someone to have some hold of Cat to have like a double placement, like 2 guys trying to enter at the same time from different places to try and make Swamp Gaming firepower not really focused in one place.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is though, Imperium are all corralled on a single place, which is gonna make things a lot easier for Josh. That's 1. Solid trade from Damp. Still, Imagine has been a problem in the last round, and he will need to be a bit more of that here. 2 players on the other side. No support for next one. There's a chance for Kai to find the kill. He even goes unscathed. Then, from a 2-on-4. Now, numbers are equal. Imagine goes down early, but they need to hold on for Kai, who might get a chance. Laz is very low on HP. So he's trying to be the one to take the first line of sight. Out of bullets he goes! Oh! This could have been disastrous. He's just trying to look around the corner, and it is going to be enough. Almost gone disastrously wrong, but for Imperium, still good enough. 3 rounds is the tally that we have here. And it seems like Swamp realized that, hey, maybe we have let them play too much, and maybe it's not the time to play with your food. Instead, they will need to be a little bit more cruel. Brutality might be the answer, and Imagine ready to come down.
Speaking of Imagine, he's definitely putting some work here in the middle, taking Noxlin down. Frapsy is down to midlife, and that guy been always a troublemaker here. And like, speaking of Imagine, that guy got more than a decade of experience to his name, so you gotta bow out for him for doing all of that work, even with all of those years on his names. Yeah, that guy can just give you what you're looking for as a Swamp Gaming fan. 5-3 in the scoreboard. And Kais is making it even tougher for him. A lot of trades here, a lot of shots. Slash drops one, and Kais is out of the picture. Awesome, Jin and Josh. 3 guys with 1 dream. They need to close this first half with a maximum rounds difference between them and Imperium. Laz is left alone. You got Josh, Awesome, and Jen in his backyard. They're hunting for him. Still got a lot of HP can work with. Still looking at the other area. Spotting Awesome, trying to go for a double man peek here, but he picks one. Still got 50 seconds on the clock. He got the C4. He might just trying to go for B-side execution, but he's committed here. From coming from Jen, takes a Josh, and he's delivering another round to Imperium in a 1v3 situation. He closes out. Look at AD's facial expression here. He's just shocked, like, how did that even happen?
Some great work, though, you gotta say, from him individually, but I certainly do agree that should have never been around for him to win. Great work from Imperium in total. With that round, the difference now is just a single round of a buffer between them and Swamp Gaming. You can tell, like, Imperium are really happy with that, and I favor the GR side here. But the problem is, though, sniping on that much ping, is it something that is this feasible? I mean, like, yeah, I feel like a lot of pressure is going to be on Frapsy and Nexlon here on this round, or at least on this half, for the very least, right? Kai has been middling. Now he's got his PRG on the other side, and Jaguar cannot even make it to barracks without eating an HP to the face. That is going to be enough. Opening blow for Swamp, and Deal is going to sweeten with a second kill.
I'm not sure why did they try to contest the tail here. Like, they could have just like, a little bit defensive, but it looks like this round is going to be some testing in the waters. They didn't expect to have all the numbers that trying to push at the same spot here. So Swamp Gaming will pick this one very quick to their name. They're trying to take one here off the window, but not gonna be finding anyone. Damp still on the edge and waiting for them to occur. Josh get closer, and he almost got B-side, but Frabsy and Damp will deliver some really hard shots.
More of those shots. That is the angle that Imperium are also familiar with. But Jin somehow steals 2 out of that one. Well, that was supposed to be Imperium's round to win. Now everything.
That's in the past.
Let's go for it again. You know, like, yeah, it's a 3-on-3 now. But the C4 haven't really made any way. They're waiting for Imperium to basically be bluffed by this. A gambit made by Swamp. But apparently Swamp was expecting aggression, not recession. And that latter is starting to make them wonder. Minute 20 on the timer, Sekio. And at least from what we're seeing, it's going to be a brutally slow crawl back towards the B side.
To be honest, Volt, I'm impressed with Swamp Gaming, even though they don't have a win to their name. They're making Imperium work for it. And it's even harder and tougher for Imperium to close this game. He still got 2 rounds proper. Knocks in here, now looking some more. Hold on a minute. Bring the ARHK in hand. Him and Jaguar close it off and make it only 1 round buffer. You'll love to see it. He got the USP, he delivered the kill. He had to reload, but just like, nah, I'm gonna bring the HK and get them all down. A good way to close this round. And I mean, even after having a really good start and landing on the wrong foot, closing this round was very important to Imperium.
Let's see if Imperium can close a round here. Back to back, right? That would be great. Heavy numbers on the B side. Maybe the right time. The Swamp are closing on that side. But unfortunately, the players in the box room not only flanked, but even Prabsy was a little bit safer. Could not do a single damn thing. That mid gap is capitalized on to a T. That should mean that Swamp are closer to 7, right? 3 on 4. This window being held as well as it is should really be near impossible, right? Like, I mean, even the 8 cheese didn't do much to Awesome. And Kai is waiting on Jaguar. Should be a very easy retake. Oh, sorry, a very easy post, actually. The retake is very difficult. 15 seconds only remain. IMPERIUM needs to step up their pace extensively, and it's not going to be enough. The 2 players in the box room go down. The player in the window is no more. 7 on the board for the Americans. And they are closing in on that decider. Desperately needed one. Probably going to be the most entertaining out of the bunch, because both teams, I would say, are nearly equally as good.
Definitely, or the first game was a bit closer, but this one is going to one side, even though like the rounds buffer is only 2. But I can smell it in the air that Swamp Gaming can close this one easily. Like, the only guy that can stop them is Laz, and he's having some rough time through the course of the second half. He got no kills. Damp is doing fine, I would say, but you need someone to be getting the kills, having some hours to help IMPERIUM bring it back home. You have 1, 2, 3, 4 guys peeking into Jaguar. Can he at least pick one of those guys? That's gonna be a very tough question, a very tough ask for him. But still, he still got the stun, he still got the aggression, and Awesome with the 2 shots taking him down to the alley. And it looks like no one is gonna be holding that spot. And oh, they're not committing to it, they're rotating, might be shifting to be, I'm not sure what they have in mind, but they got one, they're done, and they're playing with IMPERIUM's momentum.
I don't think that they're going to be. I think that they were waiting for what IMPERIUM were doing, right? You saw next on them, Frapsy, thinking that they perhaps could peek those windows and try to get a kill in response. They were waiting for that aggression to come through so they can get another kill. So the round is more secure. Now, still advantage in the hands of Swamp. Perhaps a chance for Damp to get a win. He was not his best at port. Maybe still not his best here. That clearly was a ping diff. But this, Damp at his highest caliber. All the kills coming through from the side of IMPERIUM. And that was a take. Thwarted. Nothing given to Jin. A 1-on-3 is what he's going to be left with. And now that his position is known, it'll be a lot more complicated, right? 10 seconds remaining on the timer. Just don't die. Don't die, right? It's as simple as that.
Alright, just kill him. Like, just kill Jin. That's also another thing. Like, it felt so hard to see them missing the first 2 shots, and like, yeah, he got the kill on the 3rd pass, but normally that's not how it should be for them. They immediately know that Damn is covering that spot, so they just leave it out. Try to go for more information, so they know they have only 1 sniper second and is holding B, so there is a still opening shot to go through the middle and try to capitalize and get some hotel coverage, or like have some hotel control. I believe that Kaiser really got it on his pocket, throwing a lot of util. From the side of IMPERIUM, they still have only 2 smokes, which is very bad. Swamp Gaming will find a really good way to start this push here. Jaguar will be the first victim. Crabs, you need to find a really good flank here. Goes for the trade. Him and Dab are dropping shots, dropping kills, and only Jin remains. Never mind. Oh, he almost got him while rotating.
Well, I mean, Jin was here before, but he had a lot less time. This time around, though, C4 on his back and an empty A site make this clutch a lot more likely. I like this from IMPERIUM, not really giving him a goal, but they could be caught out the door. Where's the trade from Damp? A missed shot from the RG, a second one as well. And Jin When he got a real chance, he could really send it, but instead goes back up the catwalk. Wants to take it all himself, and the pistol is going to be enough. Imperium, tooth and nail they go to tie up this game.
For a second, I thought that Dem just whiffed the shots of his life. He whiffed the shot that almost brings Swamp Gaming to a 2-round deficit again, but he immediately corrects the things that he just made, and we're back into tie situation. And we have the momentum now, and they're going all aggressive. Jaguar whiffs a lot of shots here, but Josh would be doing just a lot of good trades here for the side of Imperium. Kai still got the sniper, trying to take a head or two. Laz falls into his crosshair, and Frabsy drops out again after he had a numbers advantage for a couple of seconds. You lost it. Just like that.
I mean, advantage evaporated literally, but 1-on-2 is not that bad, right? Also spotted. Does he expect Kai? Well, he sees the second guy, but yeah, Kai is never going to be peeking that, right? He's got the C4 on his back. But call from him. Wrong call from Dam. Could have been already out the window. Trying to take a peek at Awesome. Now, he'll have to do it again. Awesome stuck in the corner. Should be a very easy shot, and is swamped back to the lead. Apparently the best Imperium can do is bring it back to a tie. Still chasing. Not that far off. And we are getting in a territory where overtime starting to feel more and more likely, but we'll need to see something from Imperium here. A lot of utility on that side. Barracks is a tough duel. Josh found early. And imagine, traded. There's still a second player in the smoke, but apparently Imperium have got all their contingencies sealed. It starts off like that, and 3 players are all gone through the meat grinder. No one survives. And Kai is up next on that shooting block.
Yes, trying to regain conversion to the C4, but Imperium as a Jaguar, they fire at the same time, man. It's just so smooth and so good for them. We're back in the tie action, but as you have said, the overtime is around the clock, 8-8. You need to catch 2 rounds to any part of this game. Let's see what's might go to overtime, but Ramsey is not here to stand by and see his teammates die alone. No one is dying. Swamp Gaming are getting swept this round.
Well, I mean, they got sweeps for here, but I said that OT is the conclusion I expect. Let's see if Swamp can make that a reality, because if they lose their Black Widow on NA servers, I don't think that there's any coming back from this. I think that this probably seals the lid on this being a winless season for them. Awesome. Could be the last chance. Got support from Kai. Next on the Laz on the other side. Not the best shots, but a flash here could be deadly. Gotta be careful on the other side. The HE will deal significant damage. No, it was completely missing. That is beyond my expectations. But well, apparently not beyond Swamps. They freeze the round. Them having mid control. But we haven't really seen them do much whenever they've had mid. Let's see if they can make any difference here.
A lot of times when Swamp Gaming goes for the late executions, it goes to their side. When they're trying to rabbit fire the round, just fires back. I mean, Laz's hairline is showing why he's really good at this game. Like, it shows you how much thinking he is making, and he's trying to develop more and more. All comes to the hairline. Can it deliver something here? But it looks like Dam will have something in his pocket. Knocks him doing the same thing. Laz, really good flank, and it's getting closer. Closer to Imperium. Come on, Jaguar. Not like that. And not like that. That's gonna be the take. That's gonna be the say. And 2 shots to take the final 2 victims here. Imperium takes this win in a very convenient way.
That was a hook, line, and sinker from Jaguar. Didn't even look that clean initially, but he lined him up at the end. And, well, sweeping work from Imperium there at the final stretch. They got that second win, and they were able to make the most out of it, Sekio. Let's see now how things are gonna go. Really, not seeing the compound is a bit of a surprise. So let's see what Kyle and Penguin have got to say about this steal, I guess, of a map that we've seen from Imperium.
Back to you, Penguin.
Yeah, definitely an interesting one there to see close out. But you know what, Penguin, we may be a couple of unks on the desk, but we've got the knowledge behind us, right? And we kind of saw this one coming, I think. You know, these guys definitely put up a good fight. I will say Swamp a little bit closer on map 2 than I expected. But at the same time, you got to give Imperium credit for what they did on map 2 there. It definitely looked like for a few moments this one was going to be shifting into a third map situation, but you know, they really locked in to get this one done and make sure it didn't go to a risky map 3, and I got to give them that credit. This team looked really polished today.
Well, definitely. We all expected Swan Gaming just coming back. When we watched how the game went, it was 5-2 in favor of Swan Gaming, and I believe that I said that one more round by Swan Gaming and the game is already over for them. And then suddenly Damp came with a clutch, and then another clutch and another clutch by Laz. I believe that the guys from Swan Gaming, they still lack the same problem that they usually have throughout the entire season, which is closing the games. Even now, the problem is arose into going into closing the maps, because they were very close of closing these maps. You're playing on your own server, you're playing on your own map pick, and you have guys on your roster, and that means that I believe that you should have played way better than you expected. However, let's give the credits to Imperium, how these guys improved and how they managed to overcome the deficit and just get the win into Swan Gaming on North American servers, which I think that 3BL, the second seed, didn't even do it, and now Imperium they do it and they win on the North American server. Well played by them, and that's the clutches I'm talking about that we've seen from Imperium. Honestly, if it was EU, I would say, okay, that's the servers, that's why Swan Gaming lost these clutches, but it was on NA, so Laz was playing on NA servers, he's playing on definitely 140, 150 ping, versus probably 10, 20 ping from Swan Gaming, and he hit his shot, and he hit the clutch, and as well as shout out to them for hitting that shot on North America as well. So now Imperium are kinda let's say that they are locked into the playoffs. They're just looking for the other games. Let's see how TSC will go with the next matchup.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this means for their next steps in the journey, but for now they're going to be feeling pretty good about it. As we take a look at the stats, you've got Laz and Damp kind of on the top of this one. No surprise there. A lot of clutches between the two of them to really make sure this one got done without any risk of overtime. You got to give some credit to the other side, though. I feel like Josh and Imagine both had pretty decent moments themselves for Swamp Gaming, and, you know, coming in late season for Imagine and being a strong player that they needed, he gave them a fighting chance here.
Yeah, they play very good. Josh, honestly, is the guy. He's consistent. He's not a superstar that you'll see him probably dropping 25 or 30 kills per game, but he's not also the guy that you might just see him having 0 kills or 0 impact throughout the entire season. So he's the guy who's consistent, but his consistency is not enough because someone has to step up. And what we've seen right now, nobody from Team Swan Gaming has stepped up. Even Kai's that we all bet our money on, he still haven't showed his best performance, and he's playing on Black Widow also on the North American server. On the other hand, if you look at the guys, Laz and Damp, they're doing a crazy work, and those two, they are the most players that had clutches in this series, so it's well deserved. These guys single-handedly just carried their team into the 2-0 win. The 2-0 actually was important. I'm not sure about the set difference. I guess it's very far from TSC, but still, it's a 2-0, so that's the best that they can get. And now they will be kind of waiting for the other results to see if they can make it into the playoffs or just win versus unKnights and look at nobody.
Well, Laz is going to be the MVP for this one. No surprise there. Really valuable in the clutch moments, but just consistent overall throughout the series as well. And I'm excited to see what he can do against some of the stronger teams on the elite side of the groups here, because that is where I think the true test is going to be waiting for Imperium, because today didn't feel like a crazy challenge for them to overcome. But when you look ahead at playoffs, that's where things I think are going to get interesting for this team.
Well, yeah, Laz, he's been the guy that's... I would love to see him in the playoffs, because he's one of the guys that, let's say that if we are watching this season and we're saying what did we actually expect from the teams. We would definitely expect everybody. Vitality on top, 3BL, okay, they were having some good games on season 1, but expecting a substitute player going into Imperium and putting them into the playoffs from the relegation, beating TC, beating unKnights, no, I wouldn't expect that at all.
Yeah, honestly, really impressive stuff from Imperium. I think they will have a decent chance going into playoffs as well. They've made a lot of improvements, but I believe we are going to be talking with Damp shortly as well. But before we do, taking one last look at our match MVP here. Of course, it is going to be Laz overall and map MVP here. No surprises between Laz and Damp. A lot of big clutch plays in this one, and I'm excited to see what these guys can do. And, you know, they might be the team that can bring the upsets in the playoffs. We've seen a lot of upsets already happen in this season, and they're a team that's been able to bring it before, but you think they can do it again in playoffs, Penguin?
I believe they can. If they go to the playoffs, they are in the same case like 3BL. So we would love to talk with Laz, and we would love to know more from him how these guys are preparing for the next, because the next is going to be very, very important for them. They might be going for the playoffs for the first time.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one to see, but I believe we do have our interview ready to go, so we'll bring in Damp here and get his thoughts. I'm curious what questions you might have for him, Penguin, since I'm sure it may be a bit of an expected win, I would say, for you guys, Damp, but how are you feeling coming out of this win, especially with the playoffs on the horizon?
Hello. It was an important win for us because we need to win the all matches from contender group, because we wanted to be the first seed of this group. Our match tomorrow with unKnights will be hard, but if we played our game, we will win easily. I think we're better than the 3 teams of the contender group. We're ready, and we are ready to go to playoffs.
Well, you already mentioned that you guys see that you're better than the 3 teams in the group, because you already beat TC and you beat Swamp Gaming. It's now unKnights only on the line. But let me ask you, who's, beside you, of course, who stepped up the most when the team needed, especially on the clutches? And how do you feel about this win going versus Swamp Gaming 2-0, and now you have only 1 game left?
All of us played well. Everyone in the team do his role. We are winning by playing as a team, not as only 1 player or 2 players clutches. No, we play as a team, we win as a team. It was not an easy game, but we managed to win it.
Famous in the last interview, he mentioned that the first time they gave you an easy game because they didn't expect that you guys are very strong, and they said that he's planning for a revenge. What words do you have for Famous, especially that you guys beat them last time 2-0 and they're looking for revenge, and he said that it's not going to be an easy game and it's not going to be like phase 1?
Phase 1 was having fun in their match, but tomorrow it will be different.
Okay, so having fun and winning 2-0 versus Famous, that's an option, man, now. Okay.
Yeah, we'll see tomorrow. I hope we can win.
Well, awesome. But before we let you go, any final words for your fans or for the community before we move to the next one?
I want to thank everyone who's supporting us, and we wish to make you proud, guys. Everyone, our friends, our families, and inshallah we'll make it to play the playoffs.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Damp, and best of luck in your next matchup tomorrow, and looking forward to hopefully seeing you guys make it through to the playoffs.
Inshallah. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, Penguin, that's going to wrap things up for our second matchup of the day. A little bit shorter than maybe we anticipated going into it, but Imperium, I'm glad the vibes are good, and it feels like they may have a strong close here in that contender group.
Yeah, I like what Dem said. I definitely like that. He said that even the first game, it was just having fun versus unKnights and just beating them casually. I'm going to be preparing more for them tomorrow. I hope the pressure do not crumble on their shoulders and probably make them lose. I hope we see a good game and the better wins. Tomorrow is going to be a good, maybe that's the final of the contender group. Let's call it like this. But well played by Imperium right now, and we're going to be seeing them tomorrow. And I believe that we are ready for the last match.
Yeah, only one more left on the day, but definitely an exciting one coming up here. It's going to be Nemesis versus 3BL. But before we get there, we are going to take a short break. Stay tuned, though. A very big matchup on the way. They have a lot of info to work with, but they have got to be careful not to get caught off guard here. You can see a nice nade kill goes their way, but Hunt on the flank, able to get 2 big kills.
And even though Nemesis are 4-1 up, it feels like a much closer game purely because of these scenarios. Good kill from the back of the site for Sad. Ducking and diving. Now Dipsy in an awkward position. Does find one. Trade isn't quick enough though. Gives Dipsy a chance. He's going to run him down. More than enough time for that defuse. Kiko's in the corner. Lion Claw and Zen have rotated in. Flex and Spoxy are going to be here too. All 10 players are pretty much going to be on this side of the server. Finally, the first kill comes through and the bloodbath will begin. Oh my goodness, it's an absolute cluster. It's ended up in a 1v1, would you believe? Spoxy versus Dizzy, and Spoxy will complete. Unless they can't remove Flex, which surely they will. Him being so low. There's an extra kill though. Now Alucard's a little bit nervous knowing that he could catch him, and Flex has caught him.
No trigger discipline here, and Snake and Snare, both the dynamic duo, a walking path through a small tight angle here, takes another one, and a Snake pushing here, pretty aggressive, holding the pistol, not one, but 2, 3, 4 players in front of him, taking a pretty massive swing here with a triple kill. Come on, Dodson! His teammate just felt that he's jealous. Like, yeah, he is also playing with the sniper, and Snox thumbing it down, taking 1, 2, make it 3.
Yeah, maybe only a flash in the pan for Nemesis.
Yeah, right now Nemesis struggling in mid, but maybe not for too much longer. Dipsy, a nice double kill, make it a triple kill.
Someone holds the stairs, and the other guy is just using the smokes or having his back down. Speaking of having your back, Horus doesn't need anyone to support him. Slayer is here of the group. LSN just grabs 1, 2, and make it 3 to clutch the round in a 1v3 fashion.
Okay, to go now. Oh, coming down the stairs, lots of noise. Big holds on for 2 though. That's a brilliant job from him, and a bit of flash support at the end. A lovely third, there's a fourth. He is farming right now.
Play a lot of stuff for them. Alucard going through the stairs, dropping Todzin and a Snake down. It's left to 1v1. He's pretty low in HP, trying to defuse him, but he goes for the fake.
They've done to the early 5v3. Oh my goodness, Kai's is so blind.
Double kill.
They're just going to move. And unKnights now, they get caught. Dirty finds the first opener, and there's Famous for the 1, make it 2, and there's Famous. Who needs it? These players now swing. Dirty's gone. His head's removed. He gets a fresh haircut, but now Doom. What do you have in store for us? And it is a double. Can he find this triple? It's labored. And now for LCK. Where they want to go with this. The C4 is kind of on catwalk. They need to be careful. And oh man, that's a nice kill from Dirty. There it is. That's what we're talking about. A quad kill to serve it up on a cold platter.
See if Omega can double down here. He's going to have to. He gets Jaguar. He knows there's more. See, this is what I'm talking about. Omega just gets 4.
Really tucking the tail, knife out. There we go.
Oh my god. Aggression in the round seems to be one of the key points of resistance here. Jin, that's a good shot. Needs a little bit more. He gets 2 or 3 even. Very nice round out from Jin. Start from Omega. Get himself 2, but he needs more than that. And Josh is able to actually find the triple there. Unwinnable round here for Swamp, particularly with that entry from Awesome, but they're going to need more. Kai's will have a pivotal role to play, but he falls to Alucard, and with that, it might just be the dream dead. Jin is on his own.
Oh, okay. It's an absolute massacre coming through. Pistol pulled out. Slayer has gone absolutely nuclear.
We'll see whether or not there's going to be any mummification going on in this series. Right now, it looks like it's actually Anubis that might be on the receiving end of that. How has Peck gotten away with a third there, by the way? I don't know. He's popped off in this round, and it's looking like it's going to be a banger of a start for Nemesis. Just Muffin left alive here in the box.
Feels a little dicey. Diving in. It's pretty low. Put that C4 down, which is huge. He's going to try and make a move here as he goes on the corner. Nice find from him, but a second. The pistol pulled out. That is two really quick kills and making another. He's on for an absolute clip here.
Exactly what he is doing, but he's done it so late in the round that he might actually get the timing right. Anubis, oh, I have no idea. Doom's going to go down as well. Somehow Omega has threaded the needle and given 3BL a chance in this round. And all in the meanwhile, Gaino is on the other side of the map. This is ridiculous.
Saved by Spotsy already. That might make them not check him in the corner, but he's been seen now, that's for sure. And Famous will just about survive behind the boxes. More bang frags will come through from Lionclaw. Gets a second on Famous after all that damage he's done, and it's a great round from Lionclaw to start us off here. Alright. Can it actually happen? Maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe unKnights will actually try and not complete embarrassment. Oh, maybe it will be complete embarrassment. They've all picked Foxy! One by one. What a way to finish it.
Doesn't Nemesis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it, so now Frapsy finds himself two. Oh, why not make it a third? They threw double nades on there. I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. Oh, how does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple two. Hang on a second, this post plant, it is falling apart. JK. Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Kane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? This...
To suss things, it will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for two. Horus and Snake fall, and now Totson as well. Still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taken matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting.
To the historical ways of, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damn, trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double two, so that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damn. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that sounds good too when you give your backup like that. And
pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attentions. Damp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them.
We're calling for some reinforcements now. They are kind of tripping over each other a little bit though, but he still makes up for it and gets two very nicely. Hunter's coming through a little bit late, should get caught by Kai, so it's exactly what happens. Now Sad and DZY are the final two players remaining, and they're going to drop into Kai's from the heavens into hell. Now the force through from long. Vitality up against it, and that's why he's flanking up from short, coming through that smoke. Will taking it.
All right, everybody, welcome back here. We've got just one more matchup today, but I think this is going to be a very exciting one to close out the day. We've got 3BL taking on Nemesis, two teams who have been pretty strong throughout their runs so far, but now more than ever, it's their last chance to really show us what they got in this final weekend of Phase 2. So for 3BL, they're a little bit more secure in their spot, Penguin, but Nemesis, to me, they've got a lot to prove in today's matchup.
Well, exactly. After seeing two contender group games, we've watched a lot of action. Imperium versus Swarm Gaming, unKnights versus TSC. It was a good game, but now we are back to the elite group, and it's the only game of the elite group today. And by the way, this is the wrap up for the elite group. I believe we're not going to be seeing them again, if I'm not mistaken, because Nemesis and 3BL, they finished their games. So I believe that this game, you mentioned one thing that maybe makes this game kind of unexpected. Definitely, you might be expecting Nemesis, somebody might be expecting 3BL, but the one factor that can change everything is that 3BL, they already secured the place. They don't need to change anything. They don't need to burn anything. They don't need to show anything on the stream right now for the guys, for Nemesis, for Vitality. Probably they're going to be watching because this is the second seed, Anubis as well. So all they need to do is just grow and play with, go with the flow, just play on the run, maybe just try to adapt, give some adaptive calls. On the other hand, Nemesis, it's a good game for them because they need to test themselves. They need to check how to play versus teams who have no pressure, because that's usually when they fall. If they play versus Vitality, Vitality has no pressure, so they just lose to them. So it's a good practice for them, and also it's good for their placement, because if they win, they secure themselves the place. If they don't, it's going to be very tough for them. They have to start from the fourth place, which is kind of, I believe, they might be facing some real opponents moving forward, probably Vitality on the semi-final or the quarterfinals. So they need to the third place. They need to show that they are still on top 3 because they are going for the AWC. Now Nemesis are closer than TSC for the EWC, so they need to get the wins.
Yeah, definitely a lot they can show us here. Nemesis, didn't expect them to have this match record on the season, but it's just gotten very competitive. But as we take a look at this entire roster, they've got a lot of firepower to bring to the table. I mean, you've got Raph and Alucard, who to me are like the standout key players here, but honestly, everyone on this lineup can make an impact. We've seen great moments from Dipsy and Comics as well, and Beck very consistent over time. So I feel like one of the advantages they're going to have in this lineup is they've got a little bit more experience here under this kind of pressure. And like you said, 3BL maybe just kind of having that ability to do some things for playoffs, not having a risky position to be in versus Nemesis. This is kind of fighting for seeding today for them.
Yeah, exactly. The fight for the seed, and also the fight for the confidence, the fight for the pride, because these guys needs to show what they're capable of. We haven't seen the best out of them. Yes, we've seen Nemesis season 1, how good they played, how good they played on the upper bracket finals, when they just knocked out Vitality, and everybody said, okay, we might be having a different champion than the last 2 seasons, but yet they fall in the final. This fall, maybe this loss versus Vitality in the final, should give them let's say a momentum to win the next games. As you can see, phase 1 they lost to 3 teams. They lost on Knights, which is kind of surprising for me. Okay, the Vitality loss is kind of acceptable. 3BL Galaxy, yes, 3BL Galaxy, they started very strong, and they were the team that is starting early and preparing early for the phase 1 on season 2. Nemesis themselves, they said that they came back to the game late. They had some vacations, they had some days off. They weren't in the gaming house, unlike 3BL. Starting from day 1 on phase 1, they were in the gaming house, they were hyped, they were also practicing. So it was an acceptable loss, let's say, versus 3BL Galaxy. But the unacceptable for me, if I'm a Nemesis fan, which is the unKnights loss. The unKnights loss could have already settled them into second place if they be able to win 3BL today. But other than that, I believe that 3BL, they will have, yes, it's not an easy matchup, but they will make it easy because they have no pressure.
Yeah, for 3BL, I feel like they still have a lot they could do here. Even if they're not showing their full playbook as well, I think there is still a chance they could play that way and win if Nemesis isn't fully ready to go here. So for 3BL, I'm really just excited to see what they do with this opportunity today, because it may not be a chance to see their full playbook, but it is a chance to still get some very good competition in their hands before they go into that playoff picture, because that's where things I think are going to get really challenging for this team, because they're putting themselves in a top seed with a target on their back. So we'll see if they're able to live up to the expectations. But looking at the lineup here, Penguin, who are you looking for to maybe lead the charge here and get things done today for this team?
Honestly, if we are talking about season 1, I would say Omega and Noxin, they did a very good job on season 1, but now on season 2, I believe it's Hunt who's the guy he's almost consistent throughout the entire games. And not only that, let's not talk about the casual games or maybe the games that you would look onto 3BL and say, okay, 3BL can win this game or 3BL can just get this win. No, I'm talking about the games that it is hard and tough for 3BL to get the wins, but yet Hunt is the guy that he's always there and showing up. Versus Anubis, he was there. Versus last time they played 2 times versus Anubis, honestly. TEC, he was also there. Vitality, yes, the whole team was not performing, but Hunt was trying. So that's why I'm saying Hunt is right now one of the key elements of 3BL for them to win.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I feel like if Hunt can lock in and get things done, the rest of the team will kind of follow. He's also just a bold personality on the team. I feel like his energy kind of dictates how things go oftentimes for this team. If he's got positive energy he's bringing to the table, it's definitely going to be shown across the rest of this team. One thing I am curious about, I'm not as familiar with their coach. What do you know about the coach here from 3BL?
Well, Yaski was a professional player in Brazil. He was playing with Viana. He was playing with Adolf, and he replaced Viana in Season 2 2023, I believe, or 2024. He's one of the veterans. He's a very good guy if you're looking into his history. And Brazilian play style was one of the best. If you just remember 2018 and 2019, where Brazilians got the better of all region, China, Russia, and they got the first place for 2 consecutive years, and it was the only winner outside China region winning the CFS. So definitely Brazilian region is the region that you look to if you are taking some strategies. When I was a player, I was watching the Brazilian leagues. I wanted to probably copy their play style, because it's easier to copy the Brazilian play style than the Chinese play style, because the Chinese pro league, they are playing with different weapons, different guns, different smokes, different everything. So the play style is kind of the Chinese leagues, they play only with 2 or 3 play styles, and all the teams play with this play style. Unlike the Brazilian region and the West League, they usually have some setups, they usually have some counter strategies. That's why I'm saying having Yask is one of the most important things in 3BL, because they are all young, and he's just leading a bunch of guys that have no experience and putting his experience to them and just leading them into the wins.
Yeah, definitely going to be a valuable team to have a strong coach to kind of lead these young guns to their next level, because so far they've already done that. I mean, you look at just the difference between Season 1 and Season 2 with this team, and they've already come quite a long ways. And now they're in a position where they're in a conversation to maybe even be in that championship match at the end of this season. I'd be excited to see them push all the way there, but it's definitely going to have to start with a confident win here in this last weekend in their final match here to maybe give them that extra little boost to go into the playoffs. Looking at the head-to-head, though, we've got Hunt versus Beck here, 2 of the key players on both sides of the fence here. But Hunt, like we said, he's really going to be that one who can dictate a lot on this team. Beck, I feel like when you see him up here, though, for me, he's more of just an anchor. You kind of always expect to have a presence on the map.
Well, he's the IGL, yeah. So he's the guy that he shouldn't die. He should be anchoring on site. He should be staying alive. He should be trying to make the less plays when it comes to the 4 players with him, because he's the IGL. You would love to have your IGL till the end of the round, in case you want to be some adaptive rounds, you want to just change your play style, you want to just adapt to the enemy team. So Beck is the IGL, also Hunt is the IGL, so it's the battle of IGLs in this matchup. 3BL versus Nemesis, Nemesis versus 3BL, they both have a very, very good, talented IGLs.
I definitely agree, and looking at some of the other team stats as well, you can see both IGLs making a name for themselves on the assists and the kills as well. So leading in more ways than one for both of these guys is going to be a key here. When you have an IGL that can also just be a strong anchor and a strong player for your team on top of it, it makes the confidence of the team, I think, that much higher. But definitely looking at the key headshots as well, 2 very big stars on both sides too here. Who do you think between the 2 of the most headshots on each of these teams is maybe going to be the stronger coming into today?
Definitely Noxin. Noxin is unmatched, and I mentioned that Comics is kind of underperforming in my opinion because he's not doing what is needed from him. Yes, Comics is doing exactly maybe, let's say that, I don't want to say below average, but he's doing the average gameplay. But as a player, as a Comics, we usually, when we see Comics, we expect crazy plays, we expect multi-frags, we expect few, let's say, maybe crazy headshots in a row. But Comics, I haven't seen this from him in season 2. On season 1, I've seen it. I've seen Comics single-handedly taking down Imperium on it was New Compound on an overtime. He was just killing 3-4 every round till the end of the game. So that's Comics what I expecting. And even versus Vitality, he was just chopping heads whenever anybody just crosses his crosshair. He just takes his head away. Now Comics is doing just average gameplay coming out from him. So in order for Nemesis to improve, I believe that Comics needs to step up, Dipsy needs to be more hyperactive, and they need to let Alucard play more freely, and I believe we will see more of Nemesis as Season 1.
Well, it is going to be an interesting one to see how they perform today, but first we've got to take a look here, Penguin, at our predictions. I feel like this might be the one time we had some disagreements on predictions today, and as we saw there, it looks like we have one odd one out. It's actually going to be Seikyo, surprisingly the only person going for a 3BL, the rest of us going for Nemesis today.
Well, I mentioned that I'm picking Nemesis because I told you that 3BL might not... I don't want to say that these guys will troll. Never, definitely not. They will just try to play till the last breath. But I'm saying that they have no pressure. So probably they will do some mistakes. They are unexperienced as well. So maybe when they have no pressure, they will try to go for crazy plays. And these crazy plays, Nemesis will not give them a chance, try to capitalize on their mistakes. And Nemesis needs to win. So they will go 100% full series and try to get the mistakes out of 3BL. So that's why I'm saying Nemesis now have an upper hand. Probably if they go in a best of 5, I would say that 3BL definitely can just streamroll Nemesis into a best of 5 right now in their shape. But we will see Nemesis now. We will see if they improve. We will see if this week of full practice from Nemesis have actually shaped anything to them or not.
Yeah, I'd agree. I feel like Nemesis is kind of primed and ready to maybe take this one given the circumstances. But as we start to think about maps, what do you think the key maps are going to be for Nemesis in this series as we look at the veto?
Well, Nemesis, it's quite tough. I would say New Compound can be there. They both play New Compound. Yeah, New Compound is there. Sub-base is definitely 3BLs. If you ask me for 3BL, it would be an easy question. I would say it's sub-base. I'll just blindfolded. It's all the way sub-base for 3BL. And Nemesis, yes, they go for the New Compound. And by the way, last time we've seen 3BL playing New Compound, it was perfect. It was amazing. And they almost made a very good comeback also versus Vitality when they lost in New Compound. It was versus Anubis. But then before they played versus Vitality, yes, they lost 10-7, but it was 9-4 or 9-5. And we've seen a very good comeback from them. And then suddenly the last round, Horus just pops off 3 kills and destroys 3BL. Other than that, I would believe that 3BL could have just pulled a miraculous comeback versus Vitality. Now, Eagle Eye is going to be the decider. If we go to Eagle Eye, it's going to be a banger game because both teams, they play definitely the same. They have 2 snipers, 2 flexes, they have 2 core entries. Dipsy is kind of crazy as Hunt. Comics is kind of as good as Noxin when it comes to headshots. They're having Sad, and the other guys are having as well Alucard. So it's the fight of Egyptians in Eagle Eye. So I would love to see Eagle Eye, honestly.
Yeah, I think it'd be a great way to kick this one all the way to the highest level possible. But I know we haven't had a chance to talk about it much yet today. Speaking of Alucard and Sad, what is your thoughts on that head-to-head in this matchup in particular? Because for me, that's one of the more interesting matchups in this one because both of those guys are really playing at the top of their competition lately. And I'm curious who you think may have the advantage in today's matchup.
Well, Sad, the thing is, which maybe differentiate him between Alucard, is that Sad is a bit less experienced than Alucard. Alucard is more experienced. Alucard knows when to take the risk. Alucard knows when to go for the trade, when to go for the kills, when to go for probably the picks. Maybe Sad also knows the same, but when you see both teams, or maybe both snipers trying to fight for a single spot, I would say that Alucard's experience usually would put him a bit ahead than Sad. Other than that, I beve that Sad has a very good individual skills, and Alucard was one of the best in our region, and he's still our best, and he's consistent throughout the entire years. A lot of teams changed around him, a lot of players changed around him, and he's still consistent. So the fight between both is going to be very, very good. Maybe the experience gives Alucard a bit the edge, but in my opinion, Sad and his good teammates with the firepower can just lead the way.
Well, we are going to be heading into New Compound for this first map here, Penguin. I am curious to see it. It's going to be the first time we've seen it today as well. And I feel like both of these teams have a lot of strength on it, so it should be a good first map to kick off the series. But when we think about how this one might play out from more of a strategic sense, what are you expecting from both of these teams looking at Compound as the starting point for this series?
Well, new compound is good. As I mentioned, the 3BL, they usually start very slow on new compound. If they can be able to just hold on for the first few rounds. I was also talking with their coach, just having a casual chat with him, and he said that usually our maybe a deficit that we are starting very slow. So I'm trying to help the teams to push this. So if they cannot put this into a good rounds in the beginning, I believe that new compound can go for Nemesis, but sub base is gonna be very, very tough for Nemesis.
Yeah, I'd agree. The sub base is going to be an interesting one. But before we get there, like I said, it is going to be new compound to kick it off. So we'll go ahead and throw it to the casters to take us one into this final series of the day.
Well, we're finally back at the top. The elite group is here. Last week, of course, we had more of the elite group dosage. This time, we're having only one game a day for today and tomorrow as the finale. Sekio, look, they've talked the big game about the tactics and everything. All that I can say, by using true mathematical logic, and math doesn't lie, if 3BL wins versus Anubis and Anubis wins versus Nemesis, then clearly 3BL wins versus Nemesis, right? Like, that's the math that I'm mathing right now.
That's like that reminds me, if you win versus someone and that one versus another guy and that guy wins versus you, so you end up in a loop that you don't know who's winning versus who. But I believe when it comes to Anubis, Nemesis, and 3BL matter, I believe that 3BL actually won versus winning, so that's something to take into consideration. And guys, if you're just tuning in, this is our third game for today. We had 2 bangers earlier on today. 2-0 went for Imperium, and we had 3 mappers early on today. That was another shocking one, so I believe that this one versus 3BL is going to be a really good one, and Omega sits the base high. Him and Sad picks 3 kills apart.
What a way to establish yourself on the server. Of the coattails of, as you said, a great showing from Imperium. 3BL kicking things into 5th gear right here. And I mean, just saying, there was somebody that was saying, oh, like, I'm looking more at the experienced guys. I'm looking more at Hunt and Sad. No, like, look, of course, there's a ton of value in the veterans in the team. And credit to Hunt, actually. Like, he's been incredible in terms of his fragging in the second season in comparison to the first. But yeah, let's not forget, those guys have established themselves more than just a Flash in the Pan, more than a one-season wonder. Players like Omega, players like Noxon, and hell, I'll definitely say even Losha, all are really impressive in their own right. And right now, Alucard and Beck trying to show that those old dogs definitely got more tricks to show. 50 seconds on the timer. Sitting their sights on the A site, but I'm pretty sure Hunt and Alucard know each other pretty well, so might be a mental game. Apparently, Hunt knows it to a T, to the point that it is a clean sweep for 3BL on their second attempt. A sole casualty is going to be the totality for 3BL. But that was domineering, and that is the way that I think 3BL wants to take it to the finish.
That was a nasty shot, man. Like, I don't know where that come from, but it just went through so hard, and a really good start for 3BL. I don't know, man. It looks so good, and to a point that 3BL, even though it's only the first round, we didn't see 3BL play a lot of new compound. It's been always banned for them, and through the thick and thin that 3BL had in this entire year, they're at their best apparently right now, and they need to double down on the win the last time. And man, you need someone to stop Omega. Yeah, he got one and one for this time, but the last one, he had a lot of blood on his hands.
I mean, blood in the water. And Nemesis apparently not gonna take that one standing down. And I really like this for Nemesis, right? It's the exact same set, but this time around, immediately in the second round, they're ready to adjust. They're ready to make sure that those tough spots aren't going to be as tough as perhaps initially prophesized. And, you know, Penguin was talking about it, right? He's like, hey, like, a lot of players in comparable roles that have really good fragging. Hunt is one of those people that his head-to-head with Alucard is probably my most intriguing one for the day. Hunt, well, he might be good on an individual level, but too many people from Nemesis proved to be his bane. And that leaves Noxon in a 1-on-3. Raffin is able to hold it down. The spray from the M14 proves to be good enough. And that is Nemesis taking it back immediately. Let's see. Apparently we got quite a game in our hands.
It should be. That's the runner-up of the Season 1. And also you have the runner-up of the regular season for Season 2. So a lot of runner-ups here. And Nemesis, they wanna recall their spot, like regain their spot. Still a very hard time and a long road to take. And it looks like they're going to B side here for this fight. Immediately 3BL tries to go back. They don't wanna take any further trades in this spot. But here's a big problem. You don't have any control over mid, which will give Nemesis a lot of his base to work with. They can go anywhere and any place at this point.
I mean, the thing is, though, Nemesis starting that round. You know, we're talking about how they're not going to show too many tactics. I don't think that they're showing anything that is revolutionary or is going to reinvent the wheel. But Nemesis are not scared of variety. Apparently, Hunt is not scared of numbers. That's a C4 down. Gonna stun that take a little bit more, but I like this from 3BL. Not really looking to perhaps press on much more. And that's a great kill from Sat to do. Dipsy down early. Noxon stays alive, and that's the most important part. But they need somebody to bail him out here. He's gonna go untraded, and Beck actually finds the timing because Omega is trying to look for one of his own. Dosha on the flank at mid could find something. Great first shot from Omega. But now that Seraphim is on his case, should be flanked by the flank, but no. Dosha actually goes the other way, so now Raffin can use Beck and just pivot back into the B site after I site rather after everything, and a very late movement from Losha. He's gonna be given a fair shake. 1-on-2, not a lot of health on Beck.
Man.
And Raffin is holding utility, so he's not going to be initially ready, but they go off the site for this post-block.
I loved how they played Tom and Jerry at that spot. Like, you're flanking the flanker to try to take him down. It was just like a loop that it needed broken down, and it looks like the broken loop will go to Nemesis' behalf. And, a very early tech boss from 3BL. Oh, I believe it's not 3BL, it's for Nemesis, so that's something to watch.
I think it's actually technical, not tactical. So,
technical, not attack? Okay. Okay, alright.
So, it's okay, not an early timeout. Don't mind that much. Does give a little bit of time, though, for the teams, perhaps, to slow the pace down. 3BL might not be so happy about the way that this one panned out. And I think it's good that we're seeing them not being scared of taking their chances, of taking risks. But I feel like one of the most important things when you have a lineup like 3BL that has, I would say, 5 players that definitely can win a game on their own, and they need to have a better grasp of resource allocation, right? Like, hey, like, no, you in, like, let's say, I don't know, like, you playing in servers, you need to anchor. You cannot try to find the timing. You need to take the initial contact. And I feel like this was one of the rounds that was perhaps a bad example of that, where way too many people of 3BL are trying to take timings that nobody's actually countering what Nemesis are coming up with.
That's a good thing to think about. See how everything's pan out for 3BL. I believe that I can see Yask is talking to the players, so I thought that when you have a tech boss, you don't have the ability to speak. Like, I remember in other esports tournaments, like, you're not allowed to just talk whenever you have a pause or something like that. If it's not tactical boss, you can talk. So That's something to take into consideration.
I mean, still, it's like enough time for everybody to slow down, right? And I feel like that's so important. Again, we're talking about 3BL. Whenever you're gonna hear that from Kyle and Penguin, they'll tell you that it's not just the tangible stuff. It's not just Hunt and Sad being leadership for the team that is filled with young players. It's the intangibles as well, right? Like if I'm a young guy like Losha, like Noxid, like Omega, I go and see, oh wait, this is my teammate, like, and he's had a couple of achievements, a couple of decent placements. He's a guy that is really respected in the community, and I think that on its own, right, is going to be a big thing for them because I think what Hunt Hunt has won the league, I believe, in 2022 with Myth all the way back.
He was a
And-
substitute, but yeah, it goes under his name.
Yeah, I mean it's under his name, but I believe that still did pretty well. Didn't he go to Stars once with Swamp, or am I thinking about things right? It was the Swamp that had Brando, GZY, and Famous. I think that he was playing the regionals with them in 2024.
He
Well,
did. He did play with
yeah.
Famous with Swamp Gaming. He played in to the NA regional finals, and he played also in CFS multiple times.
Yeah.
So he got a lot of experience under his belt.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I'm trying to say, right? Like he's a guy that knows what he's doing, knows what he's talking about. He's had experience with a lot of people, and the entirety of the West League holds Hunt in high praise, in high regard. That's something that's so important for those young guys to not just have a voice, but have a voice that is capable, experienced, and approachable. You want to contrast that to Nemesis and see, like, oh, Nemesis just got shooters and they got a really good system and amazing coach. That's probably a pretty good place to be at, right?
Definitely. You're with a really good organization. You got your own gaming house. You got like chef. You got someone that cares about you. Man, you're living a dream, and you're playing to earn money. That's something a lot of guys would be wishing for. Even me. Like, anyways, let's get back into the game, and it looks like that. Those guys are using those benefits to make 3BL suffer again and again in this place here, and they're putting them into 3v1 position, which I believe that Olivia be having a lot of trouble here trying to lose in this fight, which is like theoretically I don't think that he can bring it home, and that should be it. Like another one to Nemesis, and it looks like they're locked in and they need to take the revenge after what happened in the first part of this season.
I mean, revenge is not going to be that easy, but Beck is starting off so well. 4 kills right here. And we'll have to wait and see though if things are going to be any better for 3BL, who apparently are unable to play the pillars. Been a tough duel for Noxon, who switched to the TRG, trying to get something out of it. The utility is going to rain in. And it's actually for the box. They thought that he's going to be closer apart. Then Noxon didn't even take the shot. And right now he's all alone on the B site. And a rotation from Losha doesn't really guarantee anything. But there's also another flank from Beck. The timing is everything. And somehow Hunt survives the initial contact. They can try to wrap around the guys in mid, but it's clear that they do not want to give away that space at B. And that makes the round very complicated for 3BL, because they cannot crunch on the numbers. They don't know exactly where Beck is, but now with that kill, this round goes from very complex to very easy. They slow down the pace, they absorb the utility for server, and everything should be perhaps smooth sailing from there. It's already so smooth from Sad. C4 down, and the remaining 3 are all thinking about walking one by one into this death trap. The Valley of Death contains 2 TRGs, and both of which will leave an imprint on that one. It's Comics and Alucard remaining. We know Alucard's capability in the clutch, but can he deliver when his team needs it the most?
Yeah, really good question here. Doesn't have a lot of time to work with. They still got the C4. Comics is very low in HP department. But Alucard is hunting for something. They are going for it, and they got 2 and out. Like, it's easier said than done, but it looks like it's doable currently. But Lucia just turns everything around and telling them, like, yeah, you had it for a moment, but it's not gonna last forever. Another one goes to Phoebe. I'm not sure if that's a tick or attack pause, but it looks like, yeah, that technical again. Oh, alright, so I guess Booty to fight PCs.
Check PC, yeah, Nemesis check PC.
You need to work.
Well, I mean, hey, whatever it is, though, like, Nemesis can have their time. We can have our time with that round, right? A swap around from 3BL, right? Like, Noxon bringing a TRG, playing a bit of defensive angle. Him not getting that kill could have been a problem. But the fact that they were able to do 2 things, right? Like Hunt surviving the flank from Beck, and then Hunt getting the kill afterwards is probably, like, you know, the double whammy if you're thinking at it from the side of Nemesis. So we'll have to wait and see how things actually work out from that side. At least, you know, that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that, hey, it was the right idea from Nemesis. Unfortunately, that duel on the extremity was everything. And Beck perhaps tried to put his foot on the gas a bit too soon.
Extra time for the boys to think, to talk it over. Like, sometimes overthinking it might make you drop a lot of really good points that you're doing. And also the thing is, currently those guys, like, if they had a moment, if they had some heat, they won't be able to keep maintain their adrenaline rush, to keep going with the game. I believe it will drop down eventually with all of those timeouts. We'll see how it pans out for them. At least they're in the same spot, and I mean, I believe those things matter the most.
I mean, the good thing about this, though, is that we're seeing a clear separation between the games from the contenders and the elites. Even though, like, you know, credit where it's due to Imperium, they've improved a lot. I think we're seeing a different caliber of play here, and that is a good thing. It's not to dismiss Imperium and their improvement. This is actually praise to 3BL and how much they've gone forward, right? Because I'm thinking, like, earlier on in season 1, I would have said, like, 3BL is just Imperium with a better IGL and better mechanical players, right? It's like Jaguar is experience, Hunt is experience, Damp is experience, Sad is experience, right? You get the analogy? And then better shooters.
I'm starting to pick up. Up on that. And also they have like a better stats when it comes to the age department. They're all so young. I believe their average age is between 21 and 22, which shows you how young those folks are, and bring us to the point that this might be the future of the Western League. Those guys, the young talents that keep developing, keep playing, and keep trying to get better and better at the game. I'm not sure if they're gonna have a shot in this EWC, but I believe if they didn't, they should be all eyes and logged into the CFS. But I believe they're just like getting ready to play the game, to get into action. But before we hit to the game, we'll head to a small break. So guys, with that small base, just bring your popcorn, bring your snacks, bring all your stuff, and get back here in this chair, sit and wait for the action. So see you in a bit. Boop boop ba-da-doop. Mana mana. Da 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 da. Boop boop ba-da-doop. Just kidding. Welcome to CF West League.
And we are back. Hopefully, we will actually get into the server pretty imminently. I think that the two teams are ready, and to be honest, I'm waiting. Those pauses, I said, hey, like one pause is good. I'm sorry, guys. I take it back. Please, no more pauses, okay? Can we agree to that, Sekio? Can we agree that we actually want to see Crossfire be played here?
I mean, we just had like a really good day, like with our first two best of threes, so hopefully we don't go through much here. And I mean, if Raf is having some trouble here, you still got the big comics, man. Like that guy been doing some wonders for that team, so you can just rely on him, and you know that he will deliver. Did you miss big comics?
See. No, I saw a few of the games, but I mean, to be fair, I'm actually the different opinion. I want to see the full force of Nemesis do better than, hey, like Big Comics is the good luck charm, and yeah, that's it. Full force Nemesis. Apparently, not up to set and Loxin. 2 kills traded on the other side. Raffin out early at middle, trying to get out. And 2 players do go down at pillar to answer for the 2 that have actually also gone down from the side of 3BL, leaving Noxin, Sad, and Omega for 3BL. I was about to say for the Egyptians, because like I'm so used to Nemesis being a European organization, but yeah, it still has majority Egyptians. Well, that's one less on the server. Comics is gone. Now Beck is all that remains. C4 in hand. Perhaps a good timing on Noxing. Good at handling the spray. The HE is going to be easily avoided. 20 HP for Beck. I think that's not enough to win a round, right? Like, barring any catastrophe from the side of 3BL.
I mean, Nemesis, it feels like they're the Ottomans. You have 2 Turkish with 3 Egyptians. They rule under the same name, I would say. And let's bring back the 15th century, or maybe the 16th. I'm not sure which one. I'm bad with history, actually. Like I used to read a lot of stuff back in the days, but now I'm a bit rusty on that department. Like, yeah, you can just bring back the old vibes and we can just throw the weapons and play with all the knives we have. Or like maybe trying to bring some old Ottoman swords, I believe.
I know, I like
that.
shotgun.
Oh,
I like the A-bolt.
A-bolt, come on, man, like, not like that. Not that nasty shot was unnecessary. Him and Sad are just taking Nemesis apart. But Raffin, the guy who had like a little bit of a trouble earlier, will make some shots here, but not enough trades will be taking place.
Yeah, another man will be happy. You know, we're seeing A-Bolt in the West League, and it's all fun and games until the A-Bolt comes out. Unfortunately, though, it's strictly business for 3BL. Cold and personal, but so is Alucard, who is always a menace on the pistol. Still got 2 more to find. That is pretty low on health. So Losha have got to be extra careful. The C4 is all the way down at middle. Sad is not ready for Alucard, and suddenly this one becomes very much feasible. Alucard taking his sweet time. Losha is sending. Timing is everything. Alucard have just left the balcony. He might try to catch the timing. Goes out. Not spotted by Losha. An entire minute to play for Sekio. And not just that, Alucard still got a full kit of utility on top. So I see this as a very realistic clutch here for the minister himself. He's taking his
That was a
time,
1v4.
not actually making any move.
Just remembered that was a 1v4 and Alucard just picked them apart. I mean, he got this clutch would have been a lot better than this. Like, it would have been in the history book. Like, Losha's just like, yeah, not another one. Like, you made a really good run, you got a really good spot here, but a really bad spot. Like, he's at the right spot at the right place, and he's at the bad spot at the bad place to be taken down by Losha. And another one goes to 3BL, which they have another way of playing defense. Still 2 players trying to make sure that no one goes through connectors here, but the middle control is a bit intriguing from Nemesis.
Not the first time that they've done that. Last time around, it was definitely a mud fight, but they're able to come out on top. This time, Alucard could be caught off guard. Never mind, never gonna be the case. Ice cold from the devil. Apparently, he is on top of his game, but the hunt is on. Nemesis still got another insertion. Big position from Comics, but even better from Hunt. That's 4 kills on the back of that second timeout. And apparently, those DRGs are merciless from their side. That's the 3rd kill, all snipers from 3BL. Alucard, this time, got back up. But would it be enough to close off a round for Nemesis?
DRGs, A-Bolt, anything that brings you the kill with 1 shot, I believe they are taken capitalize off. We have a 4v2 position here. Beck and Alucard. They at least got the C4 Beck just picked it up, but Alucard actually been having a really good stats, a really good game till now. He's warmed up and he's ready to fire. But can he do it? Omega spots the first, and this shot won't be landing. At least when he goes for the second try, he connects. And man, make it third. Hunt, I don't know, like that guy been going for clutches for a long time here.
Let's see how things actually would develop for that side. 5 rounds for 3BL now. No more able, so the fun is gone. But Nemesis is getting up very aggressively. It's going to be a lot to be asking from Omega here. Could even be gone early. He finds his first. A chance for Losha, but all the kills go for Nemesis off that first. Great sequencing from their side, and Noxon is out early. That means the Alucard is a freebie. 2 on 3, never mind. Noxon going for blood. Oh, those TRGs are so scary. And Sad is not even a part of this round just yet. Snipsy and Comics. Experienced names, probably some of the best in the region. Definitely the top in Egypt. And they're so close to finding a fourth for Nemesis. The game has been pretty much neck and neck, and this proves it. 1 round to set the 2 teams apart.
First half just got in here, and it's pretty hard for them to keep going on that pace, but probably that's what should they take, and we'll see how it occurs in the second half.
So yeah, we'll have to wait and see how things actually go from here. On the global risk side, 3VL were very happy with those TRGs. It's probably going to be a different affair. A lot more of the riflers and them being effective. And, you know, my question mark for 3BL has been Losho, right? When he's active, I feel like the team is so dangerous. They can take down anybody, but the problem is, like, Losho sometimes struggles a little bit to find the right timing, right? Again, lurking in Open League is going to be very different to the West League, so there's always going to be an adjustment period. Individually speaking, though, he's brilliant, and when he's able to get the feel for the other team, he's usually one of the best. So we'll have to wait and see how that actually proceeds. Nemesis now on the defense. It's supposed to be the hunting ground. Triple TRG it is. Comics. Fishing versus Blood. Omega's going to be the first face in. They stick to the left side, at least for now. Not to give the TRG anything. Still, an easy first blood. And 3BL are unable to push the TRG away. If anything, Comics backs off at his own terms after finding first blood.
A good way to start the round for Nemesis. You got Sad, and they have the numbers advantage that they can play with, and I like the fact that they're not dropping mid like what 3BL been doing, trying to play defense on the higher end here. But they're very separated. They're trying to go for multiple ways, but the problem is 3BL util is about to expire here. They only have 2 smokes and 1 stun, so that's gonna be one approach, and you need to invest all your utils. Not enough to play the boost plant, and that's very bad. Depsy here going closer and closer. I believe that he might just find someone here, and this game is gonna be all about dry peaks coming from 3BL. It's all about time. Depsy is holding Raffin. I believe that he's just spotted Hunt here, so let's see some capitalization of this info. And yeah, he just spotted his shoulder. A lot of movement might come, only 40 seconds on the clock. Hunt, can he drop anyone with that TRG? And the answer is not. Not a lot of util to get in. But Raffin, Alucard, and the rest of the boys are waiting for any movement here, and Hunt goes for the quick scoop. Dipsy needs to answer with it, gets the first, but Lucia immediately goes for the trade. It's a 3v2, but not out of an HP. In that department, Hunt is left alone, and I believe that's another one for Nemesis.
Every time Nemesis gets their kills first, that makes their trading easier. 3VL, unfortunately, are really unable to keep up with the pace that Nemesis are providing. And it's still the same triple TRG. It has been such a problem for them to start off the game. Gotta be careful because Beck is pushed up close. Hunt is none the wiser. And he's gonna be easily taken down, but at least he still somehow gets away with the kill. Start off the round. The smoke could have opened up space. It's not gonna be enough. Quick kill from Losha. Knows that there might be another player at middle. And they are able to clean up that space. 4-on-3 it is in the end. With it, Beck backs off. Still the triple TRG. Gotta say, I am a fan. From both sides, really, when they pulled it out. But let's see if 3BL are going to be up to the task to shut them down. Because last time around, they didn't have the numbers advantage. Now, they earned it. Let's see if they can make something with it.
We'll see. And Sad makes it even harder for Nemesis to try to play their retake there. 2v1, but keep in mind they have the TRGs up, so that's something you don't want to be playing versus. Losha goes for it. They had two men trying to beat Depsy here, left alone, and I'm not sure that he can sustain or play versus all that firepower. I think it's over with that round. 30 seconds won't be enough for him to take on that fight, but we'll see how it goes. He's still in the window here in the middle. Might trying to take that time to talk to his teammates to see how it goes between them.
I mean, it feels like it's just done here for Dipsy, of course. But here's the thing. That's the round that was made off a judgment call, right? Nick made the push. Did get the kill. Credit to Hunter making it as difficult as possible for the other side. So 3BL still holding on to their lead. But I don't think it's going to happen again. Like, that call is just a call that would happen once a half. So then what is supposed to happen for 3BL? Because Pillar has been very unsuccessful from them. The TRGs have done exactly what they have just done right here. Kill from Dipsy. No answer from 3BL. Apparently it's going to continue to answer.
Looks like this game is on repeat. We still have the same scenarios, and Comics is actually backing up my words here, but Hunt goes for it to make it equal. It's a 3v3, which making it a bit harder again for Nemesis. I don't know, like, it keeps going like into a bing bong state. Like, you take a round, I trade it. We're doing a lot of trades here back and forth between Nemesis and 3BL, and I would say that 3BL...
That's good, right?
Good.
That's good. High level.
It's fun, but I hope that we don't have a lot of pauses like in the upcoming rounds. This will make it even more fun.
Here's the thing. You act like the pauses don't exist. You know, if I don't see them, they're not real. That is how I'm treating those pauses. But Alucard can see them, and they're very real. Omega delivering a swift headshot. And right now, that 2-on-2 is more than feasible. Late play towards middle. 3BL clear the outside. Still got a minute of time to play with. And apparently Nemesis, we're expecting an even deeper push from 3BL. Now that's not the case. We'll try to corral. On the outside is Raffin. Great finding from Losha. Not the kill to find it though. The pistol also goes wide. Losha really needs to find some stability. Raffin so low on health, and finally, that's the kill. 23 HP on Beck. Should be really doable for Losha. 15 seconds remaining. Try to stick it. The pistol's out. Losha can't find it again. Unable to tame the spray, and that's enough for Nemesis to bring it back to a tie a second time.
Like again, a man like Big growed his beard. Like, that man is locked in. He doesn't leave his house. He's just 24/7 playing CF, and looks like it's paying out. His score shows everything. The sweat, the time. I believe they have EC, so there's not a lot of sweating here, but in game there is. Anyways, Depths here.
Well, oh, I was about to say it's gonna happen again. No trade 3BL, but that's ambitious from Han, to say the least. And back to the scheduled program. You know, I was about to say, oh, like 3BL taking initiative, pushing together as a unit. You know what this reminds me of? do you remember in the first game when I was saying like there's a bit of hesitation in TEC today?
Yeah, I saw that.
They
had a lot of
hesitation that
hesitation.
I'm feeling from 3BL right now.
Not a little bit. They had a lot of hesitation, and I mean, they had a very obvious like game path and the way for them to play. It was so obvious. Like it's like opening a book and reading from it. That's what's early on from TEC.
Sekio, I'm gonna be real with you. If you gotta go, you gotta go. And sometimes 3BL gotta go, and they just don't go. Like right now, right? Look at how much time they spent being too methodical that they open up the space for comics, and that's probably the round. Omega and Losha are great, but there's a TRG at middle that I don't think that they are equipped enough to deal with it. But initial shot from comics. Well, apparently 3BL finally understand how dire this is. Not being scared anymore. But they might just have to be because comics on the other side.
It feels like I'm having some flashbacks from Season 1 3BL. It just feels like that. The hesitation, the over rotation that they make, it doesn't end well at all. But at the same time here, let's just keep focusing to the game. You have very low HP, 2 players on your half. On the other half, you have Alucard and Raph. They are fully equipped with weapons, HP, and they're ready to take them on. A long rotation here coming from Raffin to try to enter from the second floor, and he spots the first one, goes for Omega. Lucia will be traded with Alucard. He got 5 seconds on the timer and enough time to defuse. That's it. That's some really good, really bad flashbacks from 3BL on the first season.
Here's the thing, I'll say that that's still good enough from 3BL, like, definitely considering the circumstances. Not bad, but again, not bad is not good enough for a team that is trying to fight in a desperate struggle for an EWC ticket. They're 5th in the rankings, so they need both unKnights and TEC to hopefully bomb out Dead Lost in the playoffs for their ticket to EWC to be simple, but apparently the Hunt himself is going to make this round simple. Nemesis, of course, another team that is in the opposition. Like, it's always like, oh, who's going to be the third team, right? I feel like Nemesis is able enough to get themselves their second ticket to EWC. So it's Vitality and Nemesis, and then the question is who's the third team? Right now, 3BL, yes, they're not going to show all their cards. They're going to keep it for when it matters most.
True.
I want to see some true metal, right? Like right now, Nemesis are just having a much better read out of them. 3BL outplaying mechanically. Great work by Hunt. That's his second kill of the round. There's still Alucard on the A site, and that timing from Comics could be devastating. They're waiting on a rotation. Comics might get one for free. Oh, that is a nasty one on Tenoxen. Still, a hat-trick from Hunt there. But he might just have to do the whole thing himself. It's very late from Sad. Now Hunt is gone. Sad and Losha again left in the clutch. The better part this time around is a full kit of util from Sad, so he can definitely try to help more.
Yeah, he's back to sleep, and I believe the Hunt can actually do something here. Still got the TRG on hand. He still got 20 seconds on the clock. 4 players in the server make it 3. Comics immediately trades. He's fighting for his life on this C4, trying to defuse it. 10 seconds on the clock, and Sad will be the next victim here. And man, 8 rounds to Nemesis, 6 rounds to 3BL. And I hate when we say that you're saving strats for the playoffs, you're doing this, you're doing that, and the playoffs come around and you got nothing in the pack. So I'm not sure if that's the case here. It looks like Hunt is holding himself. He doesn't want to do some stuff, but I hope that the rest of the team can figure out how can they win versus Nemesis with running, gunning, and playing with not showing all their strats if they have any for the playoffs. That team been doing really good in the first phase. They got 6-1 in the of course, like the overall ranking, they got the second spot. But here again, not sure if it's them stepping down or Nemesis stepping up, but it feels like it's a different story than the one that we had in phase 1.
I'll definitely say it's Nemesis being back to their usual level, right? Like they're supposed to be,
True,
per the results of season 1, the second best team in the league. This looks like a team that could be the second best team in the league, and 3BL looks like a team that could be the third best team in the league. Still, of course, a sub-base. And here's the thing. I think, by the way that things are going, it's probably going to go to all three. And just like Kyle and Penguin have said, I really want to see the Eagle Eye. I think that the Eagle Eye, you know, maybe it's going to be a problem for the two teams in the long term of like, hey, teams seeing how they actually play and approach the map and maybe anti-stratting them if the Eagle Eye shows up. But hey, for me as a caster, for us as people that are watching for fun, like that would be a masterful game, right? I want to see Alucard and Eagle Eye, man. It's always an amazing time when he's there. And you know, Compound is probably the best map for Nemesis, and they're approaching it like it's one of their best maps. But 3BL, different approach again. Not scared of being heads-on at middle, and Nemesis not scared of taking the fight back to them.
putting the work here in the middle, and it looks like they're going for the aiming battle. They're just going for the Battle Royale fight. No util, no nothing in the early rounds, but currently it's a different story. Beck is doing the same work that he have done in the first half, at the second half, and now after the pause, he is delivering really good. A lot of eyes here coming to the B side, but it looks like it's only Sad that's making some noise, and the rest of the team is shuffling their cards and going to A.
I mean, that shuffle is actually the right call. As you can tell, the A side is completely empty. That smoke from Noxon is headed towards the A door. The one rotation is going to be Alucard. Okay, so Beck is going to find that kill early on. And it's going to alert the rest of Nemesis that it's going to be a play towards the A side. Alucard still hanging on. Waiting to see if somebody's going to present him a duel. For the side of 3BL, I think what they do is that, yeah, they keep players outside. They just plan the C4 and they leave. But the problem is, right now, Nemesis is entrenched on that territory. 2 kills can be found to their side. They almost all line up for them. And it's going to be enough damage for the retake to finish before it even begins for 3BL. Nemesis now just a single round away from convincingly closing this map on the Global Risk side.
They definitely convinced us with that second half, and for the entire game, they're making 3BL work for their rounds, and once they have a numbers advantage, you know that this round is going to Nemesis. And now Depsy is looking very good with that sniper in hand, but he's not gonna be landing the first one. Can he go for the second call? And he delivers it. The third won't whiff. Depsy goes for the third, but Omega just makes the trade. Him and Sad, they're back into equal stats, 3v3 situation.
Well, the cleaner might be here. It's about time for Omega to have one of his best bouts. Nemesis trying to close off the game here before anything becomes problematic. Beck on one side, and Raffin very deep towards the A site. And, you know, if enough time is going to pass, that he's going to explore again. And again, the same problem for 3BL is almost each and every single time. They're a bit too slow, and they allow gaps like these in their defense. They don't have a flank watch. But this time, they have the A side a lot faster. They just really need to stick down to C4. They know that there could be a player outside on the A side, but they're going to take that judgment call. They took a risk, paid off well for them, and now they have the retake that they were looking for in the last round.
That might be it for them. They're still going for a really good strat, which is just collapsing them from all sides and trying to make them play for their position. Sad gets first, second, and him and Omega just close this round up. They're making it closer and closer to rounds buffer. Nemesis, they're working for it. And it looks like 3BL are not gonna hand them the first game on a silver platter.
Well, I mean, of course not. That's never the expectation. The expectation is that Nemesis are going to claw that victory tooth and nail out of a young and defiant lineup. Right? Opponents there ready, but not this time around. TRG is still there though. And that kill could be a problem. They slow him down enough. And that's what I'm saying, right? Like 3BL could have been a bit more vicious there. Instead, without finding a kill with the HE stack, they're just going to take that control and freeze. And I'm not against that. But my one problem with that always is, I look at this and I say, okay, how much of Losha made with that space? How much of Losha actually lurked in comparison to how much you see players like Krafen, like Beck, find space when 3BL slow the pace down?
That's really good take on 3BL. They're not taking it to Nemesis or not trying to take some bit aggressive plays. They're playing very slow, very statical way. I don't know, it doesn't look good here, but you still need to fight for that execution. It looks like it's not gonna be easy out there. He's hiding in the boxes and he's playing hide and seek to bring 3K back to Nemesis. One more to drop this one, but Sad's not gonna give it to them so easily. 40 seconds on the clock. Alucard, can he bring it home? Can he get the ace, the 5th kill? And he makes it to Nemesis. Another one and a first game for Nemesis versus 3BL.
Excellent work by Alucard all throughout. This is the crown jewel of a performance that is of the highest order, of the highest caliber. He delivered big time when the team needed him the most. The triple TRG was honestly so fun to watch from the side of Nemesis. But perhaps the question then, how are you unable to swarm 3 TRGs? That is the question that we'll probably figure out later, but at least for now, you know, to give credit to 3BL as well, they definitely have had their moments, but it was only flashes of brilliance, not enough to take Nemesis down. So let's hear how Nemesis withstood that kind of aggression from 3BL, from Kyle and Penguin.
A very big first map coming out from Nemesis, but kind of what we expected, Penguin. This one looking like the stronger on paper of the map pool, and of course sub-base around the corner could be a bit of a different story, but Nemesis, you do have to give them a lot of credit on this first map. Really solid on the retakes, especially on that GR side. It felt like they had full control of this one up to the finish line there.
Yeah, especially on GR side, as you mentioned, because they bring the 3 sniper setup. 3BL, he had no answers to this. They tried to play aggressive. It didn't work for them. And we've seen also 3BL losing a lot of clutches, 2v2s, Omega, and all the clutches. He was nowhere to be found. He was always lost. We've seen Losha and Omega multiple times clutching. Losha was getting 1 kill, and then Beck just gets the double kill because of Omega mispositioning. So 3BL today, they are not focusing 100%. They are not giving 100% of focus into the game. In my opinion, it's Nemesis who are playing good, and 3BL are just playing poorly average in this series. And New Compound, it's usually one of the strongest maps for Beck, and we've seen a very good performance from him. In my opinion, he is one of the best players in Nemesis in this set. 3BL, they needed a bit changing their play style on the Blacklist side, because on the Globalist side, they played very good. It was 3-1 in favor of Nemesis. Then suddenly we saw 5-4 in favor of 3BL after the technical pause that happened. Yes, 3BL, they had some good defending lines, but it's New Compound usually having such a good job side of it. Now, 3BL, they're going to be going into sub-base, and I want to remind everybody's watching that sub-base is one of the best maps for Nemesis right now, and I think it might go stumped in favor of Nemesis, because if Nemesis plays the same way they played versus Vitality, there is no way 3BL just getting back from this, because what I've seen from them, what I've seen from Comics, what I've seen from Rapid on sub-base versus Vitality is just scary. The guys were playing very, very fast and very aggressive, and this was the weak points for 3BL right now. If you watch Lipsy, he was playing aggressive, he was playing very, very let's say forward. He's trying to take the sniper and get the duels, and it was paying off for him. And if he do the same on sub-base, I think 3BL will fall shortly, and he's going to be going 2-0 in favor of Nemesis.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. I feel like looking at how they've been playing so far, Nemesis wouldn't surprise me to find a 2-0, but it is going to have to be on sub-base, which could be a bit of a challenge. But looking at the stats here, you've got Alucard, Beck, and Comics all well above the 1.0 KD mark. Dipsy and Raffin, though, falling a little bit short here, but at the same time, when you've got players popping off like this, you don't necessarily need to have a star performance from everyone on the lineup, especially Beck, who's not normally this strong. He was a bit above his usual here and kind of hitting that stride. Meanwhile, though, on the other side, would have liked to see a little bit more from Noxon and Losha. I feel like they've been some of the rising stars for 3BL, but it was really more of the experienced players leading the front here for 3BL this time around.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen very good games from Sad, very good kills from Sad, very good kills from Hunt, but Noxon and Losha, the two deadly duo that we are usually expecting to see them performing, are not doing that much good. On the other hand, if you watch Beck is the guy that's overperforming, in my opinion, from Nemesis, because usually you wouldn't expect your IGL doing such plays. You wouldn't expect your IGL just going and trying to get the kills, trying to get the trades, trying to make the rounds for yourself, and also clutching when it comes to 1v2s and getting the rounds for your team. So he's just doing more than what is needed from him. He's leading his teammates and also clutching and killing for them. So well played by him, well deserved to be the set MVP. However, 3BL, I still think that these guys, they haven't given us any fight in this map. Yes, it's 10-7, but it is all because of the Globalist rounds they did. They had 5 rounds in the Globalist side, and when it came to the Blacklist side, by the way, it's the same mistakes and the same errors and the same issues. If you watch the games 3BL versus Vitality, when they played also New Compound, the Blacklist side was a disaster from them. So I believe that they need to change 3 things. Yes, maybe these mistakes didn't appear when they played versus Anubis, because Anubis maybe is in a different level than Nemesis and Vitality right now, but still they are having a big mistakes on the Blacklist side.
Yeah, I mean, looking ahead now at sub-base, I feel like they do have to make some big changes here in order to get themselves in a position where they can fight back and win this one before it's maybe a little bit too late here. Nemesis just seeming like the stronger team so far today. I mean, even Alucard alone, the way we closed out that match, getting 5 kills in the final round, this guy is here to play today.
Yeah, he's one of the best, and as I said, the Alucard is always consistent. And when it comes to Egyptians, he knows how these guys plays. You know, he just thinks how they're gonna be moving, when they're gonna be moving. And we've seen Beck also doing a very good calls when he just got 1 kill in mid, and he just instantly took the smoke and went to B side, and he guessed that 3BL will coming to B side, and yes, 3BL came to B side. So that's why I'm saying Nemesis, they have the upper hand today in terms of IGLing, in terms of map rotation, and also of the individual skills, because Noxon and Losha are nowhere to be found on the first map. If Nox and Losha just wakes up and comes to the sub base just guns blazing, I believe that maybe 3BL can have chances, but the way I see it, Nemesis, they always have the upper hand on sub base when it comes to such games.
Yeah, I mean, sub-base is really going to be a fun one, I think, to watch between both of these teams. Even though it can be a bit stressful for the players, I always feel like the way people are aggressive on this map always excites me to see in the server. So I am curious to see what sort of changes we might see from 3BL coming into this one, because they do need to upgrade their strategies a little bit here if they want to try and take this one all the way to Eagle Eye, because I do think that would be a fun one to see. But before we get there, let's see how sub-base plays out. Casters, take us into it.
Well, sub-base, it's the home of 3BL, Vitality, and a lot of Egyptian teams, and we'll see how it goes with them playing versus Nemesis. Nemesis versus 3BL been always one of the games that you would love to see. And also Nemesis, they have a lot on their back when it comes to sub-base. So we'll see how it goes, how it pans out for those teams. And the most, like I would say, this map only counts on communication and a little bit of a strats. But communication is the key to win on the
But here's the great thing about this map. 3BL knows how to hold flanks. So just like Penguin said, you know, Beck has basically tore 3BL apart on the new compound. I don't think it's going to be the case here for the second time. They start on the blacklist, so quickly we'll figure out if this is Nemesis studying the tendencies of 3BL, or this is 3BL rectifying their errors. Early attempts from 3BL, most of which has to try to take care of connector, try to hold towards mid, maybe pressure the wooden doors eventually later in the round. But for now, no real movement, and Nemesis actually put him back significantly. It's a very defensive look. And here's one of the people that had a pretty quiet start to the day. Moxon, any better here for map 2. That's an immediate improvement for the start. And it seems like 3BL starting off quite hot, but let's see if Alucard got what it takes. That's 2 on the collateral. Okay, Alucard. He's not here to mess around, but neither are 3BL. Hunt and Sad with the 2 TRGs are able to shoot back. Comics in a 1-on-3. But with how low Hunt and Sad were, it would have been a world, but it's not going to be the case this time around. 3BL, just like the compound, get off the gates, guns blazing.
It's always the first round for them. And I hope that they can keep doing the same work, the same effort that they have done in the first one. But the thing is, Nemesis immediately with the read. You see them comics trying to get into the tunnel here, but he fails rapidly, just trying to collect information, waiting for anyone to get closer and closer. But at the same time, this smoke will help a lot, but low shot, immediate, goes for the trade through the wooden doors, and that's a really good opening for them to have some trades, some changes to do the A side. But Depsy caught them on rotation and dropping 2K for Nemesis.
Well, apparently the same Bane is going to follow 3BL after all. It's not going to be something that they're going to leave behind in the compound. Now, Sad and Hunt remain. Close call for the TRG for Sad. And I don't think that that's going to be any close, near close actually from Hunt. Span through the wooden doors, good damage onto Alucard, but really Sad to come out and help him. Unfortunately, it's going to be too little too late as Hunt will at least get his, and he'll go down. And now Sad is left in a 1-on-3. He's going to take his sweet time from the B side, pivoting over towards A. Not going to find anyone towards connector. Alucard on the outside, basically playing the roles in reverse. A missed shot from him onto Sad gives the veteran a new lease on life, but perhaps not for too long, as there's only 45 seconds remaining on the timer. And Sad eventually will have to test this one, but he is going to go around the Cape of Goodwill. Yes, he's taking the funny way out, and then the long way back
Stuck in the long road. He's just like trying to do his best in that scenario. And Alucard will be taken down in rough and just goes with a perfect trade here. Like, it all makes sense. At a certain point, once you see those guys dying in early rounds, you know that Nemesis always capitalize with those, of course, advantages. And speaking of advantages, they just break 3 out of 3BL. Noxin going to A side, man, I don't think that that's gonna be ending on the right foot for him. Yeah, he just goes like that. He got the stun, and you're going down home, and Omega versus a full house here. Man, Nemesis are obliterating 3BL.
Pristine work for Nemesis. 3BL are definitely not shying away from taking their chances, but again, like, gaps in defense are apparent. And this time around, Nemesis trying to force the matter. 3 players up close by the double doors. That means that this HE got the potential to do a lot of damage. Not do anything at all, actually. A chance for Omega maybe to get his luck straight down, try to push through. One side is clear, the other demolished. 2 kills for 3BL. But Dipsy might find his own pairing. Nemesis has got to be careful. Some ground to be made, even if Dipsy is low on HP. And they get themselves away into the A side. Despite Dipsy playing in a headshot position, he does not contest immediately. Waiting for the rest of the team to be a part of that round, which means that they are sticking to that post. Most likely waiting for Beck to become a factor. But it's too little too late. That's Dipsy gone. Alucard could swap to a rifle, but you'll just have to swap to be the carcass after all. Drop down. And go for Beck. You might find a kill. But most likely, and realistically, not going to find this round. Not going to find a retake. It'll be the stuff of miracles. With only 10 seconds remaining, he's going to plunge himself down the stairs. Not even that. Happy enough to, I guess, let the round go. Padding the KD a little bit more. Another kill for him, but doesn't really matter much for Nemesis. Or lose yet another round. So it's 2 for 3BL. Things are tied up, and apparently, if things are honest, if things are telegraphed and simple, they can handle it pretty well. I'm just saying, if they die to another flank attempt from Nemesis, I have had enough of the game. I'll walk out.
Wait, how many times did they actually die to that?
I think it's 6 times in the compound, by the way, where it's either
I was about
Beck,
to
it's like Beck
that.
or Raffin finds the space. Most likely Beck. And he's already done it once here in 4 rounds. So let's see how many more times they're going to get away with it.
So it's all about like leaving the angles and just making sure that no one is having some secret spot to be hiding at. I'm not sure if that's their main issue, since it mattered the most at the first game, and now in sub base it's coming back again to life. I mean, there was one round that just Nemesis trying they were just like picking 3BL apart. Yeah, that happened. But other than this, it was very close here. You have a lot of people here in radio, but that's not gonna be enough. Noxin and Hunt be picking them apart. Hunt also is doing some work on the other side of the map, and it's only Halikert left on the bench. The first second here from the radio spot will be taken out, and another round to 3BL. I don't know, it just goes like that. Sometimes it's for Nemesis, sometimes it's for 3BL, and whenever they pick the round, you know, or like whenever a team have like 2 players when it comes to the numbers advantage department, you know that it's kinda over for the other team. They know how to close rounds up.
Yeah, sure. Great players that can make X factors, just like Raffin here. He could make a hero play. 3BL going down the stairs. That's one more on the spray down, maybe. Raffin's got to be careful, but 3BL handled it expertly. Moments on the other side of the sub base, deleted. Blind Moxit, one of the people that we demanded to see more out of, will now have to, I guess, spread his wings somewhat. Sad, has been consistent. That's one for his side, but Alucard on the pistol, lethal as ever, accurate and crisp, and that is nothing remaining for 3BL other than the captain. 7 kills to his name at the opening span. Alucard is 1 shot away from death, but Dipsy's still pretty healthy with an AK in his hand.
But that gives us the thing that there is in a world that Hunt can just bring this round home if he just can dodge this TRG bullet, and it's not dodgeable. It went through his skull, and another one goes to Nemesis. They're just back to even again, and Nemesis and 3BL have been doing this for a long time.
Hey man, his name is Hunt. His name is not Neo. Like, what are you expecting? Dodge TRG bullets?
You need to freeze the bullets.
Like, here's the thing, that guy can do a lot of great stuff, but
we're not in the Matrix, no?
I mean, we're almost at this point. Would this be the red pill timeline or would this be the blue pill timeline? I feel like it depends on where you're from. If you're Egyptian, this is like your dream, right? Like the teams ruling the league, basically fighting for, oh, can we actually take out all of the Egyptians out of EWC? And well, apparently Hunt, you know, the namesake is there, but the rest of the team now trying to make that call. Big push on B, and it's back again.
I mean, also, to back to the same point, like, you still have a lot of Egyptian talents here competing. And speaking of competition, Alucard is definitely not out of it, but he is gonna be out of this round. And those guys been delivering some hard times to each other. And, like, yeah, you have a lot of Egyptian talents here getting closer to EWC. Nemesis, you have 3BL, you have Vitality, of course, secure their spot, and Nubis, they want to be part of the picture, but I believe it's a very hard one. And Imperium, they're one step away from getting to the playoffs, so a lot on the line here, and a lot on, not here particularly, I believe a lot on the line for tomorrow. It's either Imperium and TEC, or Imperium and TEC and unKnights. Like, it's still in the picture here, but Sad, I believe, is doing something else for the bigger picture for Nemesis and 3BL in this game, and it's trying to bring the heat back. And again, like, speaking of flanks, I believe that Big just landed one of those.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least for Nemesis, prove that there's more life in this fight. And the thing is, you look at the kill distribution, it's very clear that Hunt and Sad are definitely leading the charts for 3BL. Speaking of which, the former nearly got something out of Comics, and the Sixth Sense kind of activated there. Comics sensing the danger and is able to stay safe for the time being. Hunt and Sad get into radio, and they might try to scale down. This should be an easy shot for Comics for at least the one. At the bare minimum, he's going to be an early warning system, but well, that system, Hunt crashes down. A player close by the stairs. There's a chance for Hunt to get another flank onto Beck, who's at least initially none the wiser. Now aware, one for Hunt. Flash in hand means that Raffin trades, and it's all in the hands of Sat. 25 seconds on the timer. The C4 on his back, a B side that he really wants to go to. Alucard, again, might repeat the same mistake as Hunt. Nope, that is experience right there from the sniper. He knows when and where to exactly go every single time. Leading the charts for Nemesis. Maybe not in frags, but look at how tight the packing is, right? It's like 7 kills from Dipsy. Everyone between 7 and 5 kills on the side of Nemesis. It's only Comics, really. It hasn't been having the greatest of games, but even he is starting to pick up some of that stuff.
Well, that's good for Nemesis also to watch, but it felt like Hunt was off place when he tried to bring the smoke in his hand. Like, he immediately gets picked off by Alucard, one of the veterans that we have on the bench. That guy played for Meth, that guy played for Ping Pong, that guy played for a lot of big names, and I believe he got a lot of titles under his name, so you need to put a lot of respect in that guy. And you have 2 former Nubis players. One of them just died, and the other one is making some trades. Omega here is putting the work, making 2 kills. Losha, the newcomer, will get one in his throat and the other one in his head to be taken down. Omega versus 2 very low HP players, but Comics, even when he's not delivering a lot of kills, he just got a double one to close this round and to close the half to Team Nemesis.
Well, 2 Nemesis, yes, but only with 1 round. And with how good Hunt and Sad are in this start of the game, maybe that could be a problem. But they're actually only bringing 1 TRG into this first round. And this is vintage from 3BL. Aggressive on the server room for 1. Not just backing off and taking wood. That smoke is denying Beck any space. And the rest of 3BL actually not scared if they can do a lot of their own. And usually you'd see 3BL by now sending both Moxon and Hunt to try to go and find duels. And, well, one is found by the forklift. That makes me a little bit thankful that Noxon didn't really overplay his cards, but if he almost did that, and Sad is going to be caught with only a pistol in his hand. The sidearm is not going to do enough. Noxon now, holding the site alone, does find a kill, but it's too little too late. Nemesis, basically dismantling the defense layer by layer. They're able to find that little crack, and from there, they laid them down one by one, just like dominoes.
Just like dominoes. Oh. I don't want to play dominoes. Anyways. You have only Losha in action here. 10 seconds on the clock. I don't think that he can get this one done. Hold on a minute. He's down to 1v1. He still got 5 seconds in the clock. Trying to defuse here. The jumping shot coming from Alucard. And for a second here, I thought that guy just made an incredible save to 3BL, and he was about to do it. If he had 2 more seconds, I believe that he would.
I mean, look at Alucard, man. Alucard was like, Alucard was sweating bullets right there. He really thought that Losha got it. He's thankful that the pistol was there. I mean, it's great when your sniper player is also as proficient on the pistols as like some of your best players are on the rifles. Like that is a massive asset for Alucard. Well, speaking of assets, one of the main things for Hunt is his brain for the game. Aggressive call to be made. Him and Omega establishing a crossfire on the double doors. Omega very up close. That's Hunt found early, and Omega unable to answer. Outnumbered, overwhelmed, shut down. Maybe a chance here if they're able to find kills on the sub base, but nope. They send up the stairs, go up into radio. Apparently 3BL's global risk side is gonna have the same woes that their BL side had.
A very bad start here for 3BL, and I believe they need to get some tag balls in. You need to talk about, figure out what should you do versus Nemesis, and I believe they're going for it, especially after those very hard rounds. Yask got a lot to speak with the players. You got Hunt delivering really good. Losha like trying to catch some clutches, but he's not convenient. He's not convincing to me, to be honest. Like, that's not the normal Losha that I'm gonna be waiting to watch him play. And like the rest of the squad, like sometimes they just sleep. Sad and Hunt play. Omega, like sometimes he steps up, most of the times he's asleep. Noxon, which is quite surprised. That guy was the hotshot from season 1 in 2026.
Well, I mean, hotshots is one thing, but you gotta feel like the light is dimming a little bit through 3BL. And really, that has always been the thing that I'm worried about, right? Is consistency is always the boogeyman that chases rookies. Like, of course, every role is going to have their own fights, right? Like, if you're Omega, for example, it's how to deal with the utilities, how to deal with the snipers. If you're someone like Losha, it's about finding the timing and the clutches. But the problem is when you have many players that are trying to adjust to the rhythm, and unfortunately, maybe 3BL, at least for now, not having the best look at it. Hunt, really eyes on Omega, and you gotta say, like, all eyes on him. Moxon stepped up for this map too, and it's about time that he and Losha also deliver on the good for them to try to force their way into map 3.
I want to see those guys actually trying to go play the bamboozle style, trying to rush everything and do what it takes to take Nemesis down. Since I believe I'm the only one who's rooting for 3BL, so I don't want to be biased, but guys, come on, do something. Not like that. Not into 7-4 scenario. And I believe that Omega might be just doing that. Him and Raffin be taking out Closha, making a double, make it a treble. Can you find the last one? Depsy's left alone.
He's got the B
Right,
slide
guys?
alright, but yeah, like there's nothing really for him to find other than that.
No C4.
Main problem. I mean, I just don't want Sat to be alone here. Like that's my one worry, right? The only world where Dipsy has any realistic chance, there's a 1-for-1.
I
Right
thought
now,
that you
no
would
1-for-1.
say you
They
don't
spotted
wanna see him-
Dipsy even, so it's open.
I thought that you were gonna say you don't want to see a sad player being alone, which makes him get into depression. Oh, I thought that you care about him personally.
I mean, I want him to succeed, man. I don't want him to be depressed, but he chose to be sad. That's on him.
Not someone alone. Someone alone is a very bad combo to deal with.
Do you know what's the worst combo to go against?
Tell me what.
Sad and Hunt. No, that's the worst to go against.
Alright,
Not-
alright, that's fair. Oh, Alucard! He's making them work for it. A man that was super close. It was just all bamboozle here. Omega is the only guy left alive. But Alucard and Bafu and those guys just delivered a heck of a round.
No, they fooled him, right? I was about to say. 3BL completely switched up the optics, aggressive again on that round, but Nemesis apparently were fully prepared. Other teams, 3BL, were able to... Wait, what? Huh? I am sorry, excuse me? Yeah, I think 3BL have reached the point where, like, you know what, guys? Like, skill, aim, all that stuff. No, let's go for the... Okay, that didn't even work out, man. I'm so sad. I was really looking forward for a multi-man spray down. Nothing is going the way of 3BL, man. Not even the fun stuff.
It's not working for them anymore. And they're like, yeah, let's save some strats. I hope that they got something for the playoffs. And don't bring the games with that performance. Yeah, it's decent, but
if they're fully sandbagging,
basically,
if they're fully sandbagging and they're still making it that close, it's not that bad. But the only, do you know who's the team that is actually being harmed the most by this?
Tell me.
Anubis.
Huh.
Like every win that Nemesis gets them in better form, gets them closer to EWC. Of course, we're talking about like 3BL being in the race, but I feel like a lot of people discounted Anubis. If Anubis makes a really deep run in the playoffs, maybe there's a world. Who knows? But at least for now, though, the world is Nemesis, and they're able to find their way down into the A site. Sat on the hunt, but it seems like Raffin is in the vents and waiting for Sat to make a move, which he's not going to go the full long way around, but he's not going to be close enough to help Noxon, who has found the pistol and try to run out past Raffin, but the spray down is going to make it pretty easy for his side, and now it's all about Sad, who is alone this time around, Sekio. You know, the I guess the depression combo is about to be there. Let's see if maybe he misses winning. Maybe he's not hungry enough for
He misses shots. He's just missing shots. That's another story. At least the second one connected, but it's not going anywhere else but to Nemesis home. So another round to close the whole series for Nemesis, and we'll have a really good one. And it feels like they promised and they delivered. Nemesis, when we had like an interview with them earlier on this season, they said they were not happy with their results versus XCR. They want to make it better, and it looks like Beck is doubling down on my words. He's going for it and trying to finish this round as fast as possible. Comics make it treble. It's a 2v5 situation. Sad and Noxon are left alone. one. Dipsy's out. And he's hunting for another one still. They're looking for the wooden doors. Beck is holding them. A lot of smokes. Util been invested here, but they're not trying to go bland. They're trying to go fight. We'll see what Sad and Oxen have to do with this one.
I mean, 3 players down the stage. 8 trying to go through connector is not. Already really know that this USP is going to be a death sentence with the HE chip. Now Sad will have to give this one a go. Not going to be enough. That's it. Nemesis in a clean 2-0 fashion. Perhaps a little bit unexpected, to be honest. This was an alarming sub-based performance from the side of 3BL. Not the best that we've seen out of them. Definitely not bad, but clearly out-prepared and outmaneuvered all throughout by, well, you gotta say it, maybe you always tout the individuals for 3BL, but that was a better team that we've seen here from the side of Nemesis.
I agree with you. It felt like Nemesis are just logged in and ready to be part of the playoffs and to take 3BL as well. But I believe there are a lot for the disc save on the series and of course on the last game. So back to Kyle and Penguin to close the entire stream.
Definitely a bold statement there coming out from Nemesis. I think we all had the idea that Nemesis was going to have a pretty good chance coming into this one, but that last map, Penguin, that was just a bit of a steamroller.
Well, yeah, I expected it. Looking at 3BL performances just below average, I wouldn't put these guys maybe on the first 6 if they play like this in the entire season, but I expected when they play pressure free that the team will be playing more into a teamwork and try to go for plays. But the thing is that I've seen this from Nemesis, which is good because Nemesis, they were the ones who's looking for this matchup, right? Because 3BL, anyway, it doesn't matter for them. They still the second seed. They're not gonna burn or just show any stretches. But Nemesis, they needed this win, and I've seen a lot of good performance. When it comes to ego and confidence, you would always bet your money on Nemesis because they have Alucard, they have Dipsy, they have Comics, guys that's moving with the momentum. They move with the momentum and they move more when their team is confident, and that's exactly what we've seen. And also Comics, because we mentioned that Comics wasn't having his best days on Season 2, but now when his team is winning, when his team is having a high firepower, he's usually there and popping off for his teammates. But also Dipsy, the guy that usually shaped this map, did a very good performance. 3BL, they tried to play the game aggressively. They tried to go together as a team. They tried to play some chaotic rounds in order for them to control the map. But as I mentioned, Nemesis are waiting, and they waited for the mistakes. And actually, they did the mistakes and they got the wins over Team 3BL. So well played by Nemesis. That's Nemesis what we are looking for. And this is the momentum that you would be taking and going to the playoffs.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be a strong team going into the playoffs now, especially when you look at a stat like that from Alucard. I feel like both maps today, insane performance from him and making himself a massive threat to take into the playoffs with Nemesis. But overall, as a team, everybody really stepping up to make sure the second map went their way. Didn't really feel that close here on Subbase. I was expecting this one to be maybe a little bit closer on the second map, but Nemesis, when they're aiming like that, and the fearlessness as well, just the raw aggression, just fun to watch this team in a map like Subbase and what they're able to do. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what they're going to be able to take into the playoffs, and if we're going to see also on the other side a stronger 3BL in the future as well, because now that we know both of these teams are going to be in a pretty good position going into the playoffs, I feel like 3BL, when they can actually pull out the full playbook, this is going to be a really interesting match to see.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mentioned, because usually when we see 3BL going with the full strat book, they do a very good performance and they play way better than what we've seen right now. But that's the thing for me. How can you play pressure free and you still cannot pull one of the clutches, for example, or maybe a crazy round, or check on one of the plays from one of your players? Because usually when you are clutching, the pressure is one of the key factors for you losing this clutch. So if you don't have any pressure, I would bet on them winning more clutches, and this was not the case because Nemesis were winning all the clutches and they were having more confidence, and they just technically play better than 3BL that we expected them, not going full power, not going 100%. focusing into this matchup, because they already this matchup is already for them not gonna change anything in their placements. Probably for Nemesis, yes, and now Anubis fans, they need to beat Vitality tomorrow in order for them to secure the third place or to keep the third place, which is in my opinion a very tough situation and very tough ask to check on Anubis and beating the Vitality team into the matchup. It's just not an easy task for them.
Yeah, definitely going to be a tough one, I think, for Anubis tomorrow, but that will be the final elite match of Phase 2 coming up tomorrow, when Anubis and Vitality go head-to-head to basically secure, I would say, a pretty unprecedented run from Vitality. I mean, Season 1 looked pretty close for them, but they could do something pretty incredible. But looking at our overall set MVP here, it is going to be the IGL himself, Beck. No surprises here. I mean, throughout what we've seen so far in Phase 2, really stapling himself as one of the stronger, not only IGLs in the server, but an IGL can frag as well on top of it. Just takes you to a whole new level, and it was awesome to see his performance today.
Yeah, Beck is one of the best players in Nemesis, and actually not only Nemesis, he's one of the best players in all league. And I mentioned that Beck, in my opinion, I see him one of the players that I like to watch him. I like to watch how Beck is moving, how he's just executing into sides, how he's just sliding and gliding into the games, and also clutching, sneaking behind enemy lines. He's just one of the smartest players I probably would see. So having your IGL as your, let's say your MVP is kind of worrying for some teams like unKnights, when Famous mentioned better to stay on the bottom. But in case of Nemesis, I don't think it's any problem.
Well, speaking of Beck, we've got him ready for an interview with us to talk through how that last match went. But Beck, excited to have you joining us here. Fantastic performance from the team 2-0 and looking good now going into playoffs. How are you feeling after that matchup?
We are feeling good because 3BL is an important team. It's always good to fight back versus them, and today my team was shooting back. Individually everyone was good. We step up and we won, and we are feeling good because of this.
So now you guys are heading to the playoffs, and yeah, of course you secured the playoffs, but now you are very close of the third spot for you. Was it that important for you guys to claim the third spot, or is it just a matter of placement? Because we know that Anubis is going to be playing versus Vitality, and on paper it's a very hard matchup for Anubis, so they will secure the fourth. 90% they'll secure the fourth. So were you guys looking for the third spot, or you were looking to revenge 3BL?
I mean, not really revenge. We like, you know, it is another story. It's just like we show them, you know, like we are also here. We are top 4 team, you know. We're gonna fight for, you know, even for our names. Like, you know, we are Nemesis. We have a good team. We have a good players. Let's fight back, you know. And I think it's important to have a third place because in playoffs it can help you on standings. We really wanted to win, and my team also really performed well. And thank you to them.
Looking ahead now to the playoffs as well, I'm always curious, especially within the top 4 teams, do you have a team you'd prefer to maybe face in the first round of the playoffs? Who would you look forward to playing in the playoffs?
Actually, we don't aim to face anyone, you know, like who is next, you know, like whoever gonna come, we're gonna prepare our plan for them, and we're gonna individually try to do our best and win our match. We really don't have anyone, oh, we want LCK or unKnights or, you know, like IMPERIUM. We just we just keep going.
Well, awesome. Before we let you go, any final words you want to say to the audience or to your fans?
Thank you everyone who support us and cheering for us. We'll do our best. We're gonna make you proud, guys.
Awesome. Well, we appreciate it, Beck. Looking forward to see you guys take the stage in the playoffs soon, and best of luck.
Thank you so much, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Awesome. It's definitely good to see the positive vibes there, you know, team playing around after a much deserved victory. But I think the story's the same, Penguin, across the board now with a lot of these teams. They know what's on the horizon, and they're starting to zone in on what they need to do in that playoff picture.
Yeah, exactly. And mentioning that it doesn't matter who they're gonna be facing, TSU or unKnights, because he knows that the contender group are now on fire, and tomorrow he's gonna be knowing who's he gonna be facing. Either unKnights, which will be going into the playoffs, and TSC will be dropping. If they're losing, they will be dropping into the relegation, or if TSC just scrolls back. Because if TSC just loses and don't go to the relegation, any top 3 spot for 3BL will make them into the EWC. So it's a quite important game for TSC in order for them to fight for their points, and also to check who they're going to be playing on the playoffs, and also for 3BL, because if TSC falls, because they are the closest for them, they might be securing the EWC spot.
It's going to be an interesting one in our final day of matches tomorrow. I mean, TEC probably under the most pressure possible to maybe hold on and grab that EWC spot. I would not want to be in their shoes going into tomorrow, because that is going to be a very risky match. Not only that, you know, unKnights with the chance to do something interesting as well and maybe shake things up completely for everybody. So I think tomorrow is going to be a really fun one. But I guess out of the last 3 matches in Phase 2, is there anyone you're looking forward to the most to tomorrow?
Well, okay, we're gonna be having tomorrow. I guess the most important game is TEC versus Swan Gaming, because unKnights versus IMPERIUM, yes, I know that unKnights versus IMPERIUM is a qualifying one for both, but still, if TEC just falls, both of them just goes to the playoffs. So it's the deciding one. It's TEC versus Swan Gaming. That's the game I'm looking for. Anubis versus Vitality. It's the fight of the Gigantics. Anubis, they're gonna be trying to fight for Vitality, which is tough for them to beat, but still Anubis are in the playoffs, so no pressure as well.
Well, let's take a quick look here before the day's over at our updated standings to see where everybody sits after today's matches. Of course, you've got the change here between Nemesis and Anubis being the key one from that final matchup of the day. IMPERIUM, though, if it were to end for the contender group right now, it would be IMPERIUM and unKnights going through. But of course, we know that all-important matchup tomorrow between all of these teams is going to decide exactly how this contender group plays out. But on top of that, Anubis, they do have that golden opportunity. If they could somehow find a way to put that first loss up for Vitality, it could be a nice benefit for themselves to grab that number 3 seed. But given the round differential there, they're going to have a pretty big push and pull off this win. But I mean, Vitality 9-0, it would be crazy to think they give that up, right, Penguin?
Well, we said the same the last season when Vitality played unKnights, and it was unKnights also on 4th place, and everybody said, okay, it's just Vitality's game, and they're having win streak, and they're gonna be just crushing unKnights before going into the playoffs. But suddenly, out of nowhere, we've seen unKnights beating Vitality before going to the playoffs. So nothing is impossible for Anubis to take, but it's quite hard matchup. We cannot say that it's a good average game or 50-50. We can say it's a tough fight for Anubis, but Vitality can just throw it away if they keep playing carelessly, as if they are just securing the first place.
At least on the benefit here of the 2 teams that have played all 10 matches, 3BL and Nemesis, they won't have to play tomorrow. Everybody else, though, will be taking the stage one last time to try and get things under wraps and finish on a high note. But for 3BL and Nemesis, they can really focus on preparing and watching all these teams before they get into the playoffs. And unfortunately, tomorrow as well, we'll see 2 teams from that contender group not make it through. And I think the biggest question on everyone's mind is going to be who takes 3rd place in the contender group. Because for me, if I'm any team in that position with where it's at right now, it's going to be a bit of a hard one, you know?
It's gonna be a roller coaster if you watch. Yeah, maybe we are watching and we are actually anxious, but if you are playing, it's something different, because you said that you wouldn't be replacing them if they're playing tomorrow. And I was thinking when I was a player, and if I have such match, and it's quite important for me, because back of the days it was top 4 only going to the playoffs. Now it's top 6. If I'm at the 5th place and I need to win the next game, otherwise I'm not going to be in the playoffs, it's just a nightmare for me. I couldn't sleep all night. So that's probably TEC, especially that it's still on paper it's an easy matchup. They're going to be playing Swan Gaming, who didn't have any wins throughout the entire season, so they should be winning easily. Otherwise, it's gonna be very, very tough for them, and I think if they lost, then that they deserve to be in the relegation, not in the playoffs.
I'd have to agree. I think a lot of it's just going to come down to that first match of the day tomorrow. IMPERIUM and unKnights could decide a lot for the contenders group. And then, of course, we'll end the day with Vitality, the favorites against Anubis, looking to do something special. So a lot to tune in for tomorrow for the finale of Phase 2, which will really set the stage for what the playoffs are going to look like. And honestly, this is one of the first playoffs we've had in a while where it feels like outside of Swamp Gaming, basically every team has a chance here going into tomorrow. So I think it'll make it very, very interesting here in terms of how the season closes out before we get into the playoffs.
Yeah, and actually mentioning unKnights versus Imperium as well, it was the same case as we've watched 3BL versus Nemesis, because 3BL they swept Nemesis on Phase 1 on the first game, and they beat them 2-0, and then Nemesis they came back and beat them 2-0. Now Imperium also on Phase 1 they beat and sweep unKnights 2-0, and unKnights famous with he mentioned that it was not our full performance and we underestimated our enemies, and tomorrow we're gonna be showing them the full performance and the full effort that we put in beating them. And now we might be seeing the same case, and we might be seeing unKnights also sweeping Imperium, or Imperium just was us a big surprise, because we've seen Damp today. He's saying first game we were having fun, now we're going to be playing serious because we are the best in contender group.
Well, we'll see how serious the teams can be tomorrow to close out their Phase 2 and show their confidence, leading into that playoff picture. But before we go here, Penguin, any final thoughts on the day you want to share?
Oh, well, it was a quite interesting game. We've seen clean sweeps from Nemesis. We've seen a very good performance from Nemesis and unKnights. Honestly, I feel bad for TC. I would love to see them bouncing back, because that's the team that I look forward to see on the international stage. However, best of luck for all the teams tomorrow. It's going to be banger games. I'm not going to be on the desk, but I'm going to be watching definitely.
Yeah, I'll be hopping over to the caster side myself tomorrow, but Penguin, it has been an absolute pleasure to be on the desk with you today, and everybody tuning in, appreciate you guys as well, and we'll see you tomorrow for the finals of Phase 2. Catch you there.